Good morning. It's April 20th, 2023, a session of the Planning Board. All commissioners are here. Commissioner Pinero is attending by Zoom, but with us today at the dais is Sean Barkley, James Hendrick, and Mitra Pedomine. We are ready to do some work, and I thank Roberto Pinero for chairing last week. That was kind of him, and I heard he did a great job. With that, I note that on April 20th, 1933, Montgomery County stores and restaurants legally sold beer for the first time since the county prohibited the sale of alcohol in 1880. The restaurant Villa Roma on Rockville Pike received the first permit to sell 3.2 beer on the premises to patrons, a remarkable event. With that, we have some preliminary matters. We have the adoptions of resolutions from the agenda. I'm going to take these a little bit out of order because some complications on who was here and who wasn't on voting. I'll take Hillcrest Property Preliminary Plan 1/2023-0010 and Quarry Site Plan 8/2005-029C, and I'll accept a motion to adopt the resolutions. And I am not eligible to vote on this one.
I move that we adopt the Hillcrest and Quarry Site Plan resolutions.
And I second it.
Seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 And I abstain necessarily.
Aye. My mic wasn't on. Thanks.
Thank you. We had, that was 4-1, right? 4-0-1. I can't vote either way. All right, then we have Bellwood Campus Site Plan 8/2022-0250 and John Hopkins Bellwood Property FCP number F 2023-0020.
Welcome to Poly Real Connect service.
Okay, why? We are all eligible to vote on these. I'll accept a motion to approve the resolutions.
I move that we approve the Forest Conservation Plan and the Bellwood Campus resolutions.
I second that.
Seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. 5-0, okay. Preliminary matters, we have the approval of minutes from March 3rd, 23rd. And on this one, we have 3 eligible voters. Vice Chair Pinero and Commissioner Pedomine were necessarily absent. So I'll accept a motion to approve the minutes.
I'll move that we approve the minutes from March 23rd, 2023.
Second.
I second.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Abstain?
I'm not.
I abstain.
Right, you abstain.
Oh, I have to say abstain. Abstain.
Okay, 3-0-2. Okay. We have the adoption of corrected minutes. There was an excuse me?
Corrected resolutions.
Oh, I'm sorry. Corrected resolutions. There was an incorrect date on these. I'll announce them all. It's Preston Place Preliminary Plan 1/2022-0130. Preston Place Site Plan 8/2022-0180. 8424 Edgemore Preliminary Plan Amendment 1/2020-007A. And 4824 Edgemore Site Plan Amendment 8/2021-004A. And for these, It's the same voting rules as the one before. Vice Chair Pinero and Commissioner Petalme were not present at when these were made, so I'll accept a motion for the other attending board members.
Okay. Move to adopt the 4 corrected resolutions. Mr. Chair.
I second.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, all those abstains?
Abstain.
I abstain,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
302. Thank you very much for that. I know it was a little bit more complicated than we generally do, but but we only can keep the world as simply as we can keep it. We have no record plats, we have no extensions, roundtable discussion. I'll turn it over to Director Stern.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director for the record. I have a short presentation with some updates on what's been going on at the Planning Department over the last couple of weeks. Oops. Go back. So several of our staff, including myself, attended the American Planning Association's 2023 National Planning Conference. This is the big annual conference for professional planners. And we fortunately had 2 of our staff who were speakers at sessions, and I will go into that in a minute. But here's a photo of several of us at one of the sessions. This was a really great opportunity for planners from around the country to get together to learn about best practices and to use that information to inform the work that we do. We also use this as an opportunity to share about the great work that our department has done and a lot of the innovations in our planning work. So again, this was a really great conference to attend. So one of our staff, Angelica Gonzalez from the Up County Planning Team, was a panelist in a great session that I attended on equity and placemaking in the Capital Region. And Angelica focused on the 2019 Burtonsville Placemaking Festival that our department did with a number of community members and other partners, and really talked about the process for doing this placemaking festival, a lot of the lessons learned, and really highlighting how important doing placemaking as part of a planning department's functions in terms of helping to re-envision what certain areas that are underutilized can be is really important. Additionally, Down County planner Tina Snyder was a speaker at a session on the future of cooler streetscapes. This was a project that she worked on as part of the Silver Spring Downtown Adjacent Communities Plan, among other efforts. And this session focused on strategies to reduce urban heat, which is very much an issue in Montgomery County as well as other parts of the country. I also took advantage of a mobile tour that's offered as part of the APA conference. They have lots and lots of different mobile tours in the host cities, which was in Philadelphia. And this was particularly meaningful for me because I attended the University of Pennsylvania's Weissman School of Design. It had a different name at the time, but that's where my planning career started. This is where I spent 2 very intense years working on getting my master's in city planning. But the tour actually really focused on the role of the University of Pennsylvania as a major institution that sits within West Philadelphia, which is a very diverse, racially diverse, majority Black community. And the University of Pennsylvania has had a lot of history in that community, both positive and negative. And so the tour actually started at the Penn campus in front of the School of Design building and was led by University of Pennsylvania planning professor, Matt Kenyatta, who is in the photo on the right. And he really talked about when this building was constructed in the 1960s, which is something I heard about when I was there, that was actually part of an effort that the university was undertaking at the time that was linked to urban renewal. There were that part of the campus where that building sits. That building, along with another major building, is a major library, were built during a time when the university was taking down existing, older homes and businesses along that's a major corridor in West Philadelphia. and, creating these academic facilities, but it was very much tied to the federal funding for urban renewal. So he really kind of shared that story as part of the Penn campus's history. And then the other part of the tour was led by Councilmember Jamie Gauthier, who represents West Philadelphia. And we walked through a good part of West Philadelphia, which extends north of the campus, and talked about the major pressures on new housing in that area, not just for students, but also for young professionals. And West Philadelphia has also seen a lot of gentrification over the years. It was happening when I was there as a student, which was over 20 years ago. But one of the things that she talked about was how just in Philadelphia, they do not have mandatory inclusionary zoning. They have a voluntary program, and it's causing a lot of issues now because there is a lot of housing development occurring, and there's a big struggle to make sure that the city can make sure that there are affordable units that are included as part of that. So it was a really, really interesting tour, very eye-opening. So moving on, there are a couple of other conferences that Montgomery planning staff will be attending. The next one coming up is the Urban Land Institute Spring Meeting in Toronto. I actually will be participating as a speaker. I will be moderating a panel focused on how to use creative placemaking to create welcoming and inclusive places and communities. So I'm very much looking forward to that. And then in addition, we have some staff attending the Congress for New Urbanism's annual conference that will take place in Charlotte, North Carolina. I also wanted to highlight that we are in the midst of Earth Month. April 28th, next week, is Arbor Day, and to help celebrate that, our Reforest Montgomery team will be holding an Arbor Day webinar on the 24th. And they will also be leading a tree planting sites tour in Wheaton on the 26th. And this is really, for the benefit of our staff in order to learn more about these programs that we offer and that help to increase the tree canopy and also help to protect forests in Montgomery County. And then additionally, as part of Earth Month, we are hosting a Friday film festival for staff. So there are different documentaries that staff can watch each week, again, to help learn more about, how important it is to protect the earth that we all live in. And then lastly, just another reminder that we will be hosting the Design Excellence Awards. This is a biannual event that we do jointly with the AIA Potomac chapter. And this is an opportunity to celebrate and recognize extraordinary architectural design and high-quality public design in the public realm as well. It will be hosted right in this room in October on the 19th. There are some photos below from the last Design X event that took place in 2021, and just wanted to make sure that this is on our commissioners' radars. We definitely encourage you all to attend. And also, any community members who are watching this, we definitely encourage them to attend as well. This is a really great opportunity to, again, talk about the fact that high-quality design is very much a value in this county. And our department is certainly doing our part, working with the board through our both the design guidance in our master plans, as well as in the reviews of projects that go before the board to make sure that we can help to accomplish this for the county. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I have too many questions about Philadelphia to be answered. I spent a year at Camden Law School across the river and had lots of contact with University of Pennsylvania when I was there. I always admired the school, but never got in. So I appreciate that report. Thank you very much. All right, we're on item 13, Department of Parks FY 23 to 28 Capital Improvements Program and FY 24 Capital Budget, state and federal funding amendments. This is a happy addition to. Oh. Right. I always forget this. Welcome back to the morning session, April 20 of 2023. The Planning Board, we are on item 13, Department of Parks FY 23 to 28 CIP and FY 24 capital budget, state and federal funding amendments. With that, I'll turn it over to the director, Mike Rowley.
Good morning, Planning Board. I am here with some very good budget news. I don't get to say that very often. We're going to talk to you a little bit about the capital budget this morning as opposed to the operating budget. As you know, the capital budget is our brick and mortar budget where we build or renovate parks or buy parks, as opposed to the operating budget we've most recently been talking to you about that largely funds our staff and supplies. So we shoehorn this in because the end of the General Assembly session coincides with the County Council's review of the budget, so we were on a tight time frame to get this appropriation request shipped up to the Council. So we're here today a little bit retroactively to seek the Board's approval before the Council reviews and acts upon these appropriations. With me today is Andy Frank, Chief of the Park Development Division, and Ron Peel, our Capital Budget Coordinator, and of course, Mitty Figueredo, Deputy Director of Administration, to answer any questions. In the interest of time, because we did slip this in on your agenda at the last minute, we're not going to do a PowerPoint, but I'm just going to give you the high-level overview of what's in this memo. Again, it is great news. It's adding $13.5 million in total to our capital budget, and that is comprised of $5.495 million in what's called legislative bond initiatives or capital grants. Those are 13 specific projects that were sponsored by the various districts of the Maryland delegation of the General Assembly. There's projects in every district except, I believe, District 17, which is the district that most of the parks are Gaithersburg and Rockville. So they tend to focus on money for our colleagues there. And then the other really great news is program Open Space, which is funded by the real estate transfer tax. It's then divvied up to the different counties based on a population-based formula. Sometimes what goes in the budget isn't what comes out, but this year we got $7 million in program Open Space, more than we had conservatively projected. So we're also allocating that to a number of projects. And then last, certainly but not least, thanks to Congressman Trone and Raskin, we got 2 grants for $500,000 from them. There's 13 projects funded by the legislative bond initiatives, 4 projects funded by program Open Space, and then 2 projects funded by federal grants. In your memo, there is a page with the projects listed with a brief description. So we're happy to answer any questions about the project. But I just want to close saying, if you go back 10 years, we weren't terribly engaged with the state, with the General Assembly and getting these grants. And aside from being more aggressive going after the money, we actually approach each district every year now with a list of 2 or 3 projects and say, we think these are great projects, we can get these projects done, will you sponsor them? And by and large, we get yes. If you go back 10 years, one of the things that was happening is outside entities were approaching our state elected officials and saying, I would like to do something good and I need some land and I'd like to do something in the park. And we'd find out about that when we got the money. And sometimes we wouldn't even support the project or it wouldn't be a priority. So it was a very bad and awkward situation when that happened. And by and large, we've now proactively moved away from that. So I just, I won't name all 16 members of the Maryland, the Montgomery County delegation, but I'll just say Senator Craig Zucker has been a real champion for us. He's the person who always first calls me and says, let's get going, let's start talking about what projects we can do in the Parks Department, and he's been a real champion to push through some of this money. So what we're asking today is that you approve these appropriations for these specific projects so we can proceed through the county council process and have this money ready to spend on real projects by July 1st of 2023.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Ms. Pedoin?
Good morning. I have no question. I want to just make a comment. First of all, I want to congratulate you all. I had heard, Mike had told me, but $13 million is phenomenal. I know what you're going through to get these. I was there, Andy, and Ron, welcome aboard. So I know that how much excitement is to get all of this money, and at the same time, how much work it is, and how well we can use them in our capital improvement program. We have a very large program, but we also have a lot of infrastructure that are in backlog that they need to be maintained. And especially with the scrutiny that they are having for our CIP, each year we try to get what we need, but we don't get hardly enough. So this $13 million can really go to the right place, and it's going to be used very well. And I truly appreciate what Mike's talked about, because I remember those days that we were getting money that we didn't want, because it was not something that we wanted to do. Actually, it was not helping. So the Parks Department changed the gear, and we are on the right track. So I'm very proud of the work you have done, and nothing makes me happier than approving this request.
Any other comments? Would you like to make the motion then?
Oh, of course. I'll be honored to make a motion to approve the Department of Parks FY 23-28 Capital Improvement Program and FY 24 Capital Budget, state federal funding amendments.
I'll second that.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 5-0. And thank you, great work.
Thank you.
This is a great agenda item to start off with.
Thank you very much, and we did stay within our 10-minute allowance.
So noted. Good morning. It's still April 20th, 2023. We are at the Planning Board on item 5, incentive zoning update. Staff seeks approval of the proposed scope of work for incentive zoning update. With that, I'll turn it over to Deputy Planning Director.
Robert Cronenberg.
Thank you.
So for the record, Robert Cronenberg, Deputy Director. I wanted to open the conversation up about the scope of work for the incentive zoning update and provide a little context, but also just say, you know, we're pretty excited about being able to provide an update to the board because this has really been a long time in coming. As this board will appreciate, we do put up ideas for our work program that eventually get approved by both the board and the county council. And this is one that we said really needed to be a target of what we should be evaluating because a lot of the work that we do, especially in down county and mid county and also some up in up county, deals with not only the CR but the EOF zones. And with that comes incentive density, but also public benefit points. And this has taken a kind of a long road to get here, but 13 years ago when the CR zones were implemented, the idea was that they would be more flexible and that there would be a menu of public benefits that would be associated with optional method projects. And the intent was really to replace the old, what we considered antiquated CBD zones, where you had a choice to either go as an FAR base or density base or a dwelling units per acre base. The CR zone became more flexible, and we've seen that with a number of projects that have been presented by the teams here. But I think what this does is really, it's on the heels of what we did and what the Research and Strategic Projects team did, which was a reality check for master plans. This is really a reality check for public benefits. And it was really time to update this, to evaluate it, and you'll see that the great work that the team has put into it really starts to think about which points are more valuable, which ones should be applied, and which ones are either necessary or should be reconsidered. And so I think this is really the start of the discussion with the board. It's also the start of the discussion with the public as well. And the team has done a fantastic job of getting it to this point to start having that discussion. So the public benefit points when this was initiated were really to kind of take the negotiation out of a lot of the development applications and say, here's our menu, here's what should be applied based on what the master plan or what the area is looking for. And I think the presentation today will show we maybe didn't get there, or we need to evaluate it a little bit differently. And I think that's what you'll find with the team. They've done a fantastic job of putting together the scope and providing some data for you, and also providing some context of kind of where this started, but also how we should be thinking about where it should be going. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Atul and Bilal, who are leading this effort with the rest of the team, and have them introduce the group and go through the presentation. So thank you.
Thank you, Robert, and good morning, members of the Planning Board. My name is Atul Sharma. We are very excited to be here today with the presentation of this scope of work. It is personally my first time presenting to this board, so I'm very happy to be here. So for today's agenda, we will be sharing our scope of work for the incentive zoning update project. We will like to present to the board a little bit of the background and the policy context for this program, talk about what our intended goals and approach for this project is, how we intend to do outreach and engagement, and what the project schedule is. We will also share early data collection efforts that we have done to date. These are preliminary, they're not fully cooked yet, and we intend to do a lot more analysis alongside our consultant because we think it is really important to have an objective foundation of facts about the performance of this policy prior to coming up with ideas for recommendations how to update them. So we are really taking that diligent approach to analyzing the performance before coming up with ideas. Towards the end of the presentation, we do request that the planning board approve our scope of work. In terms of where we are in the process, this is really the first step. So a scope of work typically is seen as the initiation of a project, which is where we are with this as well. We have been doing some pre-planning and data collection over the last few months, and we'll share the results of that. But really, between now and the summer, we will be continuing to do our data analysis. Our consultants will be doing their analysis. And we will be starting to do engagement and outreach efforts with small groups and the community at large. Then through the second half of this year is when we start to get into that ideation phase where we will develop preliminary recommendations and hope to come to the board with those recommendations in January or February of 2024. So we are here today. We're going to come back to you in August again to present the summary of our analysis and our consultants' analysis. And then we'll come back again in the beginning of the next year to talk about our preliminary recommendations, at which point we will then engage the board in working sessions and proceed thereon. And of course, once we work with the board, then we also seek your direction on how you would like to transmit the results of this work over onto the county council. So we have a really great team here that I would like to take a minute to introduce. I know there's a lot of new faces on this side of the table as well, so just want to take a minute. I'm Atul Sharma. I'm the Deputy Director, Assistant to the Deputy Director, Robert Cronenberg. Here we have Bilal Ali, who is the Real Estate Market Researcher in the Research and Strategic Projects Division. Bilal has been really very deeply involved with the data collection efforts, how to think about analyzing this policy, and also managing other aspects of the process. We've been very fortunate to have 3 great interns working with us. We're sad that 2 of them are leaving us in about a few weeks' time. We have Catherine Dyson, who is a graduate student with the University of Maryland. Katie has been very instrumental in helping us put together the project website and the data collection efforts. We also have John Aban from University of Maryland, who is also a graduate student, and John has been very deeply involved with the GIS portions of this effort, which has led us to the creation of the Data Hub, which we are very excited to share with you. And then last but not least, we have Allison Yu, who is a graduate student and an intern with us from Virginia Tech. And Allison will be here with us for a few more months and is helping us get ready for community engagement and outreach. So each of them has had a very valid sort of and meaningful contribution to this project. We've also been very fortunate to have expertise of Nick Holscomb from Research and Strategic Divisions and Chris McGovern from the ITI division. And both of them have really helped us think through how to think about this policy in terms of location, neighborhoods, communities, et cetera. And last but not least, we have a fantastic consultant working with us, Hyde Brown. Jay Brown and Don Pitts are here, and they're going to talk a little bit about their firm and the work they're doing momentarily as we go on through the presentation. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to share a little bit about us. So when we talk about incentive zoning, we are essentially talking about these 4 zones today. The commercial residential zone, which is our highest density mixed use zone, where developers must provide public benefits to maximize the development potential of the underlying zoning. We have the commercial residential town zone, the CRT zone, which is a slightly less intense version of the CR zone. We have the LSC, the life sciences zone, which primarily focuses on facilitating life science development in the county, and the EOF zone, which is the employment and office zone, which is focused around office development in compact clusters. So these 4 zones collectively are what we are addressing as incentive zones. The purpose of these incentive zones, I think it's important to highlight why they were created. They provide a flexible zone for infill development near transit in the county. They encourage a mix of uses and facilitate the creation of life science and office development. And they are, the CR zones also have a classification amongst them so that when these more intense zones are placed in the county, there are other zones that can surround them to create appropriate transitions to our more lower density, single-family neighborhoods or natural areas and parks. The point system, which is really the focus of this update, is a little bit different than the zoning itself, and I think it's important to make that distinction. The zones are the 4 zones that get applied throughout the county as we do zoning and master plans. The point system is a mechanism to implement the optional method of development. So if a developer wants to maximize the potential of the zoning on a piece of property, they go through a method called optional method of development. And as a part of that, they have to provide public benefits that are evaluated on a point system. And the point system really does a few things. It provides criteria for the board, for staff, for other agencies to evaluate whether the public benefits being provided are commensurate to the density that is being approved. It ensures predictability and transparency in the development review process. Prior to the point system, the negotiations for public benefits were on a one-by-one basis, so the outcomes were very varied. Sometimes you got lots of great big amenities, sometimes you didn't get a lot. So there was a real desire within the department leadership and at council at the time that we should have a more transparent and predictable menu, which is what it is today. And as a result of that, the third goal that was sort of stated at the time was like, if you have a menu, things are more predictable, they're transparent, hopefully we can speed up the regulatory review process because we don't get mired in negotiations that are different each time a project comes in the door. So for our scope at a very high level, we are doing these 3 things. We are reviewing the performance of the public benefit point system to date and the implementation guidelines that go along with it. We are recommending updates. We will recommend updates based on the data analysis that we do, the work our consultants do for us, and also stakeholder input. And we've just started having some preliminary conversations with stakeholders. And then once the board is satisfied with our recommendations, we will then come up with recommendations to implement these changes, because some of these changes, depending on how large or small they are, might require amendments to the county's code or the zoning code. So we'll have to evaluate that once we are at that point, which would likely be next year when we come to the board and do the working sessions. The point system has evolved over time. This wasn't created as it exists today. The initial CR zone was created by itself in the context of a very specific master plan area, which was the 2010 White Flint Master Plan. The point system was created alongside the CR zone. This is important to note because over time, as a part of the zoning rewrite and inclusion of other zones, this has become a policy that can now be implemented countywide. So it was originated for a specific plan area. Now it can be applied across planning areas, and that has some sort of interesting outcomes that we hope to share with you all. It does make the policy more applicable to more communities, but at the same time, some of the criteria that were maybe very valid for White Flint in 2010 may or may not be as valid for other communities today. Later on, we added the CRT zone to this policy in 2011 when it was created. And in 2014, when we did our zoning rewrite, we included the LSC and the EOF zones too. So today, it's these 4 zones, CR, CRT, LSC, and EOF zones, which can use this public benefit point system if the development comes under optional method. The implementation guidelines which go along with this are a document that the planning board creates and maintains. The last time we updated that was in 2017, following a very brief analysis done by another consultant, Cunningham and Quill, who was hired by the planning department specifically to look at this policy and see how we could get better design outcomes out of the optional method of development. So that update to the implementation guidelines was pretty minor. So that was a lot of background. I just want to summarize a few things here. The central goal for creating the incentive zones was to facilitate infill development near transit. These zones are a small geographical area. They account for about 3% of the land area in the county, and they're typically located near transit. But the planning board has approved almost 37 million square feet of development in these 4 zones just in the optional method projects since 2010. So small, but very mighty in terms of their development capacity. The incentive zones have been applied to different parts of the counties, especially since 2014 with successive master plans. We continue to use them. None of these zones are defunct or not used anymore. And this would be the first comprehensive review of the whole policy because we have not taken the pause that we are taking now to look at it and evaluate how things have gone so far. So how does this relate to all the projects that come in front of the board? We just want to take a short moment here to sort of just outline that. There is standard method of development, which is by right, in which case an applicant chooses not to trip the threshold of 0.5 or 1 FAR, depending on what zone they're in. And under that case, they can go directly to DPS and pull a building permit and build their building. And they never come to the planning department or the planning board. This is not the focus of this effort. We are more interested in analyzing the optional method of development because in that case, the applicants choose to maximize the development potential and in return of being able to tap into that additional density, they agree to provide these public benefits. So the optional method of projects are the projects that do provide public benefits. That is the focus of our data collection to date. However, we have gone and looked beyond that just to understand what the universe of development is overall in these zones. And then there are some other unique circumstances like mandatory referrals or legacy projects with older zoning that do come to the board, but they're coming under the old zoning code and under different sets of evaluation criteria, and they do not have to follow this policy as well. So to give you all a flavor of what these look like, we thought it'll be good to share some examples. So for example, in downtown Bethesda, there is the Marriott International Headquarters, optional method project, United Therapeutics in Silver Spring, corporate headquarters, another optional method project. In Mid-County, we have the mixed-use development Pike and Rose, which is really the first project to undergo this and utilize this point system. We also have residential projects like the Hanover at Shady Grove that are optional method projects. And in Up-County, we have projects like the Century Development and Fairchild apartment buildings. So you can see that there's a pretty big range of project types that come to you under the optional method that commit to providing these type of public benefits. At the same time, you do see a lot of other projects that don't have to provide public benefits. And there are a variety of reasons for that. They can be just standard method developments like we discussed. They can be development under older approvals, like this image on the top middle is Fenton Street Apartments. On older approval, didn't go through this policy. Then there are projects like the Bonifant at Silver Spring, which was developed by the county as affordable senior housing next to a future Purple Line station. It's a mandatory referral. The criteria for evaluating mandatory referrals is different. They don't go through this policy. And then there are some straight up building conversions, like the image on the bottom right of the screen, which is a really great project, actually, Octave Apartments, where they literally converted an old office building into residential. They didn't have to come to the planning board. They didn't have to come to the planning department. They could go straight to building permit at DPS, pull a permit, and build the building. So big range of projects that provide or don't provide these. So at this point, I'm going to take a pause, and I'm going to let Bilal walk us through a little bit as to how the current system is functioning.
Thank you, Atul, and thank you, members of the Planning Board. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm just going to describe a little bit in more detail how the point system works technically. So as Atul mentioned, there is a trigger, and depending on the zone, it's 0.5 or 1 FAR in the CR and the LSC zones. If you want to build more than 0.5 FAR, you need to provide public benefits, and in the CRT and EOF zones, that trigger is 1 FAR. I just want to provide a brief overview of what floor area ratio is because that's how we distribute density in this county. So we define FAR or floor area ratio as the building size divided by the floor area of a site. And so if you have 1 FAR, as the diagram shows, you would cover the 100% of the lot with 1 story. Alternatively, you could cover 50% of the lot with 2 stories or 25% of the lot with 4 stories, and you'd still be at 1 FAR. And you can kind of see that there's a height component to that as well. And on the bottom, you see how we designate these zones with respect to that. So The zoning designation for every parcel that has these zones will start with the zone itself. So in this example, it's CRT, or Commercial Residential Town. The maximum FAR for the building would be 2. The maximum FAR for the commercial portion is 1, so the commercial portion of the building can be anywhere from 0 to 1 FAR. The residential portion of the building can be anywhere from 0 to 1.5 FAR, and the building can't be taller than 60 feet. So that's how we designate the zones throughout the county. And you can see the guidelines as well there. So this table actually fleshes out those thresholds a little more depending on how big your building is. There are lower point thresholds. In order to meet those minimum required points to do optional method development, you actually have to pull public benefits from different sections within the guidelines, and there are 7 specific categories that cover a wide range of policy goals. So just to be clear, by the way, you need to have a approved sketch plan and an approved site plan to be able to build optional method development. And so at the sketch plan phase, you're providing your massing, your overall density, you're laying out the various phases of your project if you have them, and you're committing to the categories of the public benefits that you'll provide, but not the specific public benefits. And it's actually at site plan where you get into the details of the public benefit. You're showing how you're going to comply with the guidance and the implementation guidelines, and along with all the other specific details. And once you have a certified site plan, you can go to DPS. And so actually, within our timeline, site plan is where our sort of monitoring of these projects stops, and then we have to look to building permit data to actually confirm what's constructed. And so actually, when we get to the data analysis portion of this presentation, a lot of what we'll be showing you is what's been approved in site plan, but not necessarily constructed, although we have some idea of what's been constructed. We're going to do a quick demonstration of the point system as well, just to show you how it works, which is actually pretty enlightening from an analysis perspective as well. So just to show you how this works, we built a fun little model here, as you can see on your screen. So on the left, we're going to build a building. We're going to put in some assumptions. On the box over from that, it's going to spit out what that building looks like. After that, we're going to calculate the public benefit points. We'll add some public benefits to the project. We're going to assume that this project's going to get at least 3, because most of the CR zones are in and around transit. Most parcels zoned for incentive zones are going to have transit proximity points. Projects in the CR and the EOF zones have to purchase BLTs, so we're going to make that assumption as well. And most residential projects are going to provide MPDUs above 12.5%, because most past master plans are recommending that. And then we'll add a few more public benefits, and you'll see on the far right a chart that sort of compares the minimum points required to an estimate of how many points that project could get. In the middle, you'll see sort of the maximum they might be able to get, and then on the far right, you'll see the average that we've tended to award, including some formulas as well. So let's just assume we have a site in an urban area. It's relatively small, and it's 1 acre. And let's say that it's in the CR zone, and it's going to be greater than 1.5 FAR, so the project requires 100 points in order to build. Let's cap the maximum residential FAR at 3.5. Oh, sorry, the total FAR is 4 for this site. 4. Let's assume the residential FAR is capped at 3.5. Let's assume the commercial residential, or the commercial FAR is also capped at 3.5. Sorry, hard to, yeah. 0.5. Yeah, it's sorry, my fat fingers. Let's assume that and in an urban area, let's just assume it has a height limit of like 200 feet. And let's say it's near a metro, so which is a level 1 transit stop, and it's approximately, say, half a mile from metro. And let's put a minor amount of commercial development, some small retail space in the bottom. Let's make an assumption about how big the units are to get a total building size. And let's just say that this project includes 15% MPDUs following master plan guidance, but is awarding the project points for all MPDUs above 12.5%. Applying a standard unit mix, you can see that this building would get about 127 units. It's about 150,000 square feet. It's got 20 MPDUs broken down by the bedroom mix in this way. And we know that it has to provide anywhere from 124 to 161 parking spaces based on the parking requirements. Let's just assume that in an urban area, they provide less than the maximum at 140. What you'll notice is this project already qualifies for some points. We know that it's going to earn some points for being close to the metro. There's a formula for calculating the points for purchasing BLTs. There's a formula for calculating the points for the MPDUs. Since it's in an urban area, even to provide the proposed amount of parking spaces, we know this project would have to include a structured parking garage. So let's put in structured, oh man, I cannot spell when I'm up here. Structured parking. Let's assume that it's in downtown Bethesda or downtown Silver Spring, so it has to go through the design advisory panel. It gets points for exceptional design. And we know that this project can qualify for points under minimum parking because it's providing less than the maximum number of parking spaces. So let's go minimum parking. And what you'll see already is that this project has met its minimum threshold. Now, to be clear, these public benefits are above and beyond what an applicant might provide on their own. Even though they might have to provide a structured parking garage, our criteria for a structured parking garage are higher, right? We have some design requirements. In downtown Bethesda, we require it to be below grade. Exceptional design is another good example of a high-quality public benefit because the design is considered from the standard of enhancing the public realm, which is above and beyond what an applicant might typically consider. That being said, what you'll notice is all of these things have some nexus to the project, and because the public benefits point system does award projects for being high quality, there isn't necessarily incentive left to provide other public benefits. So that's just a high-level finding that we'll show you some data about as well. We'll go back to this.
While Bilal is transitioning to implementation guidelines, I think one thing we also want to note is please remember how just 6 benefits got you to what you wanted, which was 100 points. And the menu is for 36 benefits. So there are 30 benefits that didn't make it into that discussion and didn't need to be on that chart in order for the development to meet its requirements. And that's something we'll come back to when we look at the data for all the projects that the board has reviewed to date.
Thank you. Thank you. This is just a quick overview of the implementation guidelines. They provide a pretty detailed description of the definition of the public benefit, the zoning ordinance, and then the guidance and guideline language, which is not binding, but it recommends to both the applicant and the regulatory reviewer how to score these public benefits. On the bottom right of your screen, you actually see an example of a master plan calling out specific public benefits as priorities, but it's worth noting that those recommendations are not binding. So let's just go briefly through what these are. Major public facilities and transit proximity are just categories of their own without subcategories. But major public facilities can include anything from a payment towards a park to the construction of a facility, dedicating land for the construction of a facility. Transit proximity is sort of a graduated scale, providing the most points for being near metro, and then fewer points for being further away from it. Level 2 would be being near BRT or Purple Line, and then level 3 is being near MARC, and so there are fewer points the further down you go. And these are examples of the specific types of features that can be included in a project. So the connectivity and mobility category intends to award projects for improving connection to the local area, encouraging multimodal transportation and access and use. So things like minimum parking, street shape improvements, public parking are all included in this. Diversity of uses speaks more specifically to the building, so MPDUs are included in here, including affordable housing, making a building in such a way that it can be easily adapted from a commercial building into a residential building is included in this category. Then we have quality building and site design. Structured parking is a part of this category, exceptional design as well, related again to the building. And then we have a whole category dedicated to environmental sustainability and energy efficiency, where providing a cool roof or a vegetated roof on your building will get you points. And then adaptively reusing a building is also worth points as well, and that's a category on its own. So I'll turn it back to Atul for policy context.
Thank you, Bilal. So, we've talked a little bit about the background. We've tried to give you a very quick overview of how the current system works. Did want to take a moment here to shift gears and talk about what the larger policy context for the county is within which this program sits. This is particularly important because in the past 5 years, the county has passed several landmark legislations that impact not just the planning department, but all functions of county government. For us, most directly, we have approved the Thrive Montgomery 2050 General Plan. This plan talks about corridor-focused development along transit corridors. It talks about creating mixed-use complete communities that offer equitable access to jobs, housing, transportation, parks, and public spaces. And this plan in particular, in the actions appendix, talks about the need to update the point system to achieve additional things. We did want to make a small correction for the board's attention. Page 9 of your staff report had a slightly outdated version of this map, so it had one too many centers and a couple of labels were off. So this is the more updated map that we just wanted to flag. It's 99% almost the same. Beyond Thrive, there's also the Climate Action Plan, which is aiming to cut all greenhouse gas emissions in the county by 2035. And while this plan does not talk specifically about updating the public benefit point system, it does mention that we need to expand incentives for renewable energy generation, electrification of the power grid, limiting emissions from our building and transportation system, and having better stormwater management. So again, there are some policy cues here for the whole county that I think this effort should acknowledge. And of course, the county council is serious about this. They've passed Bill 322, requiring that a climate assessment be done for all master plans and ZTAs. So, we are taking that very seriously. As we come to you with recommendations, we'll have to take these considerations into account. And last but not the least, the Racial Equity and Social Justice Law, which was passed by the county in December 2020, established the Office of Racial Equity and Social Justice. And this law requires all county departments, including our planning department, to assess how our policies, practices, and procedures support or undermine equity. So when we come to you with recommendations, we will have an eye towards what the impact of those recommendations might be towards fostering greater equitable outcomes for all residents of the county. Beyond these three umbrella guidances, there are other things that further impact what gets delivered in the public benefit point system. Our inclusionary zoning law, for example, requires 12.5 to 15% MPDUs, depending on the planning area, and we give points for meeting that requirement. So here you have a menu that is 36 benefits. Some of those benefits are being made compulsory, if you will, through other legislations, such as MPDU law. Similarly, the building lot termination policy, where you can voluntarily put an easement on your property that extinguishes the potential to develop that for other things other than agricultural related uses, can compensate a property owner. This is another requirement. So every project in the CR or the LSC zone has to purchase BLTs to a certain degree. So again, from this sort of spread open flat menu, there are particular things on this menu that are being required and therefore are being delivered more frequently, and we'll show you what that data looks like. Other farmland preservation programs, like the transfer of development rights, is also on the menu. This is not mandatory, and this is a very good comparison to what happens when some things become mandatory and others are not. There are several projects that have purchased BLTs, and there's not been a single project since 2010 that has actually taken on the option of providing a TDR, even though both these programs are intended to achieve similar goals. So that's a key sort of consideration that we will have to discuss with the board when we come back to you with our analysis and our recommendations to say, what do we make mandatory? What do we make optional? If we are going to make things optional, will we ever get them? How can we make sure we get them? So now we've set the stage. I know it's a lot of information, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you have about all this background as well. Just wanted to quickly share with the board our high-level goals and approach for the project. Some of these we've already talked about, so we are going to review the performance of the system. We are going to modernize this system because a lot has changed in the construction and real estate industry since 2010, particularly over the past 5 years. Our consultants are here to validate some of those assumptions for us. We want to create clear standards to maximize the positive impact of these benefits, align this policy with the broader countywide umbrella guidance we have, make sure it continues to work with other rules and regulations in place. And we want to make sure that the benefits that are being highlighted and prioritized through the master planning process are actually being delivered. And this is one of the findings that we'll show you some data around, that we've had mixed results trying to get the things that we were identified as great community benefit needs in the course of different master planning processes. And last but not the least, we want to make sure we come up with some good actionable recommendations to change the policy in a way that balances what we expect for public benefits, the cost of delivering those benefits, and these county goals. And one of the things that we would really look to the board as we continue the discussion with you in the coming months is we all need to define what success is for this policy for the next 10 years. Right now, the policy is a menu. There are some underlying assumptions about why this policy was created, but given the much more complex and comprehensive policy landscape that we are walking into, we really need to make sure that we prioritize and identify and clearly define what policy outcomes we want this program to achieve, so that when the next round of sort of updates comes to this policy in 10 years, there's very clear benchmarks for success. We were supposed to achieve A, B, and C. We compare that to our results, and then we have a real strong understanding of what we achieved and what was not achieved. So here, I'm going to turn it over to Jay and Don to talk a little bit about their firm and the type of work that they'll be doing with us. We are really excited to work with Jay and Don and the team. They have worked in the county and in the region extensively, and we are really looking forward to working more with them. Jay.
Yeah. Thank you, Atul. Chairman, Commissioners, Madam Director, Deputy Director, thank you for having us. I'm Jay Brown. I am the Chairman and Managing Director at Hyatt Brown. We've been engaged by the team to assist in some very important aspects of the incentive update. Dawn will go into some specifics about our scope of work. I just wanted to talk to you for a second about our firm. So we're a small minority woman-owned firm, but with a nationally recognized group of consultants that help jurisdictions and most specifically institutional and public agencies in how to evaluate and execute on capital improvement and real estate projects that meet mission-oriented objectives. We really take a sort of an approach to public sector real estate that is complete life cycle, from initiation and concept through executing on projects with private developers that not only deliver the commercially viable projects that commercial developers need, but also actually deliver on the public benefits and the mission-oriented objectives of our clients. We almost exclusively represent public sector clients. We have several offices in Maryland. Our headquarters is in Southeast Washington, D.C., and we have an office also in Austin and in St. Louis, Missouri. Hyatt Brown is actually three companies in one. We're an engineering services firm, we're a real estate advisory firm, and we're an infrastructure investment firm. And the reason I bring that to your attention is because this project actually leverages all of that expertise to really understand how the benefits programs and the incentive program is affecting not only your objectives, but also the industry's expected outcomes. All our businesses share one mission, though, and that is to improve society by helping governments, private companies, and institutions deliver capital projects that promote equitable and financially stable communities for living, learning, justice, and health. I say all that, that's a mouthful, but that's our DNA. That's what we believe. We believe public sector should be delivering projects that benefit communities, and we're delighted to be helping you make sure that your projects and your incentives that you're offering are achieving that. I'm not going to go into a lot of details, but on this slide, but I want to point out, and Atul and Bilal both talked about the diversity of projects that are in your zoning plans: mixed use, residential, retail. We work across all of those asset classes and are very capable of understanding how all of those different asset classes are impacted by your program and how your program should be benefiting from those asset classes. So I just wanted to say, what you're doing really integrates a lot of creative real estate requirements that we're just delighted to help you with. I'm going to turn it over to Dawn, who's going to talk about our scope.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Oh, there we go. Good morning, everyone. So just to provide an overview of our scope, we are starting our scope by actually looking at all those individual benefits that Bilal and Atul talked about earlier, and through both our project experience and reaching out to developers, figuring out what the cost of providing those benefits actually are, and whether or not that is commensurate with the amount of density that is awarded to developers, or I shouldn't say awarded, that is allocated to developers based on the types of benefits that they're giving. Once we've done that, we're creating a set of pro forma analysis tools that will allow the planning department to evaluate how well those benefits are performing and how well they might perform in the future given market conditions. After that, we will then do a case study analysis looking at other planning boards and other jurisdictions, both across the country and regionally, to understand how they're implementing these types of programs and also what other types of ideas they have to kind of encourage public benefits alongside the development process. And finally, we're taking all of that analysis and consolidating it into a set of actionable recommendations for the planning board.
Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you, Don. At this point, I think we will now shift gears a little bit and share with you our early data analysis. So we've shown you a little bit about how each project can go about providing public benefits. Now we're going to take a step back and look over 13 years and see what we actually got in terms of public benefits, how many projects, what type of benefits, are there any trends that we are seeing. We haven't taken the next step to say, we see this trend, therefore we recommend this. We are not there yet. We do need to do more analysis, including all the work that a consultant is doing, and also conduct appropriate outreach and talk to the stakeholders before we get to the recommendation part. But we hope that this early look at the first cut of data that we've collected will start to tease out some themes that hopefully the board can also keep in their minds as we sort of have a discussion today and then come back to you in the summer and talk more about it.
Thank you, Atul. Yeah, I'd just like to emphasize that these are preliminary findings for now. Just a quick overview of how we obtained this data, and this database is not the only thing that we're analyzing. So we wanted to see the approvals that we have had in our system so far, and so we've looked at sketch plans, and you can see on the right images from our development application portal what this data looks like, and they're all in PDFs, and so we had to hand collect this data. We got development details, the public benefits, and the points, both at sketch plan and at site plan, and so we can sort of track what's been approved at the site plan based on what was suggested at the sketch plan phase. And this is more or less what we've been analyzing so far, but it's also giving us ideas about other threads to pull where we'll have to look at other data. And like we mentioned earlier, we need to look at DPS's building permit data as well to sort of see what's happened after site plan. Some of the things that we'll show you are listed here, and we'll continue to analyze this data. We've looked at the total development that we've approved at sketch plan and at site plan. We've looked at the delivery of MPDUs specifically because that's a county priority. We've looked at the frequency of the public benefits. We know the average points we've awarded, and we know how much land we've have in the incentive zones, as we mentioned, which is 3% of the county's land area. And then we've also cut up the data by sort of relevant subsets. So we've looked by planning division, mid-county, down-county, up-county. We've looked at projects with less than 20% MPDUs because projects that provide 20% MPDUs or more don't have to provide any other public benefits. And because there's this strong relationship with the MPDU program, we're really curious to see how different sort of perspectives on the data reveal different yields of MPDUs. And then we're going to continue to analyze this data to understand how much the land is zoned in the various sort of transit proximity levels and thresholds. We want to examine public benefit delivery and equity focus areas. That's a critical part of this analysis. We're looking at MPDUs in high-income areas. We're doing a really detailed qualitative assessment of the language in the guidelines, and we're going to be working with our regulatory reviewers and through our outreach as well to sort of refine that analysis and understanding. We're looking at other tweaks to the program. We know that Downtown Bethesda has its own point system now based on the larger implementation guidelines, and we want to look at how that has performed as well in conjunction with this. And then we're examining in detail how successfully master plans have guided the choice of public benefits, because they recommend these things, and our preliminary data suggests that there isn't a ton of, there is some sort of strengthening that could happen of that connection, but we also need to actually look at the delivery of specific public benefits in master plan areas and look at it in a lot more detail than the chart that we have in here. But with that in mind, I just want to point out our data hub and the great work that our colleagues have done as well. All of this data that we've collected on sketch and site plans has been uploaded online to this data hub, and that's really in the spirit of transparency, hoping that the public can see all the same assumptions that we're using and actually analyze along with us. What Atul is pulling up is really a pretty neat tool, pretty unique, and it's really fun to play with. I think I find it entertaining anyway. Yeah. So we have a map up here. It's loading. It's a very heavy data set, so it takes a little while to sort of load up. There it is. So good looking. So you have this map in the middle. You're seeing all of our master plan areas. In red, we're highlighting the projects that we've approved. On the right, we're tracking the public benefits by category, and you can break it down into the specific public benefits as well. And you can also look at the points that were awarded. Right now, we don't have any filters on, but we also have filters along the left. You can filter by specific public benefits. So if you wanted to see all the projects that had a bike share, for example, we could turn that on. And it would cut down the number of projects. The charts would dynamically update. The sort of summary statistics you see along the bottom update dynamically as well. And along the top, we have some geographical filters and other filters. So if you wanted to see all the projects that had a bike share in downtown Bethesda, the map zooms in, shows you that, all the data updates. And you can even look by year. So you can track the progress of this policy since the first project was built, I believe, in 2012. So have fun with this. But it is really a great tool because, like we said, you can all analyze along with us and sort of gut check our assumptions. It's a great place for the community and our stakeholders to sort of generate some questions and understanding about the policy, and they can download the data from there as well.
Yeah, one of the
If I may,
reasons.
real quick, because we had this discussion when they were organizing their thoughts and putting all this together. And one of the things that we really wanted to stress was, are we getting the same public benefits in Bethesda that we're getting in Silver Spring and Wheaton and throughout? And I think what this does is it really starts to filter out that information so that you can pinpoint that and see, okay, what are we getting? And should we be asking for more in certain areas that we're not getting in in others. And this is a really fantastic tool that they put together, I think, to really start to synthesize those public benefits and what's important. And for our planners, they can look to this and say, okay, we're not asking for the right information maybe. We need to be honing in a little bit more on the public benefits that are needed in some of these areas that may not be as easily identifiable. So sorry to interrupt, but
Oh, no, thank you,
Go ahead,
Robert.
Evan.
And really, this information has typically sat in different departments, different PDF resolutions. It wasn't as easily available and visually presentable to anybody, not even to us or to the board or the public. And we often get questions like, okay, what has the board approved in terms of public benefits in X community or Y community? And we think that this is a good tool to start to answer some of those questions, and where a deeper dive is needed, then we can go from there. But at least this puts it out there. One caveat to note here is that this data was pulled in August 2022, which is when we had to start to collect all the information and turn it into this tool. So that's where it stops. One of our recommendations, the only recommendation we have at this moment, is that as we update this policy, we should come up with a better way to monitor its implementation. So creating a tool that would in real time update the information about the approval and delivery of public benefits would be really useful to us, to the board, to the community members, to the development community, et cetera.
Yeah, thank you. And it would not necessarily be the data hub going in the future, but that's just for our looking back. We've done analysis on that, and we've summarized it here. This first chart is showing you just the total public benefits that we've received and how many projects we've received since 2010. So that's 64 projects in total since 2010. Most of those projects have been in down county, followed by mid county, and just 3 projects in up county. A lot of that has to do with market conditions and sort of larger lot sizes in up county, but factors that we're all exploring in more detail, and then we'll have more definitive answers about. Worth noting that because we only have 64 sketch plans with 67 site plans, and the reason is that some site plans are approving phases at a time, but actually many site plans have also approved all the phases proposed at sketch plan all at once, even if the applicant wasn't intending on pulling a building permit for all of those phases at the same time. So it's important to note. In terms of the overall development that we've approved in sketch plans, that's about $37.5 million, of which $30 million has been approved in site plans. And our preliminary understanding of the building permit data suggests that about half of that is associated with the building permit. And you have to recognize, of course, that development timelines can take multiple years, 3 to 4, 5 years even, and the project's only about 13 years old. Looking at this a little more closely, even though Down County had the most projects, it actually has less development than Mid County by about 5 million square feet. And that just is due to smaller lot sizes and smaller projects overall. But notably, Down County does include our 2 main employment centers, Silver Spring and downtown Bethesda, and so the amount of commercial development that was approved at site plan actually exceeds that in Mid County, despite there being 5 million square feet more of development in Mid County, and there's been just 2 million square feet of optional method development. So development with public benefits specifically in Up County. We just want to zoom in a little bit on the residential aspect of the development. The distribution of the dwelling units tends to follow this, the overall amount of development. So the most units have been approved in Mid-County, followed by Down County, followed by Up County. But overall, it's about 19,000 units, which is a lot of dwelling units over 13 years, of which nearly 3,000 are MPDUs, which is a 15.6% rate and higher than the 12.5% that's required. Now, a lot of master plans do recommend 15%, but it is encouraging to see that number because this policy has, on average, produced a relatively high number of MPDUs. And this is the distribution of the public benefits that we've received so far countywide, so not looking at the different geographical areas. And what you'll notice, I think, rather starkly is that there's 2 categories, essentially, stuff we get and stuff we don't get. The things that we get include structured parking, transit proximity, MPDUs, largely for the reasons that we described during the demonstration. Structured parking is more or less necessary, even though the types of structured parking that we're approving might be above and beyond what an applicant might provide on their own. It's still one of the necessary need for having a structured parking garage is why it's such a common public benefit. And similarly with BLTs and PDUs, there's overlapping policy guidance that have nothing to do with the point system that are sort of compelling developers to include these in their projects. And then the things that we don't get a lot of include things like the TDRs, the habitat preservation, small business opportunities, neighborhood services. There are reasons, and we're looking into why, but overall, our theory seems to be that public benefits tend to be included in a project if they have some connection to the project itself. And you can see the sort of strength of the top 10 here. The top 10 public benefits countywide are more or less the top 10 public benefits everywhere. And even other perspectives on the distribution, whether it's, equity focus areas are likely going to show the same thing just because the top 10% of public benefits account for nearly 60% of all the public benefits, and the top 15 or 16 account for nearly 90% of all the public benefits that we've received so far. I wanted to show this chart as well because, an important mechanism of the policy is that master plan guidance of the selection of public benefits, and this is a really high-level look at this because it's not quite an apples-to-apples comparison. We're looking at the frequency of public benefits out of all that we've approved, and we're looking at the frequency of public benefits in master plans approved since 2010, because those are the only master plans that actually specifically call out public benefits. So it's not really an apples-to-apples comparison. But at a high level, it does reveal and correspond with a lot of the findings that we've had so far, which is there are things that we get and things that we ask for, and they're not necessarily the same thing. The blue bars are the things that we get, the red things are the things that we've asked for. And where there is overlap on the right, where there are high sort of frequency of things we've asked for and what we get are things that have overlapping guidance like the MPDUs, like exceptional design with, you know, the requirement for a design advisory panel in some instances. And so those also possibly present an opportunity of where this, you know, program is succeeding and how we might consider what it should do going forward given where the performance is right now. And so just to summarize that takeaway, we have 64 projects. We've approved 567 public benefits and about 30.2 million square feet of development that can pull a building permit. Master plans are intended to guide the selection of those public benefits, but that strength is sort of dubious, and we need to explore that further. The public benefits, such as MPDUs and BLTs and exceptional design that have overlapping guidance are the ones where there's most correspondence between master plans and what we've received. And notably, what we've noticed in our discussions in trying to assess this policy, because the distribution is across various categories, it's hard to assess whether any one category is moving the needle on our policy goals. Is the sustainability category really making the county more environmentally sustainable in a measurable way? That's difficult to do given the wide range of public benefits that we've approved across 64 projects.
Also wanted to share a couple of other thoughts. If we look at the top 10 public benefits, we really think that they can be categorized or put into 3 buckets. The first bucket is things that are inherent to a development that kind of have to be built or exist because of the location of these zones, things like transit proximity, structured parking, and minimum parking that are kind of rolled into the act of creating a project very, very directly. The second bucket of these very frequently provided benefits are things that are incentivized by other rules and regulations or required by other rules and regulations. And then the third bucket is things that are being included in projects to cater to a specific market need. So this is where we see a lot of things like cool roofs or a higher level of energy conservation and generation because the developers are willing and able to achieve those things because they see a return on their investment in terms of either lower energy costs or higher rents for the tenants or longer lease ups, shorter lease ups and longer leases. So these 3 categories we think are how we could be thinking about things that we are getting a lot of. And the data also suggests that the developers are much more willing to meet higher standards of these more frequent public benefits than to go into the rest of the menu and pick something and include it as a part of the proposal. And it's to some degree makes logical sense that, you know, that may not be a core part of what they want to build and develop and manage. There might be risks associated with the approval process. There might be additional costs or requirements mandated by the state or federal law that are onerous. But they are much more likely to continue to give higher sort of standards of the more frequent public benefits than reach outside this sort of universe into the other sort of 26 benefits that didn't make the cut in this slide. And we've already talked about the fact that, you know, this information is in different places, so I won't repeat that.
And I just want to close the loop on and sort of refer back to something Atul mentioned earlier. A key goal of this project is to align it with updated policy guidance. Right now, the menu of public benefits spans many different policy categories, but we now know that we have strong and updated guidance on climate, on smart growth and compact growth, as well as racial equity and social justice. And so we need to figure out whether this point system can achieve meaningful and measurable outcomes based on that guidance, and ensure that they actually make that meaningful change. And because the incentive is clearly limited, it's achieving one thing given or a few things out of the overall menu. There is a limit to what the incentive can achieve, and so we need to really focus those policy goals and what we want outcomes to be from this policy.
We are nearing the end here, and thank you for listening to all of this. I know it's a lot of information. In terms of our outreach, we are doing a multi-pronged approach. We have an internal working group with planning and park staff who are the implementers of this policy on a daily basis. So they are continuing to give us a very ground floor view of what it means to interpret and apply this policy to projects. We have a technical working group that'll be starting up next month that has members of the development community, design professionals, real estate experts, but also a lot of representation from the different county agencies, DPS, DHCA, DOT, DEP, and also representation from the executive's office and council staff. We are starting to do small group discussions with interest groups that we think might be interested or impacted by this policy. And that includes reaching out to the regional service centers and talking to minority representative and advisory groups and talking to the different county commissions like the Art and Humanities Council, et cetera. And then once our analysis is completed and we have a fuller picture of how this policy has behaved and what are some of the costs and dollars and cents factors, we will start to have open houses that will invite the public to participate in both virtual and in-person formats. And we've already started doing some of these things. So, the Data Hub is one way to get the word out. We have an explainer video on the website that talks about this in simple terms. And we've had a number of small group conversations in the past month or so, which includes county agencies, regional service centers. We are going to be talking to a lot of minority advisory groups tomorrow and Monday, and in the coming weeks. And then we've also talked to industry representative groups like MBIA or nonprofits like Coalition for Smart Growth, Greater Washington, WABA, and we are organizing a staff lunch and learn to get our own staff interested and engaged in the topic. Bilal's gone a step further and actually included this in the curriculum that he's teaching at UMD. So there's some students talking about public benefit points in that image on the top right. And this is not an exhaustive list at all. This is just kind of where we are, and we hope to continue this level of intensive and thoughtful engagement so we can hear from the most amount of people as possible. I will not repeat this because we talked about this, but this is really our first time coming to the board and starting this project off. And then we do have a website that includes most of the information that we shared with you today so that it is also available to the broader public. The videos here, our FAQs, background, project goals, all of that. So with that, we really thank you for your patience as we have shared a lot of information with you, and we are happy to answer any questions and take guidance from the board. And we request that the board approve the scope of work at the end of the meeting if the board finds that appropriate.
Thank you for that. My optometrist appreciates your slides, which tested my sight ability. But I'm sure other board members didn't have that problem. Any board member comments? Ms. Bedouin?
Thank you. That was really educational, and I totally agree with you that it's time to update, and I really appreciate that you took the time to walk us through that. So I tried to read the report, but it's a little bit dry, but it's much easier to understand what you have done, and I really appreciate. I have a question, though. The existing point system, so things that are mandatory, like 12.5% of or AFP, public required public facilities, do they get points for that? Because that exercise that you did was very eye-opening, that certain things are mandatory and are required.
They get points.
And they get points.
Yes.
So that's correct. Okay. So
Yeah,
that's something that you may want to look into, I guess. That, or what, and I agree, because now you have newer policies and other things that have come. So things that are required under our mandate, maybe they shouldn't be part of the point. I don't know, I'm just putting it out. This is the first time for me to go through that. But at the same time, I want to make sure that we are just and fair for our development community, because we want to attract them to come here. We don't want to make it more difficult for them not to come. So it has to be a way that we sort of, with this point system, direct it from the mandatory to other things that, so maybe we take the mandatory out, but lower the threshold and give them more incentive to the things that our goal is to get, and we have not received it. I love the idea of data collection. I understand that, so you're a true data analysis because you see data as a box of candy. So you enjoy them, and the more numbers, the more data. And I'm a data person also. I really enjoy seeing that you, and this hub is fantastic. I would love to play with it. And I think that is a great idea to measure the success, see that what we have received, and these are very eye-opening. And also it's very important that we are going ahead. We have the benchmarks and we collect the data automatically, that you don't have to go back and collect them by hand. So it's important that you have all of these. And also, I support 100% your effort to get this to be a real data analysis, because you have it up to spend a lot of time and effort to do up to 2022, but now you have to go back and do the same thing. So it would be very helpful that we continue these to do. And again, one of my questions is that when we have over 20% of MPDU, then you don't go through this point system. So to me, it looks like that it's great we get more MPDU, but they don't have public benefits. So they don't have open space, they don't have park. So I think it is important that somehow we make sure, I do not know, that's what I thought, but if we don't check them after they get 20%, then how do we make sure they get open space? How do we make sure that they get the same quality?
There are still zoning minimums that they have to meet, but they don't have to meet the point system.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
there's an open space requirement in the zone that
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is correct. So a project that would, let's say it's a CR zone project, comes in with 20 or 21% MPDUs. What they get relief from is committing to provide other public benefits beyond the affordable housing. They still have to meet all the development standards of the underlying zone. So in the CR zone, most properties have to provide 10% public open space, which they
Okay.
would still have to do. They would still have to meet the requirement standards for different uses, the street standards, all of that, street trees, sidewalks, ADA accessibility, all of that is still a part of their requirement. They're just getting relief from providing other things from the menu beyond affordable housing.
Okay. Okay.
Just
Thank you.
technically, MPDUs don't actually have a point limit, so there's an unlimited points that you can get from MPDUs. So if you're providing 20%, you're pretty much going to be at 100 anyway. And because it's an MPDU, they're exempting the
Yeah.
rest of the categories.
Yeah, but I think it's a great way to continue and support it. Thank you.
Commissioner Bartlett?
Thank you for your presentation. I particularly appreciate the definitions you provided and the formula you provided. I'd made notes before you got to that section of the presentation. I was going to follow up with Chairman Zients and Ms. Vyas as to the calculations with regards to the FAR. So I particularly appreciate that. Me being a new board member coming on, it's always great to get more of an education on this. And then I also like to commend the Commission on choosing Hyatt Brown with regards to the implementation of this. During my interview with the board, I studied Thrive 2050 and the racial and social justice and equity portions of that. And in implementing that, I think it's important that we have a firm that represents diversity to implement and change things how it was. And I look forward to the work that Mr. Brown and Mrs. Pitts will contribute to the policies. Thank you.
Commissioner Hartley, do you have anything?
Just a couple of things. I really echo most of the statements by the other commissioners. This is a really great presentation. Thank you guys a lot. This is really great. A couple of things I wanted to focus on and maybe get you guys to take a really close look at it and bring up next time when we get to the work sessions and later on in the process is the points for non-metro transportation, the MARC system, the BRT, the Purple Line. I really want to sort of focus on that and make sure that we're incentivizing as much as we can around the infrastructure that we already that exists right now. And so I want to make sure we take a look at that when we get to the point system. I know that we've, as we go through that, we don't often get up to height, but I want to take a look at height restrictions as well when we get to that point. And FAR, not to limit the ability to put density where density is needed. So take a look at those two things. Otherwise, this is really great. I love the data. Also, a data person. We're just surrounded by them. I'm really sorry. We're numbers people. But if we could get a copy of the presentation and thing as well, I think that would be really, great. I'd like to dig into it a little bit more. I didn't find it dry. I found it very interesting. I'm also very strange, and that's not a normal thing. But no, otherwise it's really good. I'm really looking forward to see you guys come back. I do want to focus sort of on the height density and FAR calculations, and then transportation around, not just for Metro, but also for sort of the upcoming BRT, Purple Line stations, and the MARC train. Thanks.
Noted, thank you.
I do have some comments. I've been around the development process a fair number of years. I went from the C1 zone, which was a 14 FAR as of right, down to the CBD zones that originally had this stuff. So I had a little bit of history here. And I'm struck by the schizophrenia of our attitude toward development. We love it where we want it, but we burden them with things that we think they should also have. And we do this in a number of ways. We do this not only in the point system, but in what we require even without points. And of course, we make the zone relative to transit proximity and all of those other things. So it is already where we want density. But then we say, because we're giving you density, we want something beneficial that you wouldn't ordinarily do. And you have to sort of keep that mental routine in your mind that this is development we want. And in particular, one of the policy things that was not in your outline was the fact that we adopted housing goal targets above our forecast, which will be something that I agree we want to achieve, but something that I think can only be achieved by lessening burdens on residential or providing direct incentives, one of the two. And this is, you're on the side of what does the developer have to provide, but we got to think of that goal in relationship to this project. The other thing, of course, is our attitude toward mixed use and what we're doing in mixed use. Because in our agenda today, we also have a SRA and ZTA that give waivers for mixed use when we want mixed use. And we have to sort out whether mixed use is achieved by its location to other uses not on its property. And whether that's something we want. And not only, it involves this and it involves the other as well. Certainly, when you have a list of public benefits that gets so small that challenges my vision when you list them all, maybe you have too much. If you're offering too much on your menu, you may not get what you want. So maybe simplification and limiting where you go, and maybe a little bit of flexibility in what the category is. You know, maybe we're being a little too specific when we list every little thing within connectivity. Maybe. But on the other side of that, you want as many math-based, data-driven standards that aren't subjective. You know, so that if you could say X square feet of something equals Z FAR, fine. Let's put some more quantitative measures where we can. And I know that's a very hard thing to do. Look, I think this is a terrific exercise to do and necessary, and it will survive my tenure here. But I certainly wish you the best in doing this. But try to be simple. Try to look. I'm delighted for our consultants here. Look at the burdens we're placing on things we want. Okay? I don't know how else to express that. It is a test that we've always had when we started with back into the CBD zoning as well. So you will cure our schizophrenia. You will make hopefully go for clarity on what we want, transparency on what we deliver. The benefits of this project is always, in my own head, being a free market world, is also schizophrenic. I would say that the benefits can be measured by what you're doing to the property values of the property around the development. Are you increasing it or are you decreasing it? But then again, we don't want to price people out of housing, and we limit the market on housing too. So, but that is the big measure in the world that I know of that's objective. Other than that, you're going to be in for lots of opinions. Sorry for that diatribe. I try not to do this. but I think getting at least what's in my head might help you go forward with your scope of work to get this to an endpoint that will help both the county and developers and achieve those multiple goals that it has. If you have any response, I'll listen, but if you don't, that's okay too.
I think this is all very good direction for our team, and we have all the intentions to follow up with the recommendations. And when we come in summer with our full analysis completed, we will make sure that it is already tracking these sort of frameworks that you've put in place for us today. So thank you.
And I should say that I second what Jeff, our chairman, just said. And our chairman, I can tell you that I know that they're going to come back. Actually, August, we are not here. In September, when they come back, you're not here, I'm here. I follow up through because I do agree that we need to make it our county in a way that people can come. You know, I have been in the county. I have been the director for Department of Permitting Services, and I have heard all the complaints that too restrictive and we are difficult and we lose development and businesses to neighboring community. And we should be very cognizant of that. We want to make it simpler, easier, and encouraging people to come, and hopefully we get what we need to get. So I 100% second that. Thank you.
If I may, just to respond quickly, because I think that everything that you've said, all of you have said, really shows why we need to update what we're doing here. Mm-hmm. And I think it takes you back to the policy discussions that we've had, because the policy when the CR zone was being implemented and the menu and the point system was done for different reasons.
Yeah.
And it was done for a different policy, which was really to attract the type of development that was more TOD oriented near the metros.
Yeah.
And I think that's changed because we've expanded the CR zones, we've expanded kind of the public benefits, and the feedback that we're getting is exactly what we wanted to hear, which is we need to reevaluate this. We need to do a reset and see what is appropriate and then evaluate that, both economically but also realistically with these projects that are coming in. So the feedback, I think, is exactly what we were expecting, but at the same time, very refreshing to hear that. Because it is a little schizophrenic. You know, we want the development, but yet there's all these things that get attached to that. And I think how do we detach it to some degree, but also make sure that we're getting the public benefits that really the areas deserve.
If I can just add an additional comment, Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director, particularly with regards to what you talked about, Chair Zients, about the schizophrenic nature and just having so many options and so many potential asks. You know, this is sort of two thoughts. One is that this is very much about supporting economic development in the county. So I think that's sort of an important thing that we can also highlight through this effort. But the other thought that I had was, you know, what you talked about, and also the other board members in terms of streamlining this. Those are all really good points to share when this does get to the council eventually, because, you know, the council sometimes will add additional requirements, you know, to different efforts or, you know, regulations, you know, due to different priorities, or, you know, somebody's really focused on X. But I think it's really important to emphasize the need to zoom out and to look at this in the big picture, and to make sure that even if, you know, once we go through this entire effort and come up with a more streamlined list of categories, that we don't in turn end up sort of starting all over and then over time just adding more and more and more, and sort of losing the big picture of what we're trying to accomplish. So I think that that's an important message for us and for the board to share with the council, you know, at that point, so that they keep that in mind, and kind of understand that this is not sort of starting at zero and then we just continue to add more. We really need to keep this more streamlined and big picture.
Yeah.
And big picture there also includes what we're doing on impact fees and other things where we're burdening those things that we ultimately want. But I'll leave that.
And do we include when we do, because these are very important, before we take it to the council, do we include the council staff and also the developers during the review to make sure that they are understanding and they go with us, you know?
That's a very good point, Commissioner Peterham. We have council staff that will be a part of the technical working group. You'll have members of the development community that will be part of the technical working group. When we come to you with recommendations, you know, hopefully we've already brought all these people along, and we are going to be continue to reach out to groups like MBIA, NAOP, others, so that they are well aware of what the data is showing us. They have an opportunity to share their sort of perspective on the policy. And we really do hope that by the time we come to the board, there is broad recognition of what the performance of the policy has been, and a great awareness of what our recommendations are, so that people can then share their perspectives with you at that time as well.
Commissioner Bartlett?
Thank you.
Do you have?
Oh, no, I just wanted to reiterate what I think Jeff has said. Simplicity is very important, and another word for it is prioritization. That's a lot of things that we have right now. We're not getting some of them, probably can't, or need to focus on to get some of those things if we want them. And I think that's the key factor. I think another thing that Jeff, you mentioned in sort of passing, is that we're coming into a different market situation. Do we have too much C in the CR zones? Do we need more residential? Do we want flexibility with that when people are building with the density? So, you know, with the FAR and how much they're allocated for commercial and residential. Keep an eye on that as well as we go forward to maximize residential as much as possible, I think. Something we should do going forward.
Okay, I think we've explored this topic enough. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for coming. We appreciate it. Thank you, staff and interns who have worked on this project. Again, a million years ago, I was an intern. Okay, 2 million. But you do have a professional life ahead of you, so it's a good to start with this type of topic. With that, I think we'll conclude this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you need a vote?
Yes,
Yeah.
we were asking that the board approve the scope of work today.
Can I have a motion to approve the scope of work as amended by board comments? Is that
So moved to approve the scope of work,
as amended by?
as
board-
amended by the board comments.
Is that sufficient for
Augmented.
staff, or you can always go back and listen to?
And I second it.
And second? All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you for requiring the vote. I forget our mission here. With that, we're going to come back at 11:02. Good morning. It's still April 20th, 2023. This is the Planning Board. We're on item 8, Jerome Freebaum, Lot 4, Administrative Subdivision, 6/20/21/0080. This is a public hearing, and there are speakers that I'll invite after the staff report. And after the speakers, I'll invite the applicant to respond. Staff, if you'd like to proceed.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the Planning Board. For the record, Adam Bossi, lead reviewer for the project with the Down County Planning Team. I'm happy to be here today to discuss staff's review of item 8, the Jerome Freebaum Administrative Subdivision Plan. This application proposes to subdivide one residential lot into two residential lots. So this administrative subdivision proposal is made per Chapter 50.61C, which allows for up to 3 lots for detached homes to be created, provided the proposal does meet 5 baseline criteria, which this subject proposal does meet. Generally, administrative subdivision plans of this scope are reviewed and approved by the planning director, unless there's a reason for the board to take action. With this case, we did receive objections to the proposal that are relevant to the subdivision requirements. So to ensure those objections are vetted at a public hearing, this application is being reviewed and acted on by the planning board here today. I'll summarize the objections received and staff's position on them in a moment, but I do want to speak to the subject property first. So the site we're speaking about today is in western Bethesda, south of River Road, near the Walt Whitman High School. Shown here in red, the existing property is located between Fallwin Lane and Elgin Lane, with a street address of 6535 Elgin Lane. The site and those surrounding it are zoned R60. This is a well-established and quite charming neighborhood of single-family dwellings. The neighborhood is in the Palisades area of the 1990 Bethesda Chevy Chase Master Plan. The master plan does not include specific recommendations for the property, but it does include general recommendations that apply for preserving the character of the existing neighborhood, as well as for preservation and enhancement of tree canopy. Zooming into a view of the site plan and the property itself, the existing site is a bit over ½ acre in area and encompasses the entirety of the colored plan area shown in the center of the slide. The property is a through lot, meaning it does have frontage on 2 roadways. Those are Fallwin Lane, visible on the top of the image, and Elgin Lane near the bottom of the image. The 2 images on the left side of the slide are of the site's frontage areas, with the Fallwin Road frontage on the top image and Elgin Lane on the lower image. The home we see in the lower image was recently constructed to replace a previously existing dwelling that was lost to fire. The remainder of the existing property includes lawn area, landscaping, and trees. The administrative subdivision plan proposes to divide the property into 2 lots. Lot 101, which is shaded in green, and Lot 102, which is shaded in a peach tone here. Lot 101 is the larger of the 2 lots and includes the existing house and yard area. Lot 102 will be the new lot with frontage on Fallwin Lane. Lot 102 is designed to support the development of a new single-family dwelling. A conceptual footprint for that house is shown here in an orange color, along with an accompanying driveway in gray. Speaking to the driveway itself for Lot 102, this has a wider footprint than the typical residential driveway. And this is a site-specific access requirement of the fire department for this case. Fallwin Lane's construction does predate the current fire truck turnaround requirements. So the roadway and its cul-de-sac are just not wide enough to support the current turning movements that the fire department looks for. So the applicant here is required to provide a wider driveway to allow first responders to turn around along Fallwin Lane. So that will be the spot on Fallwin Lane that will be to code for fire access. The new driveway will tie into Fallwin Lane on the south side of a curve in the road, which is visible on the top left corner of the subdivision plan here in the center of the slide. This access location was reviewed by our Down County team's transportation planner, as well as the County Department of Transportation, and found to have sufficient visibility and distance from that curve to be operationally safe. As part of the proposal, the applicant received a Forest Conservation Plan exemption due to the limited scope of the project. However, as part of the process, a tree-safe plan is required and has been provided. The two images that we see here are from the tree safe plan, which staff did take the liberty to add some coloration to. The image on the left shows impacts to canopy trees from the proposal. These are the yellow and red dots that we see on the image on the left. There are 13 large canopy trees, those measuring 24 inches or greater diameter at breast height, that are impacted by the proposal. Of those, 7 are shown as removals, which are the red dots. 5 of those removals did previously occur with the rebuilding of the house on Lot 101. The future development of Lot 102 would require 2 additional canopy tree removals. Construction of Lot 102 will also impact the root zones of 6 other canopy trees. Those are the ones marked with the yellow dots. Those trees are proposed for retention. Not shown here, as it is not a regulated resource like large canopy trees, is the removal of shrubs and other smaller trees and vegetation that would be necessary for the driveway construction onto Lot 102. The smaller vegetation is of significance as visual screening for the property, visual screening for the property owner as well as the neighbors. The image on the far right side of the screen here is the planting plan that's included with the tree save proposal. The removal of canopy trees does require the applicant to plant 5 canopy trees on site as mitigation for those impacts. Here the applicant is providing 6 such mitigation plantings. These are highlighted by the larger orange and yellow dots, again on the image on the right. It also includes, in addition to the canopy tree plantings, there are 27 evergreen and ornamental trees provided. The placement and arrangement of those proposed plantings maximizes their utility as screening in between the location of the new house and the neighbors. It also includes a number of plantings between Fallwind Lane and the location of the new home. Most plantings are proposed outside of building restriction lines on both of these lots, Lot 101 and 102, which means they are not within buildable areas and should not be disturbed by any future construction on the properties. As part of the application process, the applicant did complete their required sign posting on site and did meet all their written noticing requirements. As the chair indicated, we did hear back from some community members and did receive concerns and objections that I've summarized here. There were 4 themes that were really pertinent to the subdivision regulations that did come across in those comments, and those are what I've teased out here as key concerns. Those consist of the loss of tree canopy, potential quality of life issues, primarily a loss of privacy for neighbors, stormwater management, and concern with allowing Lot 102's driveway to Fallwind Lane. Regarding those concerns, starting with tree canopy and loss of privacy, I've brought back the tree safe plan images that we saw on slide 5 for reference here again. As discussed, the proposal does exceed their tree save requirements and provides a planting design that does maximize screening to be provided by those plantings. Staff does feel this is an appropriate means for the applicant to meet the requirement in a manner that is respectful of the neighbors' concerns. Speaking to stormwater management, it was noted that the new development on Lot 102 could cause flooding on neighboring properties. That was the concern that was conveyed. So here with the image on the far left on the slide, runoff to be generated from a new house and driveway on Lot 102 is to be collected, captured, and infiltrated into the ground via a series of dry wells for the house and an infiltration trench along the driveway. Those are indicated by the blue markings on the image. The stormwater management system was reviewed and approved by the Department of Permitting Services, so the system is considered appropriate for attenuating runoff generated by this new development. While we do appreciate the concerns shared, the application does address them to the extent required by the subdivision regulations through meeting the stormwater management and tree safe plan requirements, and by providing the additional plantings otherwise not required as supplemental screening to further soften the impact of the development. In addition to these concerns, there was another presented by the Merrimack Homeowners Association regarding the site plan that developed their neighborhood. The area of that site plan is shown in purple here on the image on the right side of the slide. The planning board approved that project back in the 1990s for the development of Fallwind Lane and the homes along it. All those homes are on the east side of the roadway. The HOA did note that they felt the site plan approval for their neighborhood precluded future homes from being constructed with access to the west side of Fallwind Lane. So in response to this concern, staff did research the records on that case and did not find conditions of approval or any such limitations prescribed in that manner. Additionally, in platting of the Merrimack subdivision, Fallwind Lane and its right-of-way were dedicated to public use. This includes the portion of the right-of-way that shares a lot line with 102, where its driveway is now proposed. Image of a portion of that plat with lot 102 indicated is shown on the left side of the screen. Additionally, the County Department of Transportation does control this right-of-way and has approved the access point with the review of this application. With that, Mr. Chair and members of the board, as the application does satisfy the applicable requirements of the subdivision requirements and does substantially conform to the recommendations of the Bethesda Chevy Chase Master Plan, staff is pleased to recommend approval of the administrative subdivision plan with the conditions as recommended in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We have 4 speakers who'd like to be heard. Christopher Wheels, and I invite you all to come up to the table. Lawrence Dwight, Peter Scalaru, I'm sure I mispronounced that, and Christina Scalaru. And I hope you correct me. Thank you. Mr. Wheels is from the Merrimack Homeowners Association. If you could speak for 3 minutes, and whenever you're ready, go. Oh, you have 8 minutes for,
Yes,
I'm sorry.
thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for having us here today. I'm representing, as you said, the Merrimack Park Homeowners Association. Was created in 1995. It consists of 13 private homes, as well as units that are owned by the Montgomery County Housing Commission, Housing Opportunities Commission, which owns and manages 12 low-income housing units on the street, which you could see on Mr. Bossi's exhibit where he showed the layout of the street. I refer you to the various submissions that we've made, including April 25th, 2022 letter from the Homeowners Association, including exhibits A through E, as well as our more recent April 17th, 2023 letter to the Planning Board. These letters represent the unanimous view of the Homeowners Association and its members. There are also a number of individual objections that were filed by residents of the street, pointing out, among other things, various safety concerns. As explained in our materials, 30 years ago, this board approved the site plan for the Merrimack Park development. It was the product of extensive negotiations among the stakeholders and represented a carefully crafted compromise that balanced the interests of the county, the neighboring homeowners, and the developer, and the future homeowners on the street. The record reveals really the nature of that compromise. The developer received permission to develop the area subject to a number of very significant conditions. One of them was the creation of the Homeowners Association to administer the community, including the upkeep of the HOC properties and responsibility for maintaining the common areas, including 2 acres of woods, a bike path, and other open spaces. The developer was restricted to building on only one side of the street, 13 homes and 12 townhouses. The adjacent homeowners who were part of these discussions were concerned about the impact of the development, specifically the interference with their own use and enjoyment and site from their particular properties. So one of the conditions of the site plan was the creation of the buffer zone that Mr. Bossi referred to separate the townhomes, primarily the townhomes and also the individual residents, individual homes, from the Elgin Lane properties. And Mr. Freibaum is the owner of one of the properties that's immediately adjacent to Fallwind Lane. He was one of the individuals who spoke out about the original site plan back in the early 90s and raised various objections, sought, among other things, the creation of this buffer zone behind his house to separate the lot from Fallwind Lane and to preserve this green area that would be a buffer, a shield, and would keep their properties sort of separate from the Fallwind Lane properties, including 12 low-income housing units. The county, of course, as part of this negotiation process, secured housing in a very attractive area with the management of the common areas and the bike path in the hands of the homeowners association. We continue to work with the Housing Opportunities Commission to maintain the townhomes, and they are represented on the board of the homeowners association. So subject to all these conditions of the original site plan, the board approved it. The homeowners association has maintained the buffer area and the other common areas for 25 years and expended thousands of dollars in upkeep. The application of Mr. Freibaum to subdivide the property is fundamentally, we believe, inconsistent with both the letter and the intent of the Merrimack Park site plan as originally approved by this board. The site plan required the creation of the buffer zone and extensive planting, hundreds of trees that were planted. This undeveloped berm, as I said, lies between Fallwind Lane and the proposed subdivided property. And just to make clear, the homeowners association does not oppose the subdivision of the property. Its objection is limited to putting the driveway onto Fallwind Lane. In its comments about a year ago in reviewing the application, the planning staff specifically flagged the potential or the inconsistency between the site plan as originally approved for Merrimack Park and the application, saying that the proposed subdivision would require the applicant, Mr. Freibaum, to pursue and be granted an amendment to the original site plan because, among other things, the proposed subdivision seeks to alter this space, this berm or buffer zone, and its approved features. In its final report, the staff deals very cursorily with this, saying that there were, quote, no restrictions in the original site plan that would preclude the proposed lot having access to Fallwind Lane. However, from our perspective, it's not a matter of whether the original site plan specifically prohibits it, but whether it permits it. The site plan specifically reflects the existence of this vegetation buffer, shows no development on the west side of Fallwind Lane. Given that approved site plan and its provisions, there was no necessity to have some additional prohibition against the creation of a driveway that would access Fallwind Lane. It was clearly contemplated by the plan that building would be limited to one side of the street. The other side of the street wouldn't be maintained as an undeveloped buffer zone. I also want to note that an Elgin Lane homeowner previously sought on another lot and was denied a request to disturb the buffer zone by putting a driveway onto Fallwind Lane. Again, not only does this really, this proposed subdivision inconsistent with the approved site plan for Merrimack Park, but it would disturb the expectations of the homeowners that have been laid down over 25 years. So the Homeowners Association asks that the application be denied. Alternatively, we request that the approval be conditioned on the lot owner, the applicant, being required to apply for membership in our association for annexation of the property into the Homeowners Association. And we would ask that the final approval be withheld until that process is complete. And finally, we ask that the record remain open to permit any comments by the Housing Opportunities Commission to be submitted. They previously objected to the other driveway, and we'd like them the opportunity to weigh in. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Dwight? Oh, thank you.
So my name is Lawrence Dwight. I own a home at 6523 Fallwind Lane. I just want to support the objections, the written objections from the Homeowners Association and the other people who have entered objections to the proposed plan. As was stated, my understanding is that the site plan included a buffer zone that was meant to keep the Fallwind Lane development separate from the houses that primarily have the Elgin Lane addresses. And having a driveway come onto Fallwind Lane is fundamentally inconsistent with that site plan. I also think there's a fairness issue. I and other homeowners are paying, substantial funds each year to help upkeep the common areas, including a bike path, and to help with the upkeep of the HOC townhouses. So I believe it's fundamentally unfair for a homeowner to be able to come on to Fallwind Lane and have the benefits of snow removal, the vegetation and the green areas, but not have to contribute to their upkeep. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Scalaru?
Thank you. I would emphasize the character of the street, because the character of the street, the planning staff said, is not going to be inconsistent with this, and it's fundamentally inconsistent. The character of the street is a one-sided street. Every driveway is on one side of the street, including the three Housing Opportunities Commission low-income housing driveways that access 12 units. Putting a driveway on the other side of the street is completely inconsistent with the entire site plan. The notion that there had to be a restriction at that time is also belied by the fact that back then, the subdivision wouldn't have been allowed. The zoning was different. The zoning has changed so that that area can be subdivided. The site plan has not changed. So there's no reason that not having a restriction back then should preclude this. I don't think the staff has begun to address the real issues. If you read all the objections, the homeowners' objections and the housing and the homeowners association objections. We have not complained about privacy. Maybe the next door neighbor has done that or something, but we have complained about the fact that the entire character of the street is changing, and it will be a precedent. If you look at the diagram you were shown, the house next door has exactly the same situation. A big, huge back lot that could easily be subdivided and put another driveway after that. And then once you have two, the third lot after that is almost big enough to have two if they resited the first house, if they ever rebuild it. Mr. Freibaum was told to put a pipe stem driveway on when he conferred with us early in the situation, and he said he didn't want to do it because of the pool behind his house, because that hadn't burned down. But he removed the pool in the end anyway and sited his property so that no side easements can possibly be possible anymore when he rebuilt his house. So he put himself in this predicament. The Homeowners Association has the Housing Opportunities Commission on its membership as well. And in 2018, when the other driveway sought a permit, the Housing Opportunities Commission actually objected, filed a formal objection, as we did, to that, and explained there were safety concerns about bicyclists, of the kids in the street and stuff like that. That objection, the number of it is, I don't have it anymore, I can't find it, but the number of the objection I have from the Housing Opportunities Commission back in 2018 with an email, and I cited that in my letter objection, our letter objection. So there's also reliance interest. Everyone has understood this to be no driveways. I was specifically told and asked by the developer, I was an original owner, can there be driveways before we bought? And I know that others were that also. Can there be driveways on the other side of the street? The answer was absolutely not. That's not part of the site plan. Everyone has understood it that way. The permitting office understood it that way in 2018 when they denied the other driveway. The safety concern is that it is on a hill and a curve, and if you saw, it's fairly close to across the street from the townhouse driveways. And the next one, because this will be a precedent, and the next one will want it, because it's, let's face it, it's $500,000. They will also build a driveway right across the street from the townhouses. I realize I'm done. If you'd like me to continue, I have many other problems, but I don't think these are addressed. Please read our comments.
I think the person next to you will continue your comments. Ms. Scarborough.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing us. I am primarily concerned, I agree with everything that's been said so far, but I am primarily here to talk to you about safety. I'm a bicycle commuter. I'm on my bike every day. This driveway would come out right past the curve. And that curve is a hill. So when I'm pumping my way up that driveway, and I'm a competent cyclist, I've been cycling for decades, you're coming up, you're going hard, and if there's a driveway there and a car backing out, it could be a disaster. In addition, because we have a bicycle path at the end of our cul-de-sac that we've been maintaining all this time, there are many other bicyclists and runners who come down our street. And to the extent someone coming out that driveway would be backing up in the direction of the bike path, those bikers and pedestrians would encounter the cars coming out. There are children in the townhomes right across the street from where this driveway would be. The children play in the street. They're kids, after all. And their safety, I submit to you, would be impacted by the driveway as well. I was hit on my bike back in 2020 when I was going along and someone made a right turn right into me. And someone making a right turn into this driveway might very well not see me. This street has been very safe for bicyclists because as long as you hug the right side, there will be no one coming at you. I know that as a bicyclist, you have to watch for driveways. But this is a significant safety issue that would be strongly impacted. I want to emphasize again that it's not just a hill, it's a curve and a hill.
May I add one more thing in her last minute?
Sure.
Okay. The cost of the bike path could be very large to replace. It's been there for 25, 30 years. We have to repave it. We have a budget for it. The only excuse for foisting that only on the Fallwind Lane owners is maybe it benefits us slightly more than other people, but that will be true of the new lot here. And the new lot was asked if they wanted to join. They don't want to join. They don't want to pay the dues. They don't want to pay for these upkeeps. The HOC actually objected to foisting that on the Homeowners Association back in 1992, and the board did not carry a motion. No one seconded the motion. That's in the record from 1992. Seconded the motion to have the Park and Planning Commission actually run the bike path and be responsible for the woods. So it's just totally unfair for us to have all the costs of this that were imposed as a condition of the site, which is you made us have a homeowners association to do all this, and not have that be shared by another person. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I do have one question for the Homeowners Association. Are you maintaining that right-of-way on the other side of the road where this entrance will be?
Yes, we have been, perhaps under the mistaken belief that it was a common area of the homeowners association, but nonetheless, for 25 years, we have mulched, planted, replanted, and maintained the entire buffer zone. And we continue to do so, even though it is technically a county right-of-way. The county's never indicated an interest in maintaining it. So it's basically kept nice and tidy because of our landscape contract borne by the Homeowners Association.
Commissioner Barkley?
So are you asserting that a piece of this parcel is part of the buffer zone? Private property?
Yeah, can you show the buffer zone? Because that was my question. We don't know the buffer zone.
It immediately abuts the buffer zone. I don't believe the property itself, no, is not. But the back of the lot starts on Elgin Lane, it widens and then it narrows, and when it gets to the back, it directly abuts the buffer zone, and the buffer zone lies, it's probably 10, 15 feet, lies between the end of the lot and the street, and it's that area that we have been maintaining.
But it's not property of the homeowner association, correct?
No, the buffer zone is not. The buffer zone is a county right-of-way.
Yeah, can you show the buffer zone and also the bike path?
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. So on this image, the area where the planting is that's being discussed is just below, say, where that 102 arrow is. It would be between like
Could you
the,
use your cursor?
let's see if, is that visible for you?
There you go.
Yes.
So we have edge of pavement of Fallwind Road in this general area, and we have our property line of a subject lot here. So it's this kind of in-between area where the driveway apron is shown proposed.
So
And this
this-
is all part of the right-of-way of Fallwind Road.
But it is belong to county. This is a county road.
It's public right-of-way, yes.
And what is the bike path?
So the bike path, excuse me, I'm just going to be moving images here, that's being referenced is, and it doesn't show well here, but at the end of Fallwind Lane, there's a cul-de-sac here, and I'll ask our HOA folks to correct me if I'm wrong, but the bike path continues or starts proximate to the cul-de-sac and continues down this way.
But is not coming toward the driveway.
That's,
Is it-
that's correct. It's limited to, I believe, that wooded area on the south side of the cul-de-sac down in this general area. So it doesn't continue up Fallwind Lane past this property now.
Okay.
May I address that question? 'Cause the problem is not so much that the bike path is near the driveway, it's not. It's that it was designed to increase bicycle traffic on the street, and it does. But more importantly, the homeowners association has to maintain the paved bike path. It's about 200, 300 yards long, that bike path, through woods that we have to maintain. We've been charged with having to cut down dangerous trees next to other houses in those woods. We've actually paid for it. We have to repair the bike path when it has problems, and eventually we will have to repave the entire bike path, which is going to be very costly. And that's imposed on just all the houses on Fallwind and the HOC jointly. And to have a house on Fallwind that doesn't have to have that problem is, that share that cost is totally, it's completely unfair and
Commissioner Barkley?
Yeah, thanks. I have a question for Mr. Bossy. Do you know the date of, is there a current existing structure on the Elgin Lane parcel? Because what I'm looking at from an aerial view on Google Maps, it shows that the lot is vacant. Both lots are vacant.
So if we're looking at the subject site here,
Yeah.
the only development on the property is proximate to Elgin Lane. That's that blue house. So that would be in this lower portion of the property. This upper portion that fronts on Fallwind is primarily lawn, landscape, kind of your typical suburban backyard.
So on lot 101, there is a structure, correct?
That's correct. It's that.
And when was that structure built? Do you know?
That house, I believe, was built, I think it was completed last year or the year prior.
But prior to that, there was no structure on 101?
No, there was a
Prior-
structure.
prior
It was
to
a
that-
fire.
Oh,
Yeah,
fire
prior
burned
to
down.
that, there was the house that I believe was originally
That's what I meant.
constructed
When
back in
was
the
it?
50s.
It was built in 1950.
I believe this neighborhood was platted in 1955, if memory serves me correctly, the Elgin Lane neighborhood.
And was it subdivided into two lots at that time?
No, no.
So this is the
No,
subdivision
we have-
now. Yeah, I'm just making sure. I need
All right, we'll hear from the applicant. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Klein, are you presenting?
I'll start.
Okay. Please proceed.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Jody Klein. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Miller and Canby in Rockville, and I'm representing the petitioner, the applicant here today. We'd like to begin our presentation with Mr. Fredbaum making some brief comments, and then I've got a couple things to address with you.
If you can be brief and address the comments, because we've heard from staff already in support of your
So I think I'd like you
application.
to shorten your comments, but hit the important things.
Okay, do I push this or no?
You're ready to go.
I'm
Go
ready.
ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the planning board, neighbors, family, and friends. My name's Rob Freibaum. My father, Jerry Freibaum, is the lot owner for whom I've been given the privilege of speaking on behalf this morning, or this afternoon. I'm not sure what time it is. I'd like to take just a few minutes to address my neighbors on Fallwood Lane, and more specifically, our adjacent neighbors, the Cohen family, Miss Morgan and Mr. Reed. 60 years ago, when I used to play in the woods where most of the Fallon homes now stand, there wasn't a road, homes, driveways, traffic, etc. In fact, where the Cohens now live, Mr. Gordon used that area where we would like to put in a driveway as his garden. Mr. Dahan, Miss Morgan's father, used to push his wheelbarrow across our yard where we proposed a new lot and use his yard waste to fertilize Mr. Gordon's garden. By the way, there was no fence between Mr. Reed's backyard and ours, just a basketball hoop, dirt bike track, and a monorail that all the kids in the neighborhood would use. My dad, who is 93 now, worked with others in the neighborhood to ensure that when not if a development was to be built, it get done with an input from all concerned. Did everyone get what they wanted? Of course not. But ultimately, if you read the transcript submitted by the Fall One HOA, it gives you a snapshot of what working towards a solution can bring. Not perfect, but not in my backyard, if you will, quote, result. In closing, I would just ask my neighbors to please look closely today at what was proposed at that time and today, and ask ourselves, is putting one driveway, one house on a lot larger than most of the lots in the Fallon and Merrimack subdivision both reasonable? And I would submit very much in character with the neighborhood and intended updated zoning requirements. My dad today would tell you he likes the new buffer plan. It's actually better than was before. There's more canopy and there's more greenery, et cetera. We want to very much be good neighbors, and once again would ask your support to approve the subdivision as one lot into two.
Mr. Frybaum, did you have any response to the concern of the Merrimack group that you are not a member of the association?
Yes, originally we had a meeting in the backyard during COVID. I put together some chairs and some water and invited the board of the Fallon Homeowners Association. And we were asked at that time, and that was the original question asked in terms of a pipe stem and of joining the HOA, if we would be, would do that, if that was a solution. And at that time, I said, absolutely not. It wasn't something that we had been contemplating and we didn't think was reasonable, quite frankly, given the way the lot was in front. The house was still there, but the original house was still there. It had not burned down yet. So we weren't contemplating any new rebuilding at that time or anything like that. So I guess in answer to your question, no, we didn't have any response to a pipe stem driveway or homeowners association membership.
I'd like to get down to, I think, a very simple issue is why is the buffer there? Could you, Ms. Bossy, could you put up the last slide that's got the purple coloration? You've gotten some very articulate letters, you've gotten some very articulate comments today. But I think what's happened is the phrase about the character of Fallwind Lane has been extended further than what was contemplated in 1992, 1993 when the buffer was created. What I've got here are basically the staff report from the preliminary plan of subdivision for this subdivision itself. And on page 5 of the 1992 staff report reads, the neighbors requested an extensive landscaping plan be implemented to minimize the visual impact of the development on the surrounding homes, meaning the folks who lived on Elgin were concerned about looking at the townhouses and the new single families across the street. So they wanted to make sure that there was a good landscaping plan to screen that from happening. When the staff got around to making its staff recommendations as to site plan, it basically recommended specific issues be addressed at site plan, to review a landscaping plan designed to minimize visual impact of the proposed development on adjacent homes fronting on Elgin Lane. The point I'm trying to make is that the layout of the subdivision and the treatment of the buffer was not an access issue, it was basically a screening issue. So when the site plan got to the planning board after that, 1993, on page 7, basically the staff report says, the most sensitive compatibility issues concern screening of the rear yards of existing homes on Elgin Lane, which open onto the new street. Again, the concern being the folks who lived on Elgin Lane didn't want to have to look at the new development. And that resulted in a condition in the final site plan saying we're going to put a landscaping buffer on the west side of the street to screen the new houses from the existing houses. The point I wanted to make is if you look at the exhibit that's up on the screen right now, up in the upper left-hand corner where you see the green, that's the existing Lot 101 Mr. Bartley was referencing, where Mr. Freibaum's brother lives in the house that was reconstructed after his original home burned down. And then the pale or pink, I can't quite tell what that color is, that's to be the new lot. And you can see where the frontage is on Fallwind Lane in what will be the upper right-hand corner. If you look across, the first footprint of a building is not directly across the driveway from the subject property, as was suggested today. The first footprint is the 3-unit HOC building, and then there's a 5-unit HOC building, and there's a 4-unit HOC building, and then you get the 13 single-family detached houses. The point that I wanted to make is the driveway, and this picture shows two things. The traffic to and from the subject property will not encroach into the neighborhood. Nobody's going to leave the Freibaum property and drive down to a cul-de-sac to turn on and go out. They're only going to be going straight out. So there's no traffic impact that this property will generate on Fallwind Lane. More particularly, if you go back to why we have the buffer, it was to screen the houses on Elgin from what they are going to see. When we have to punch through for our driveway there, you notice there are no houses behind us to look across us, and there's no houses on the other side that anybody has to look at. So the buffer, which was intended to protect the folks on Elgin Road, is not in any way, well, I'll rephrase it to use the folks who testified. This plan is not inconsistent with the theme of having a buffer to protect the houses on Elgin Lane, because in fact, there's nothing for anybody on Elgin Lane to be able to see or look at across our property. So I don't believe that the character, I mean, we're not trying to protect a protected enclave, which is, and it's a very attractive neighborhood. Someone used the word charming. I heartily agree with that. They've done a very nice job. But the development of this lot doesn't have an adverse impact either on traffic or effect, and is not inconsistent with the reason we had the original buffer and the landscaping. And I would argue if you had the vegetation image up there, what we will be planting is better screened than what is there today. That having been said, that's all the conditions of the recommended by staff are acceptable to the applicant. I know we haven't talked about the technical stuff, and Mr. Norton's here to answer any questions about stormwater management or forest conservation. But I just wanted to address that sort of critical point of why this plan is consistent with the original design theme for Fallwind Lane. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If I can ask staff, why did the board reject that subdivision access point referenced by testimony? We did not. There was never a prior subdivision that looked to access.
Yeah, Mr. Zients, when you have a chance, I can add something to that.
Excuse me?
Oh, hi, sorry, Stephanie Dickel for the record. The board did not reject an access permit. It was through Department of Permitting Services, so.
Yes, go ahead.
And the position is that it was basically going to be a convenience driveway off the back of a lot, and that had frontage
so
on
made it a
Elgin.
through
It was
lot.
just a second driveway, so maybe you wanted to have the garage loaded from the back of the property. And it was further south, so it would have actually been conflicting with the houses across the street and adding some traffic to the street. But DOT denied it because the house already had one driveway in the front, and they saw no reason to put a driveway in the back. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other, well, Commissioner Pedalini?
I'm just wondering that, and this is something that I guess is a positive for what you're doing, because a lot of times in that area, when they remove one small house, they bring a very large house. And you could have done that, but instead you're putting two more smaller that is more affordable for other people. And they're not really affordable for low income, but they are more affordable. So that is, in my opinion, a good thing, that it creates more affordable for the mixed income people to come, because you had an option that to create a palace if you wanted to. And that's what we have been seeing. And the impact to stormwater management or views or anything could have been much more than having two smaller and less buildable units.
Well, and to add to that, working with Mr. Fuster, who was wanting to make sure the trees that were there, the canopy protection there was well protected. They shrunk our building envelope, so the footprint of the house would be less than what probably would be preferred by a builder to build in that neighborhood. But that was to ensure protection of the trees and setbacks from adjacent properties.
And that could have definitely been an option for you guys also.
The one thing I'll note, again, due to my longevity, is that the rules have greatly changed for re-subdivisions in established neighborhoods. We no longer are required or can consider the quote-unquote character of the neighborhood as a factor in whether we grant a subdivision. That used to be the case. And if that provision still existed in code, I would be very much less inclined to grant this approval. But it's not there. And I cannot recreate that or by wants. And also, I'll just say, you know, the homeowners association's impression of what their rights are to this buffer area, which is actually owned by the county as right-of-way, does not override what is required by ownership by law. So those are two things in my head going forward. I'll entertain a motion.
May I address those comments?
Thank you, no.
All right. Move that we approve the subdivision with the amendments, or with the conditions from staff.
I second that.
Seeing no further comments, all those in favor, say aye.
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 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. It's April 20th, 2023, Planning Board session. We're on item 7, Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment, presentation of preliminary recommendations. We have before us Melissa Williams, who will make the presentation.
Sorry. Thank you again. Good morning. For the record, my name is Melissa Williams, and I am the project lead for the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment. This is a presentation of the preliminary recommendations. This map shows the study area in blue, which is made up of 4 census block groups. This study area has been modified since the scope of work was presented to get as close to the plan boundary as the census geographies allow. The plan boundary is shown in red. For regional context, the closest purple line stations and red line stations are also noted. This plan is a minor amendment to the approved and adopted 2000 Tacoma Park Master Plan and is a joint effort with the City of Tacoma Park. Although it is a minor amendment, it has its own vision, a defined boundary, and provides the recommendations typically found in a master plan. These recommendations include land use and zoning, historic resources, environment, transportation, parks and community, and public facilities. This is the plan timeline. We've made considerable progress since fall 2021 when the scope of work was approved by the Planning Board. We are now transitioning from the visioning phase and working towards the completion of preliminary recommendations. We anticipate having a working draft by late spring with the goal of an early summer public hearing. The red stars indicate where resolutions of support from the City of Tacoma Park will be needed. These are for the working draft, which will be used for the public hearing, and the Planning Board draft plan that goes to the County Council. The County Council has final approval authority for the plan, and we anticipate an approved and adopted plan for fall 2023. There is an MOU, or Memorandum of Understanding, between the City of Tacoma Park and the Planning Department for this effort. Montgomery Planning is the lead agency in the administration, engagement, development, quality assurance, and production of all deliverables for the plan through all phases of the planning process. The City of Tacoma Park is responsible for assistance with engagement, data collection, and assistance with the development of recommendations related to environmental planning, economic development, housing, and school sites. This section will speak to the work the team has completed to date. This plan provides a minor update to the 2000 Tacoma Park Master Plan, and the defined boundary is roughly 132 acres in size. This was approved, as stated earlier, in 2021. The plan area boundary includes the following: the Washington Adventist Hospital, that's the former hospital, the Washington Adventist University, the Erie Center, which is located at Flower and Erie Avenue, the multifamily residential along Maple and Lee Avenues, the Tacoma Park Community Center and Library on Maple Avenue, and the Tacoma Park Public Works buildings located on Ritchie Avenue. It is important to note that plan recommendations for zoning are limited to the area within this plan boundary. As a part of the plan process, there was extensive research into the existing conditions within the plan area. The information obtained was used to provide context for this plan. During our outreach and engagement, we discovered that not all stakeholders understood the planning process, and many expressed concern that their voices didn't or wouldn't matter. Equity in planning is a core tenet of our master plan process, and the team is making sure that participants are given a variety of engagement opportunities, educated on the planning process and how to best advocate for their communities, and to see that their respective goals and desires are carried forward in the recommendations. The diversity of the community and the impact of the pandemic required creativity and a multi-pronged approach towards engagement. We used a translation service to make sure that documents and other materials were available in French, Spanish, and Amharic. Staff also combined traditional outreach and engagement techniques such as pop-ups, attending local meetings, as well as using social media and other online strategies to reach more than 550 stakeholders. Our most significant effort involved meeting traditionally hard-to-reach communities through door knocking and canvassing. This took place in the multifamily apartments located along Maple and Lee Avenues, and there were also organized events for student input at the Washington Adventist University. They provided us with takeaways and insight into how they currently use the community and what they and other stakeholders would like to see in the future. So what were those takeaways? Residents enjoyed living in Tacoma Park, but were concerned about retaining the community's affordability and about losing the hospital and other assets, such as the swimming pool located at Piney Branch Elementary School. They were excited about the potential for development on the Washington Adventist campus as a way to provide for public amenities like walkable retail and community gathering spaces. They also wanted to make sure that the plan recognized the importance of protecting Sligo Creek. So now let's focus on the current state of the plan. The vision of this plan reflects the common themes that we heard throughout our engagement process. The stakeholders love their community and want to see it protected. They shared concerns regarding resiliency, the need for new uses for old spaces, and the desire for improved connections. So that resulted in this vision statement. The planned area will build on existing assets to be a resilient, reimagined, and reconnected community with new housing and other uses, greener and safer streets, and improve access to amenities. This diagram illustrates an overall framework for the plan. It highlights the themes of resilient, reimagined, and reconnected community. So now let's talk about the future of the plan area. The next section is going to focus on the area-wide plan recommendations. The goal for land use and zoning recommendations is to create a pedestrian-friendly area containing a variety, I skipped ahead. This section will focus on new and improved uses for existing places and spaces. The goal for the land use and zoning recommendations is to create pedestrian-friendly areas containing a variety of amenities and neighborhood-serving uses. This plan recommends flexible, compatible zoning that can be more adaptive to market conditions while retaining community character. This is also an opportunity to remove obsolete zoning and address any inconsistencies. The plan sees an opportunity for new public amenities, including a green promenade, connecting the planned area with safer sidewalks, new and enhanced parks and open spaces, and new bike lanes. The plan will also make recommendations about new and improved public facilities, including those for recreation, schools, and police facilities. Reimagining a community also provides opportunities for preservation. After careful consideration, 3 sites are to be evaluated for their significance and potential listing on the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. The plan also recommends studying Tacoma Park's historic African American neighborhoods, promoting the area's cultural heritage, and seeking opportunities to retain and reuse historic design elements and resources. The planned area has lots of access to transit, but hilly topography and aging sidewalks can make Maple Avenue and Flower Avenue feel disconnected. The plan makes addressing this a priority. The previously mentioned Green Promenade will build upon the City of Tacoma Park's Maple Avenue Connectivity Project, with improvements to sidewalks, bike and pedestrian connections, and some new private streets on the Adventist campus. All private streets and other new streets should be designed to meet the standards established by the Complete Streets Design Guide. Climate resiliency is the capacity to anticipate, cope, and manage the impacts from climate change. Staff identified the most egregious climate threats, such as stormwater management, extreme heat and storms, and developed recommendations to adapt and mitigate its unpredictability. The plan has identified the following goals to improve the resiliency of the plan area. These include increase the capacity to address climate resiliency and adaptation, reduce carbon and other greenhouse gas emissions, increase carbon sequestration capacity and biodiversity, support the city and county goals of reaching net zero emissions by 2035, including energy efficient and net zero building and site design, reduce urban heat islands and feels-like temperature, prioritize preservation and restoration of natural areas, and implement cool street elements into the streetscape. The plan makes the following recommendations. Support the city's stormwater management program to improve Sligo Creek's water quality and reduce untreated runoff and flooding. increase nature-based climate solutions throughout the plan area, including increasing tree canopy cover, green cover, and native tree and shrub plantings throughout the plan area. Also, it proposes to provide a minimum of 35% green cover on new construction, reduce impervious surfaces on redevelopment and street improvement projects, and to also improve food security. The county's climate action plan strives to get to net zero carbon emissions by 2035. In support of this is the Montgomery County's General Plan Thrive 2050. Many of the recommendations identified within the plan intend to drive down carbon emissions to assist the county in meeting its carbon goal. In July of 2022, the Montgomery County Council signed Bill 322 into law, requiring a climate assessment for each sector and master plan. The climate assessment determines carbon emissions and the positive or negative impacts to community resilience and its adaptive capacity. The climate assessment for sector plans is underway and is being piloted for this sector plan. It models building energy emissions, building water emissions, transportation emissions, and land cover and management emissions. As a part of the engagement process, a canvassing effort was made in the multifamily residential units along Maple and Lee Avenues. These recommendations reflect the comments that we heard from those residents. As stated previously, they love living in the area, but were afraid of being priced out in the future. There was also the desire to see varied housing types and the need for additional code enforcement. The planned area is home to numerous parks and open space, including Sligo Creek Stream Valley Park, which is one of the largest parks within the planned area. The plan makes recommendations to improve, and protect it, along with addressing the specific district-based needs for additional park infrastructure or open space. The planned area is organized into 3 districts. Each has focused recommendations that relate to its unique conditions. These districts are the Municipal District, the Maple Avenue District, and the Flower Avenue District. The plan will make recommendations to change the zoning for specific parcels within the plan area. These changes will impact the floor area ratio of these properties. Floor area ratio, or FAR, is how density is measured. Higher FARs mean that more density is allowed. Additionally, there will be recommendations to remove the existing overlay zones. The municipal district is the civic heart of the city of Tacoma Park. It includes numerous municipal functions, many of which are located within the Sam Abbott Citizen Center, and is also home to the Piney Branch Elementary School and the Tacoma Park Maryland Library. The plan recommends that the zoning in this area be consistent with that proposed for the other properties located along Maple Avenue. City and school properties now zoned only for single-family houses will be rezoned to a mixed-use zone with a maximum FAR of 2.5 and a maximum height of 150 feet. Properties located along Oswego will be rezoned to a single-family zone that allows for duplexes. Additionally, the following improvements should be made to the Tacoma Piney Branch Local Park. This includes additional lighting to improve safety and allow for extended usage of the park, along with opportunities for additional trail connections. The Maple Avenue District is the planned area's established residential center. It acts as the spine of the planned area and culminates at the Sligo Creek Stream Valley Park. Additionally, the bulk of the residents within the planned area live here and are served by a small node of neighborhood-serving retail. The district is characterized by an attractive tree canopy and steep topography. The plan sees the opportunity for a reimagined Maple Avenue and provides flexibility in zoning. This is also an opportunity to address obsolete and inconsistent zoning. Efforts to retain affordability, sufficient parking, and minimize environmental impacts should be taken. The plan proposes that the existing multifamily zone properties be rezoned to a mixed-use zone with a maximum FAR of 2.5 and a maximum height of 150 feet for those properties fronting onto Maple Avenue. All other properties within this district are a maximum 1.5 FAR with a maximum 65-foot height. It is important to note that the current maximum building height in this district is approximately 140 feet. In addition to the Green Promenade mentioned earlier, this plan incorporates and expands upon the goals of the city's Maple Avenue Connectivity Project. many of which are shown on the slide, and look to make it safer and easier to get around the community. Maple Avenue is key to creating the Green Promenade. The plan recommends taking creative advantage of existing storm drain and other easements along Maple Avenue to provide an attractive connection from the municipal district to the Flower Avenue district. It could also provide for better links to existing and proposed parks and open spaces. One such improvement could be the use of the existing parkland at the intersection of Maple Avenue and Sligo Creek Parkway. The plan proposes that that location be studied for an orchard or a food forest. The Flower Avenue district represents the past and the potential of the plan area. The district is home to the Washington Adventist University and the former Washington Adventist Hospital, as well as the community hub of the Erie Center and a variety of housing types. The owners of the Washington Adventist properties have met with plan stakeholders, including residents, regarding their goals for the campus. The plan recognizes their desire for flexible redevelopment tools and recommends that the current single-family zoning be replaced with a mixed-use zone that provides options and allows for the creation of some public amenities and facilities desired by residents and other stakeholders. A maximum FAR of 1.25 with heights ranging from 55 to 120 feet is proposed for the campus. A less intensive mixed-use zone is recommended for those properties closest to single-family homes. The development should also take care to minimize impacts to Sligo Creek. The plan supports the continuation of the Erie Center as a retail node and seeks to ensure its compatibility with adjacent residential uses. The current mix of residential and mixed-use zones should all be rezoned to a mixed-use zone with a maximum FAR of 1 with a maximum 45-foot height. Inconsistent and obsolete zoning should also be corrected. As mentioned previously, the Green Promenade should continue across Sligo Creek and onto the campus, providing enhanced access and connectivity throughout the plan area, providing direct links for each district, and ultimately establishing a green connection between the Long Branch Creek Stream Valley Park and the Sligo Creek Stream Valley Park. Combining it with other improvements creates a better multimodal experience for existing and future residents. This presentation represents the preliminary recommendations. We have completed our briefings to the City Council on April 10th and to the stakeholders at a community meeting on April 18th. After today's briefing to the Planning Board, we will take an opportunity to further refine these recommendations as a part of the preparation of the working draft plan. The plan timeline provides additional details on our next steps. As previously noted, you can expect a completed working draft in late spring with a goal of a public hearing in late summer. In the interim, we are available for questions or comments. And finally, for additional information, and this is something we had on our other presentation, for additional information, that's my direct contact information, and that's also the QR code that takes you to our plan webpage. And I also wanted to add that this presentation is being translated into French, Spanish, and Amharic, and will be made available on our webpage.
Thank you for your presentation. Commissioners?
I have one comment.
Go ahead.
I travel a lot through Tacoma Park. Actually, my son used to play soccer with the Tacoma Park team. So it's such a beautiful and cozy place, but it's always the streets are narrow and full with traffic. And one thing that, and I believe that is included into your minor amendment, is that everybody has to drive, even though if they need to get a small grocery. There is not enough commercial at the corners of the walking distance that people can go walk and just get something that they need. They have to drive. Town center is beautiful. You go there and they have stuff and restaurants, but there isn't like a coffee shop or somewhere that close by that people can walk. And also lack of bikeways and sidewalks that people feel safe. that they can walk there. The houses are beautiful. Everything is groomed. It just has a feeling of town center with the lack of the necessities. So I know that this is a minor master plan amendment, but I'm hoping that eventually we get there, that people don't have to drive to everything that they need to do and then take some of the traffic from the streets.
Thank you. Other commissioners? I have a couple of things to say. Number one, on historic preservation, you have 3 particular sites. It's always interesting to sort of kind of maybe nominate people for historic preservation in a master plan with no protections for those resources. Have you considered at least putting those sites on the locational atlas to give them some protection while you evaluate?
This is Casey Roan, Historic Preservation for the record. You're speaking of the 3 sites here.
Yes.
So the process will follow our standard designation process. So the first time that we will be bringing these sites to the Historic Preservation Commission at our May 10th HPC hearing. And so they will make a recommendation to the planning board as to whether they think these sites should be placed on the locational atlas as a temporary holding measure until the full master plan evaluation is concluded. So their recommendation will be for both, but ultimately the goal is for master plan designation.
Right. I mean, certainly they need further detailed study, but there might be some preliminary things you might want to do. Thank you. Number 2, I'm interested in FAR of 2.5, a green space requirement of 35%, and then whatever else you have to do on that site that takes up footprint, and whether your heights work with that FAR. Have you gone into that level of analysis of the combined recommendations?
Are you speaking to the properties on Maple Avenue or the Washington at Venice property?
Wherever you're recommending 2.5
2.5.
FAR and a green space of 35%.
Okay, so the 2.5 FAR, those are the properties that are located along Maple Avenue. Let me get to that. It's Maple Avenue also in the municipal district. And so right now, there isn't very much green cover there at all. So we really have these kind of large surface parking lots, and the position that we're taking, and based on some of the conversations that we've had with the property owners, is that there's an opportunity there for infill development. And so in many cases, there is some green cover in some of the cases where we think there's opportunity, where there's steep slopes and some tree canopy behind those lots, behind those buildings. So we're looking at preserving those and having that count towards the 35%. But we're also looking at opportunities for greening some of these parking lots, which right now are mostly asphalt. Looking at opportunities to introduce green into either pathways that come down to Maple Avenue. But then it's also important to add that the green promenade would be a piece of green infrastructure. And so that promenade would actually be making use of what's currently impervious surface that's overlaying an easement on a lot of these properties on Maple as well.
Okay, but let me go one step in detail. You say a maximum of 150 feet on Maple Avenue for height.
Yes.
How far back from Maple Avenue can I use 150 feet?
It would be for any of the properties that actually are fronting on Maple. So the wording might be throwing people off a little bit, because this also includes properties that are located on Sherman, and then there's also some properties that are located on Lee. And so what we're saying is that if your property is currently doesn't front onto Maple or have a Maple Avenue address, then you wouldn't get the maximum of 150-foot.
So can I add, Elza Heisel McCoy, Chief Down County
planning, for the record. So I think so these are preliminary PowerPoint level recommendations. We're working on the staff draft now, which is going into precisely the weeds you're identifying. I think as a general matter, there will be recommendations for compatibility. Some of these sites back onto R16, so the zoning code has the 45-degree angled plane. But I think as a general matter, so one of the bywords that we have been using for this plan is flexibility, because for the things that Commissioner Pedoui mentioned, it's very hard to make things happen just in terms of the market. There's a lot of affordable housing here. The rents are not, Silver Spring rents are not Bethesda rents. They're mostly, subsidized rents. And so we are angling these recommendations for future flexibility. So I think broadly speaking, 150 everywhere on the site, provided it's compatible with the adjacent development.
Right, and certainly the three criteria you have, the FAR, the setback, not the setback, the green space and the height are easy with 150 feet. It's very difficult to do with 65 feet. Just because you really, on the floor plane, you're going to be using less than 50% of that lot if you require 35% green space. Just for...
So the green space is something that we pioneered, I guess, in Bethesda, that we also used in Silver Spring. And so that includes green roofs. So for a lot of these, they'll be, they can count very much of the site.
Okay.
So it's not just, so they can count surface, as Melissa said, if they put trees and landscaping into the parking lot, they'd be able to count that.
Thank you.
And include the areas that you stay, and also includes the areas that they are required to do stormwater management on site.
Yeah.
That could be part of that also. So that would help a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, just watching out. And are you asking for a study of feasibility from the park system on doing the community garden, or is that a recommendation of the plan to do a study?
So this is actually the park's recommendation is they're asking for them to do a feasibility study for the food forest or an orchard at that location, the Parks Department.
Before we adopt the master plan or after we
After.
adopt?
It would be after.
So it's a longer term
Yes,
routine.
this is a longer term recommendation.
Okay. And with your green promenade, do you need another park crossing outside of Maple Avenue?
You tell us.
Well, for sure, I don't know.
I don't think we're recommending, there are lots of pedestrian and bike crossings. I think for vehicular crossings at grade, you have to go down, really to the next. You have to go down to Piney Branch. For the next one, Carroll goes over. So I think we're looking more at bike ped connectivity. I don't know that we don't have any new roads recommended in the plan area. So I don't think we're recommending a new vehicular crossing.
Right, and if I added the concept framework plan back, so it actually does highlight where the existing kind of access points are for the park.
Okay, yeah. Sort of an important point for the park system, too. Anybody else?
You addressed most of what
Excuse me?
You addressed most of what I was going to ask about and simplifying the far, but yeah.
Well, thank you.
I do have a question.
Sure.
The old hospital site, that's going to be mixed use or primarily residential?
So, did you?
Well, we've given this answer that so often we can finish each other's sentences. It's mixed use zoning, and the proportion of residential and commercial will be the same. So I think in our discussions with the Adventist group, I think they're still trying to figure that out. That site includes, right now, so the hospital, which I learned just closed on April 1st, so patients are out, so it just closed. But it also includes buildings for the university. There's a medical office building on that. I know they're looking at housing of different types. So I think, again, the idea is to be as flexible as possible. It would be great to have a nice cafe. People have asked for a grocery store. It'd be nice to have a pool. It'd be nice to have a police station and maybe a rec center. So we're trying to be as flexible as possible, but the zoning would allow both.
Right, and I would add, it's an incredibly large site, so it's roughly 40 acres, give or take. So there's a lot of opportunity there. So we're gently nudging them towards a lot of the things that we've heard from the community and some of the other stakeholders.
The one other thing I had was, it seemed to be a very definite recommendation on the school. Are you really just saying for locational purposes, it should be rebuilt on the site? Is that what I read, as opposed to relocated somewhere else?
Okay, I'm going to fast
Do you want me to take that while you're?
You can take it while I find the recommendation.
So
There it is.
At the preliminary level, we're really just identifying the options. So MCPS, the school is, in the CIP for a modernization, for a capital investment. So the things that we've identified here, that the school could be rebuilt on the site, or the school could be rebuilt somewhere else, and that would either be in the plan area or outside the plan area, is really just sort of the universe of choices. The approach the plan is going to take is that if it stays on site, the plan recommends this. If it moves somewhere else, the plan recommends this. That's the approach we're going to take. It's very well, communities feel very passionate about their schools, and the school planning process and the master plan process are on very different timeframes. Even though they're all related, they're not the same process. So that's our approach.
Right, that's good, because you always get to know what MCPS will do. Whatever the master plan says, sometimes they're not, but thank you for the presentation. Do you need anything, do you need an approval for us here, or it's just for a briefing?
Just a briefing.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We're scheduled to come back at 1:50. Can we start a little early or no? Can we start at 1:30?
No speakers, as long as the applicant.
Yes?
As long as staff and applicants can get here.
All right, so we'll start at 1:30. Okay, we're in. Oh.
Okay, but we can say 1:30, and if we come back and they're not here.
If it's not here, we'll wait for 20. Okay. Thank you very much. We're in recess. Good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon session of the Planning Board, April 20th, 2023. It's a beautiful day in downtown Wheaton. We invite everybody to come down. We are here for item 9, Waters Village Preliminary Plan number 1/2022-0200 and site plan number 8/2022-0260. This is a public hearing, although there were no speakers. The applicant is here. We will first hear from planning staff.
Thank you. I'm Alexandra Dupre. I am a regulatory planner with the Upcounty Division, and this is the Waters Village application. So a brief overview, staff recommends approval with conditions of the preliminary plan and site plan to create one lot for the construction of 26,680 square feet of retail and 3,200 square feet of drive-through restaurant. This property is located at 1962-1 Waters Road in Germantown. It has 3 frontages on Waters Road, Wisteria Drive, and Waters House Ave. It is located between the Germantown Mark Rail Station and the town center area. It is across Waters Road from an apartment complex of multifamily units. The zoning is CRT .75, and it falls within the 2019 Mark Rail Community Sector Plan. The property is currently improved with a residence, 2 commercial storage buildings, 2 gravel parking areas, a wall, and fencing. It is served by public water and sewer. It is located within the Little Seneca Creek watershed, and the eastern corner of the property drains into Seneca Creek. And on the next slide, we will show the 3 frontages in street view. At the top, you can see Waters Road, Wisteria Drive, and Waters House Ave. So this is a concurrent preliminary plan and site plan application to create one lot for 4 buildings. These buildings include 18,500 square foot Goodwill retail building, 2 4,100 and a 4,080 square foot retail buildings, a 3,200 square foot drive-through restaurant building with the associated parking, stormwater management facilities, and public open space. Essentially, this is a largely vacant lot that will be converted into a much higher and better use, which will improve an underutilized property. So the applicant met all noticing and signposting requirements. They held a virtual pre-submittal public meeting on June 29th, 2022. Staff received 1 letter of correspondence. The letter detailed concerns regarding existing and potential traffic along Waters Road, as well as concerns regarding the proposed drive-through and retail uses. When we received this letter, we acknowledged these concerns and expressed that the CRT zone allows for the proposed retail and restaurant uses. After the staff report posting, the Germantown Historical Society requested to rename Waters House Ave. So some response to the community correspondence we received. The CRT zone allows for retail and restaurants. The applicant has submitted justification for the drive-through, and the applicant has met requirements for vehicular movement and spacing in the drive-through. The applicant is proposing traffic calming along Waters Road. They have also proposed a shared use path for bicycles and pedestrians along Waters Road to encourage non-vehicular transportation. There is sufficient capacity at the intersections for vehicle trips from this application and more broadly. To access this site, you can come in from both Waters Road and Waters House Ave as proposed. There's a shared surface parking lot. Waters Road includes a 10-foot side path. Wisteria Drive includes an 11-foot side path, and the pedestrians can access retail buildings in the drive-through restaurant from Waters Road as proposed. The applicant is also proposing 8-foot sidewalks throughout the site. So this site plan satisfies the public open space requirements by providing 10% or greater square footage of, 10% or 12,289 square feet of space devoted to public use and enjoyment, and this meets the minimum square foot requirement. This open space is provided north and south of the driveway access on Waters Road, as well as in the northern section of Wisteria Drive. So as mentioned, this application falls within the 2019 Mark Rail Community Sector Plan. The site is designed to be multimodal. It's accessible for pedestrians, cyclists, transit riders, and motorists. It features quality design. The retail and restaurant uses are compatible land uses for this area, which is west of the town center. And this property is within the urban road code area in the bicycle and pedestrian priority area. So developments in this area are intended to be more urban. The sector plan recommends that all new or reconstructed roads have underground utilities where feasible. And I will discuss more on the aspects of undergrounding utilities on the next slide. So the Montgomery County DOT has conditioned that the applicant underground utilities along Waters Road. We support their position, and the Planning Board has the authority to require this per the sector plan in Chapter 50. The applicant would be undergrounding utilities on one frontage, Waters Road. Undergrounding utilities along Waters Road is proportional to the proposed size and scale of this development. Utilities are already underground on the opposite side of Waters Road and on Wisteria Drive. Undergrounding utilities provides a safer and better area for pedestrian movement. It supports resiliency and reliability for the power grid, and it allows space for healthy shade trees. The applicant submitted a full multimodal LATR study. The frontage improvements are consistent with applicable master plans, including the 2019 Mark Rail Community Sector Plan, the 2020 Bicycle Master Plan, the 2021 Complete Streets Design Guidelines. The property is served by public water and sewer, and it meets stormwater management requirements. The application has been reviewed under the 2020 to 2024 Growth and Infrastructure Policy and associated 2022 LATR guidelines. A transportation study was required, and the findings showed that no vehicular congestion mitigation is necessary, and that local bike and pedestrian infrastructure improvements are required. Just to briefly summarize the frontage improvements that are proposed. On Wisteria Drive, there will be an 11-foot side path. On Waters House Ave, there's the dedication and construction of 430 feet of road and an 8-foot sidewalk. The applicant is only constructing the portion of Waters House Ave that is on their property, and the remainder will be finished at a later time. And then for Waters Road, they're proposing a 10-foot side path, parallel parking, and we are conditioning undergrounding utilities. The applicant is contributing to the MCDOT Side Path Capital Improvement Program along Walter Johnson Road from Bowman Mill Drive to Middlebrook Road as part of the off-site improvements. This application satisfies Chapter 22A Montgomery County Forest Conservation Law, complies with Montgomery County environmental guidelines. There are no existing forests, streams, wetlands, floodplain, stream buffers, steep slopes, or highly erodible soils on site. They're removing 2 trees and will mitigate for the 2 trees, and it meets afforestation requirements with 0.63 acres off-site. So they're removing 2 trees that are greater than 30 inches DBH, and they're mitigating this removal by planting 7 3-inch caliper trees on site. For the preliminary plan findings, we find that this application complies with all provisions of the subdivision regulations. Public facilities are adequate. It conforms to the 2019 Mark Rail Community Sector Plan. The lots are appropriate with respect to size, shape, width, and orientation for the use. It meets all applicable standards of the zone, and it complies with Chapter 22A, Forest Conservation, and it complies with Chapter 19, Approved Stormwater Concept. So the site plan findings, I'm going to kind of break this down. So it's a little bit of, it's a little tricky, but I'm going to try to explain it the best I can. So the applicant is requesting relief from 2 development standards. The first is the build-to area. Staff supports planning board modification of certain build-to area requirements for buildings A, B1, and B2. The applicant is also requesting relief from the building orientation standards, and staff does not support the applicant's request for relief from building orientation development standards for building A. So the first relief request, the applicant is seeking relief from the build-to area, otherwise known as BTA. Staff recommends that the planning board modify certain build-to area requirements for buildings A, B1, and B2. To provide some background on what build-to area is the area on the lot from the lot line to the maximum setback. The BTA percentage is the percentage of the building facade that must be in the BTA. The intent of BTA is for buildings to be close to the road to create a pedestrian-oriented streetscape. Build-to area may be increased by the minimum setback necessary to avoid a platted public transportation or utility easement or a platted public transportation or utility reservation. The BTA requirements can be modified to accommodate the physical constraints of the site. To receive this relief from BTA standards, the applicant must show that they are incorporating design elements that engage the surrounding publicly accessible spaces such as streets, sidewalks, and parks. So the first building that would need BTA relief is Building A, the Goodwill Building. The BTA needing modification is on the eastern side of the building fronting Watershouse Ave. So the side setback, as proposed, would be 36 feet, which is 16 feet beyond the 20-foot maximum setback. The applicant justifies this because there are stormwater facilities and a 10-foot public utilities easement needed in the setback area. They're mitigating the setback by planting in the stormwater facility, and these plantings will buffer pedestrians from the building side and improve greenery. And so staff supports this modification. For buildings B1 and B2, the applicant is also seeking relief from the build-to area standards. The BTA needing modification is on the southern side of the retail buildings fronting Waters Road. The front setback for these buildings is 22 feet, which is 2 feet over the 20-foot max. This is warranted because there are constraining grading issues, and the applicant is providing stairs and seating along Waters Road, which will engage pedestrians and cyclists using the side path. And so staff supports this modification. So the second relief request that the applicant is seeking is about building orientation. For the applicant to be relieved from these requirements, the planning board must find that this plan deviates from the building orientation requirements only to the extent necessary to accommodate the physical constraints of the site or their proposed land use, and that the applicant is incorporating design elements that engage the surrounding publicly accessible areas such as streets, sidewalks, and parks. Staff does not support the applicant's request for relief from the building orientation development standards for Building A, the Goodwill Building. Building orientation standards require building entrances to face streets or open space. There must also be entrances spaced 100 feet along the building facade. Currently, the application does not include entrances on the Goodwill Building along Wisteria Drive. The front entrance to the building is facing an internal parking lot. And you can see that marked with the star on the image. So staff has conditioned that the applicant provide 2 entrances along Wisteria Drive, in addition to the internal facing main entrance to meet these building orientation standards. In this image, the red triangle indicates a bus stop along Wisteria Drive. Without entrances on Wisteria Drive, pedestrians arriving by bus or along the side path there would need to walk all the way around the Goodwill Building in order to access the front door. The facade along Wisteria Drive is around 240 feet long, and there's a stretch of approximately 450 feet along the block that doesn't have any pedestrian connections. In order to accommodate pedestrians and improve efficient access on Wisteria, we're hoping for 2 entrances along Wisteria Drive. We find these entrances would help activate the streetscape as recommended in the sector plan. There are no site constraints such as environmental features or topography that would prevent 2 additional access points on Building A facing Wisteria Drive. The proposed land use also does not prevent the applicant from adding these entrances. While the larger proposed development includes pedestrian connectivity and open spaces, the applicant has not proposed any design elements for this building that would engage the surrounding publicly accessible areas along Wisteria Drive. Planning staff finds that by adding additional building access points, the building would promote and encourage access to the building for pedestrians, cyclists, and transit users. So basically, just to summarize, we're supporting planning board modification of certain build-to area requirements for buildings A, B1, and B2. And staff does not support the applicant's request for relief from building orientation development standards for building A. And those are the 2 findings that the planning board must make. The Goodwill entrance will face south towards the surface parking lot as proposed in the central micro bioretention facilities. And so the proposed entrance is indicated here in red. We are conditioning 2 additional entrances, as mentioned, on the building facade facing Wisteria Drive. The western side of this building includes a loading area and a drop-off lane for vehicles with donations separated by a wall. To create variation in the materials used to break up the facades will feature a mix of ribbed cementitious panels, fiber cement panels, vertical metal siding, clear glass, spandrel glass, and EIFS. For buildings B1 and B2, the retail buildings, they would have stairs and ramps connecting to the side path along with Waters Road with a sidewalk along the retail buildings. The buildings would also feature a combination of different materials. And the design of each building is a mirror of the other, creating a sense of symmetry. There's a metal canopy with seating and tables, creating an inviting gateway between the buildings for pedestrians. And the main open space would be to the northwest of these buildings. The drive-through for the restaurant building would be in the rear of the building. The building is close to the street, creating a pedestrian-oriented streetscape, and it's composed of similar materials. So to summarize the site plan findings, it conforms to the preliminary plan findings and requirements, conforms to the applicable master plan, meets use standards, development standards, and general requirements for the CRT .75 zone, with modifications for the build-to area requirements. The proposed layout and site access are safe, adequate, and efficient. Landscape and lighting are safe and adequate and efficient, and it is compatible with the existing development in the area. Some minor staff report corrections that we want to bring to your attention. The first page of the report says that Waters House Ave will have a 10-foot multi-use path when it will actually, it's proposed to have an 8-foot sidewalk. Page 29 mentions a pedestrian walkway connection along Wisteria Drive, which was not included in the final plan due to conflicts in the vehicle loading area. And then page 34 mentioned construction of off-site side path improvements along Walter Johnson Road, when rather than constructing the side path, the applicant is providing funding for it. So in conclusion, staff recommends approval of the preliminary plan number 12-022-0200 and site plan number 820-220260 with conditions.
Thank you for that. So in light of a recommendation for approval, the applicant wishes to speak for about 15 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Stuart Barr with the law firm Lurch, Early and Brewer in Bethesda. Since this is my first time with some of the new planning board members, it's great to be with you today. And I've been with the Land Use and Zoning Group at Lurch Early for over 21 years, and we are tremendously excited to propose this project today for Germantown. Let me introduce our team. We have Harry Nazarian and Kavork Nazarian, the property owners with NASCO Enterprises. We have Brian Donnelly and David Post with McCrease, Hendricks, and Glasscock, our civil engineers and landscape architect. Chris Cabot, Wells & Associates, is our transportation planner. Steve Kenny, RVA Architects, is our architect. We also have Barry Wright with Reliant Realty Advisors. He's our broker. and John O'Boyle with Richter and Associates, our utility consultant. And then we also have Catherine Malloy, President and CEO of Goodwill of Greater Washington, and Dawn Holland, Vice President of Retail at Goodwill of Greater Washington. So that's our team, and Goodwill, of course, is our proposed tenant. All of us are very proud to work on this project involving our primary tenant, Goodwill. If you haven't been in a Goodwill retail store recently, I would strongly encourage you to do that. I was at the Rockville location on Rockville Pike last weekend. The Goodwill retail stores are clean, well-lit, well-organized. They provide great deals for shoppers. They provide great employment. And obviously, Goodwill accepts donations from county residents and community members. If you're like me, you have a lot of household items that you might prefer not to throw in the trash. Instead, those can be donated. Goodwill accepts a lot of items. So all in all, with the retail stores, the donations, and the employment, Goodwill fills a very important community need. So we've been working on this project for quite some time in order to make it happen. We've worked very hard with the planning department to try to resolve as many outstanding items as possible prior to today's public hearing to enable things to be as straightforward for you all making the decisions as possible. And we came very close after extensive time. I would like to say that the planning department report is extremely impressive. It's very thorough, and as was the presentation today. And I think for those reading it, hopefully it reflects a lot of the hard work that the planning department has put into this project, that we, the applicant team, have put in. And I think it reflects hopefully it reflects some unique circumstances with this property and this project. And to the planning department's credit, they have really pushed us as far as we can possibly go with this project. For example, we were asked to relocate the restaurant and the drive-through from the corner of Wisteria and Waters to the southwest portion. We were asked to break up the retail, provide the pedestrian connection in between. We were asked to provide additional right-of-way dedication on Waters Road and other changes. And I think it's fair to say that many of those changes have resulted in an improved plan. Other changes, we feel we've gone above and beyond what we think was reasonably required. But all in all, at this point, we are proposing the plan that we are, and we run the risk of, if we push any further, pushing this project off the cliff. So we don't want to lose the deal. We don't want to lose our tenant, Goodwill. That's why we need to discuss two proposed conditions today. And I sent a letter recently regarding those two conditions. If you haven't had a chance to review it, that's okay. We'll go over it today. But the letter addresses the two conditions, undergrounding utilities and providing additional building entrances to the Goodwill building. So let's talk about those two. First, with the undergrounding utilities on Waters Road. Can everyone see this exhibit? This is a utilities poles exhibit prepared by Richter and by our architect, and it reflects some of the information on undergrounding utilities. So we need to make frontage improvements along Waters Road, and those consist of on-street parking, a 7-foot planting strip, and a 10-foot wide shared path. As a footnote to that, I will say that, at
8.
Pardon?
It was corrected to 8.
No, it's corrected. Well, that's Waters Road. Waters House Avenue is a different road, and that is 8. Waters Road, it's a 10-foot path. We thought 6 or 8 feet was more than adequate, but we were asked to provide 10, and we have accommodated that request. But in order to make those frontage improvements, it requires additional dedication, which we were willing to provide 2.5 feet on Waters Road beyond the master plan width of 70 feet, all of which we're willing to do. And But in order to do that, utilities need to be relocated in order to accommodate the improvements. And so naturally, we, the applicant, need to understand those costs. And after asking Richter to estimate it, they came up with a cost of $276,000 to relocate the utilities above ground. So not an insignificant amount of money, but an amount that we are able to absorb. Now, the request from Department of Transportation and also the Planning Department recommended condition is to underground the utilities. And that's not an unusual request. We understand that. And if the cost differential between relocating the utilities and undergrounding the utilities was modest or affordable, then we would certainly consider accepting that condition. Unfortunately, it is not. Richter estimates that undergrounding will cost over $700,000 or approximately $426,000 more than relocating. Now, why is it so expensive? Well, there are natural inherent enhanced costs with undergrounding to begin with, but without trying to put everyone to sleep after lunch, there are some technical components to this, which I'll cover at a not super high level, but not in the weeds. If you want more information, we have the expert here. But the problem is that undergrounding these 4 poles, we've numbered them 1, 2, 3, and 4 along our frontage, requires additional work off-site, both in either direction. So pole number 1 here is located on an island at the Wisteria Drive, Waters Road intersection. And to underground that and bury the wires beneath Wisteria Drive impacts this pole, which is the pole on the other side of Wisteria Drive. Okay, it's not possible to just bury those wires and leave the pole as it is. Instead, an additional pole has to be installed to essentially support the changes that are necessary for that pole to continue to function there. Similarly, on the other side, down near pole number 4, kind of on the southwest part of our property, there needs to be an additional pole installed to the south of us to be able to accommodate the work that needs to happen to underground on our frontage. So it's not quite as simple as just undergrounding our frontage. Now, the additional element to this is that pole number 2 carries, as the photo here shows, this photo on the lower left, carries 5G equipment, which has to be above ground. So while it is possible to bury wires, that pole will need to be relocated and must stay above ground in order to function. So visually, there will have to be that pole with that 5G equipment. So we're not able to just remove visually all the utilities entirely. So there are just complexities to this work. And the bottom line after analyzing it is that the project cannot afford that condition. Given the other requirements, cost requirements we have for constructing the portion of Waters House Avenue, providing the frontage improvements on Waters Road, Waters House Avenue, and Wisteria Drive, we, in addition to paying the maximum contribution allowed towards off-site transportation improvements, and then other natural things like expected development impact taxes, we just can't add the premium of undergrounding utilities on top of all that. This project is less than 30,000 square feet. That is a relatively small project, and the proposed condition, unfortunately, is disproportionate to the size of the project. The board has the discretion whether to impose the condition of undergrounding utilities, and we ask the board to remove that condition. Again, John O'Boyle from Richter can address any technical questions on the actual work itself. If you want to have that conversation now, Mr. Chair, we're totally fine.
5 minutes more.
Okay. I'd like to then talk about the Goodwill building entrances. We've been consistent on this point since the beginning, that we are proposing one building entrance, and as the Planning Department report indicated, the request is for 2 additional entrances on Wisteria Drive. First of all, part of this building is going to be for staging and storage. So it does not make sense to have an entrance into that area. But we really are opposed to any additional entrances. We prepared this pedestrian connectivity exhibit to reflect how pedestrians will circulate once this project is constructed. We would, I think, readily acknowledge that it might be a different story if there was even a modest amount of pedestrian activity across Wisteria Drive. There's not. It is not safe to cross Wisteria Drive really anywhere along this stretch of Wisteria Drive. There are no pedestrian crossings. It's not safe. We don't want to encourage it. So there's nobody coming from that's northeast or Plan Top coming across Wisteria Drive. Eventually, a traffic signal will be constructed at the intersection, and so there could be some additional pedestrian activity coming from the other side of Wisteria Drive. If or pedestrians coming just from that Plan Left or western side. When pedestrians get to this point, if they're not familiar with the Goodwill store, they may wonder where the entrance is. And it is true, we do not want them walking down Wisteria Drive only to then realize they have to walk to Waters House Avenue and around. A simple wayfinding directional sign with an arrow will point them towards the building entrance, and they can take this configuration to get to the building entrance. Similarly, anyone coming from the east side or this direction on Wisteria Drive, a wayfinding sign can direct them to the front entrance this way. So we want pedestrians and bicyclists to safely travel along Wisteria Drive. And then as far as the bus stop, Goodwill can correct me if I'm wrong, they don't generate any meaningful degree of trips by bus. So the fact that that bus stop is there, if people do come by bus, they can walk down Waters House to get to the entrance. The board has the authority to modify the standard, and we asked the board to exercise that authority, and that the standard was explained, that the board can find that given the proposed land use, it's necessary, and given that the project incorporates design elements. It is necessary, as Goodwill will explain, to modify the entrance requirement. And do we incorporate design elements? 100%, yes, we do. We provide the gold standard with this project for frontage improvements. On Wisteria Drive, the bike master plan called for an 8-foot path. It was increased, the request was increased to 10, and they increased to 11 for the width of that path. We provide that. On Waters Road, a 6 or 8 foot wide sidewalk would have been more than adequate. The request was for 10. We accommodate that and provide 10, plus additional dedication of right-of-way. On Waters House Avenue, the master plan called for a 5-foot sidewalk. We provide an 8-foot sidewalk per the request of the planning department. We provide frontage improvements that do 100% incorporate design elements that engage the publicly accessible spaces. We also engage this space at the northwest corner with our open area for gathering. So there's more than enough justification to provide the relief that we're asking for. I want to let Goodwill, can Goodwill take one more minute?
1 minute.
How much
Sure,
more time?
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, there's more than enough justification for the relief we're asking for the building entrances. And now Goodwill, unless there are any questions for me, Goodwill will explain why this is so important to the project.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I have 3 minutes of prepared remarks, and I will make sure that it's only 3 minutes. First of all, as I was introduced before, I'm Catherine Malloy, President and CEO of Goodwill, and have been for 19 years. And the woman sitting beside me is Dawn Holland, who is our Vice President of Retail. I think what's important to know, first of all, is that Dawn is probably one of the best vice presidents of retail across the country and is known for that. Her background is Sports Authority, Target, and Office Depot. So this is a retailer's retailer. And the reason why I just bring that up is because as we talk a little bit later on about these three entrances, two on one side, one on the other, it is coming from a retailer's perspective about how we need to go ahead and operate this Goodwill store. But first of all, I would not be the president of Goodwill if I didn't give you a little sales pitch about Goodwill. So let me tell you, we've been in this marketplace for over 90 years, and most people do think of us just as where you can donate your wonderful suits and dresses that you are wearing today. Our mission is to transform lives and communities through the power of education and employment. And I think what's important to know about that is we're not just in the retail business. We also operate an adult public chartered high school in the District of Columbia, where we've had over 500 graduates to receive their high school diploma. We also are very much involved with what is called the Ability One program, which is a janitorial program where we do the janitorial services at the Senate Office Building, Bureau of Engraving and Printing, and 75% of those people who work on those government projects are people with severe disabilities. So we go far and wide. We also have our workforce development training programs where we are in construction and hospitality. So this store is just a store that supports that. I think what is important and our main concern about this store, and we do have 21 retail stores throughout this area, but our one concern with the staff report is the recommendation for obviously the multiple store entrances. All of our existing retail stores have only one single entrance, which allows us to maximize the amount of retail floor space available for merchandise and provides a single control point for customer entry and exit. Theft is unfortunately a large and growing problem for all retailers, and having a single store entrance and placing our cash registers at that entrance allows our cashiers to not only welcome customers, but also to keep an eye out for anyone attempting to leave without paying. This method of operation is not unique to our Goodwill store, but is shared by all other Goodwills who collectively we operate over 3,300 retail stores across the country. And can I tell you what we wanted to do was we wanted to make sure that we were on point on this. So we recently surveyed all 154 Goodwills about this issue. And only 5 indicated that they either currently have a store or have had a store with more than one entrance. And every one of them said, do not do it because of the increase in theft at all of these locations when compared with stores with a single entrance. Each additional entrance would require another set of cash registers potentially and additional staff to run those registers. This would increase cost and reduce the amount of floor space available for merchandise, which would reduce potential store revenue, which goes back to the mission and why I took that time to tell you what else we do. We are truly excited about bringing one of our new retail stores to the Germantown community, and we think that the community will love what they see from Goodwill. We respectfully ask the Planning Commission to approve the development application with a single store entrance so that we can continue to be a part of this exciting development. Thank you.
Thank you
Mr.
for your
Chair.
presentation. I'll entertain questions or concerns from commissioners. Commissioner Bartley?
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Dupre. I enjoyed it. And it was well detailed. My questions are twofold, and Ms. Dupre and Mr. Barr, you might be able to share this. Are the entrances that are proposed for cosmetic sake, or are they for real use? That's the first question.
So our aim is to have 2 entrances in addition to the one facing the parking lot. We would like 2 on Wisteria Drive, and we would like them to be useful and not just decorative entrances. And that does follow the code requirements, and that's the aim of our proposal.
Okay.
May I just add a quick point? Sandra Pereira, Regulatory Supervisor with Up County team. Exactly, Mr. Perez said correctly, and the entrances are supposed to activate Wisteria Avenue, which is an integral part of the master plan recommendations for this area, to have buildings up against the street, which this one is. It's placed up against Wisteria, but also to help with activation. And the way that's accomplished is by having building entrances that allow the flow of pedestrians in and out of the building to help activate that sidewalk.
Was any consideration given with regards to the programs that Goodwill provides, especially in consideration of the adults with special needs and the reasoning behind having one interest for the safety and protection of those individuals?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. We definitely do take into consideration the context of the specific retail building. And so that is actually part of why we're hoping to see these 2 entrances on Wisteria Drive, because we have people that are going to be working at this retail building that may have significant disabilities that don't enable them to drive a car to get to their workplace. And so if they're taking the bus, if they are able to be mobile to use the side path, then making those kind of entrances more accessible to those folks is definitely a priority for us.
Can I go in the same vein? Did you consider, or has Goodwill considered, entrances for employees only to avoid the security problems of a customer entrance on Wisteria? I guess not.
I think that's going to be confusing. And to anyone who might be on Wisteria, and that's not, I don't think that's activating the street any further than just the one entrance.
It would satisfy, you know, the handicap entrance for somebody coming from transit.
Well, the entrance we propose is handicap accessible. It's ADA, it's fully ADA.
But there's no bus in front of that entrance.
That is correct, but it is ADA compliant.
Right.
Yes.
All right. So the answer to my question is no.
Can I just go with the same thing? The
Go
same
ahead.
entrance? Can it be 1? Why do you have 2? And also, if it's I understand her point in regard to, cost of having those doors that have less space, and mostly in regard to having additional staff to watch it. So those are all legitimate reasons. The question is that, have we looked at the cost and benefit of having those 2, or maybe 1, or asking DOT to move the station a little bit closer, that to be less walk for people, because it's not really much walk from the bus to come here. I understand that it doesn't help for the activation of the front, but at least take care of the other issues that you are talking about. And for the activation, maybe we could put some artwork to make it more attractive for people to walk there without proposing additional cost or additional for operation of Goodwill.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. So the reason we ask for 2 entrances is because the requirements ask for an entrance every 100 feet. And so that's the reason. We are amenable to the possibility of just 1 if the planning board finds this to be a good conclusion. But we haven't had any proposals from the applicant on other ways that they're designing that facade to be interactive with the public space. So we're not really seeing them meet that requirement for a publicly engaging building facade there. But we are open to it, something like an art piece.
Are you open to that?
Let me preface by saying, we understand the purpose of the standard to begin with. We're not opposed to the standard in principle that exists in the zoning ordinance. But under these particular circumstances, with this particular land use, this particular tenant, this particular street, there's relief available, and the relief needs to be exercised in order to make this project move forward. Under the intent of activating the street, we will get nothing because Goodwill will not move forward. So we'll get zero activation.
Commissioner
May-
Bartlett?
May I add
Oh,
just one quick
sure.
point related to what we were saying? From staff's perspective, adding the 2 additional access points on Wisteria adds options for those that need to access this site. So in addition to the access that we have on the parking lot side, there would be 2 additional access points on Wisteria that provide, from accessibility, from a visibility standpoint, for those traveling on the sidewalk, there's options. The code just requires access on the front of the building facing Wisteria. So another scenario that could be discussed is just having access on Wisteria and eliminating the access on the parking lot, because the access on the parking lot side favors those that travel to the site by car instead of those traveling to the site by bike, by foot, or by transit. So that's another scenario that could be discussed together here today, is
That project will not move forward.
Commissioner Bartlett?
Goodwill's mission is different than other retailers. How much consideration was given to Goodwill's mission as opposed to other retailers and their need to have inventory control? And that's why the vice president of Goodwill is here. And then the CEO and president pointed out their mission with regards to special needs adults.
Yeah, that's a fair question. We did give consideration for this, and this is part of the entrance discussion of who's using this store. They're discounted goods that people have donated, and I've spent a lot of time in different thrift stores. I really enjoy them. And it's primarily a lot of low-income folks, and there is an array of different socioeconomic statuses, but I mean, that is a great option for low-income people, is to get affordable goods. And so realizing that, I mean, you have to think about different mobility issues, buses and side paths, and allowing for people that don't have cars is taking into account people of different socioeconomic levels. And so that's part of why we're trying to make this a more accessible space for people that do not have vehicles. And that's prioritizing entrances for people that have not arrived there by car. In terms of considering the requirements for retail based on their mission statement, I mean, all different kinds of retail buildings have products that they don't want people to steal. But I think it's interesting that this is a case where someone is saying, because of our positionality, we can't have more than one door, when that is feasible for other retail buildings.
Excuse me, can I make a comment? Can I address the team? So I gratefully respect your point of view and what you are trying to convey. You know, Catherine mentioned, for instance, my history, and I worked for Target. And there was a heyday for Target, where Target was on top of the world, and, you know, no one could take us down. And what I've noticed, even in their trend today, where Target has multiple entrances, they're going to a model that has one, interestingly enough, because the days of multiple entrances for big box retailers required things like loss prevention staff, people who would be in the store who would basically accost people when they were stealing or doing things that they shouldn't be doing. And they're moving away from that because of this issue. Since 2020, since the pandemic, retail theft and theft rings are on the rise, and it's very difficult. But what's very different for us, and what I'd like to share, is our average transaction value. It is important for us to take advantage of every inch of sales floor space possible, because our jeans are $6.99, our T-shirts are $2.99, and what we consider to be valuable are items that are $30 that we kind of put in cases. But people take, where we struggle with theft, it's a 99-cent item up to a $6.99 item, but it matters for us because our average transaction is around $20. It's not $250 per person that goes to the register, and we still have the same, cost structure as for-profit retailers. We pay above minimum wage in many of our scenarios, and we want to do that. We want to provide the right working conditions for our staff. We want to attract talent. If any of you ever wanted to be a leader in retail, I would say, please come and help us do this, because it's a complex business model, although it's exciting as well, and it's a lot of fun. So I just kind of wanted to make that point and just respond to that, because we are unique in the need to try to protect our assets. We don't come back from that as easily as other retailers can tend to do.
Comments? Remember my mic every now and then. On the point of interest?
I do have a question. Has a lease been executed between NASCO and Goodwill? And if the planning board decides against the staff recommendation, would that lease be negated? And in addition to that question, if we agree to it, will NASCO still enter into a lease with Goodwill if there isn't a lease already in place? So I don't want a position where we agree to it and then Goodwill's not the tenant.
So there is a lease agreement. It requires the property owner, the landlord, to deliver the Goodwill building by a certain date. And if we don't want to imagine the possibility if the planning board denies this project, if the planning board adopts the staff recommendation to provide multiple entrances and underground utilities, we do not envision the project moving forward. Simple as that.
Can I just ask one more question? Sure. If we don't put entrances up front, are you willing to come with some agreement that how with artistic design activate the front side of the building? That's not going to cost you a lot of money. This is artistic design. I just want you to understand.
Understood.
It could painting or something that is not going to be costly and is not going to be as prohibitive in cost for operation as they mentioned.
Mm-hmm. In lieu of any additional entrances, we would certainly accept that. Our preference is the architectural elevations we have proposed. We think those are adequate or more than adequate and are perfectly acceptable for that frontage. If we need to discuss artistic enhancements, I guess the question would be how we arrive at a resolution of that and how long that takes. That creates challenges on who has to bless the artistic proposal, I guess.
I do have another question.
Okay, on this.
No, with regards to undergrounding utilities.
Right,
Thank you.
I'm sorry, it's after lunch, and I'm drinking Diet Coke, and this should be okay. Would somebody? I'd like to see a motion only on the entrances so that we can get past this issue, even though that's a site plan issue, isn't it? It's not the preliminary plan issue. Okay. Would anybody like to propose something?
I would like to propose a language that allows just if the tenant is Goodwill. If changes to another tenant, then they have to come back here for the entrances. But if this is ultimately will be built for goodwill, to propose a language that provide, some artistic design in lieu of the entrances to activate the front side of Goodwill.
Ms. Fias, do you have a problem?
Does a difficult conditions for to be enforced and is sort of beyond the issue of a site design of the building as to start to determining what tenants can be in the building. I understand where you're headed, but do not believe that would be an appropriate condition. I think you said if it's more of the design element that you were talking about, activating the street, doing something on the street frontage, I think that would be an appropriate type of condition, but to condition the tenant itself, I think would not be an appropriate condition.
Then I propose to remove that and just keep it with the artistic design. Okay.
And who's the determinant of the final design?
Can they work with the planning director and staff to come to resolution?
Prior to certification, certified site plan, we can work with the applicant on coming up with some alternatives.
The other thing we can do is work on, we have windows, right? Determining a scope of what's able to be displayed in those windows. That could be part of it.
Or, see-through paint on the windows, so you do a mural looking out, and I don't know. I'm not going to try to design a building on the fly.
Are there windows on that side?
But,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, can I just, we have done that where we have murals, which are across, so that you can see inappropriately and out appropriately, but we could go ahead and design something such as that, and it would fit within our branding, and it would be a welcome. And we would probably look forward to doing that anyway.
Right. Super graphics that won't qualify as a sign. That would be a whole nother category.
So just to confirm with our legal counsel, can we say something like, prior to certified site plan, the applicant will work with staff on a mural or other art on those elevations facing Wisteria?
Yes, we could, I'm sorry. Were you asking?
It's for our.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's fine, though. That's
Nice of you to answer.
The only question is, do you want to say mural, or do you want to say other artistic treatment of the wall?
We can say both, mural.
Say it's more, artistic treatment.
We'll say mural or artistic
treatment
How's
of the wall facing Wisteria, which may include, if you wanted to throw out anything, may include glass murals or paintings or other types of treatments as to what you're trying to accomplish. Yes.
All right. I think there's some consensus on that, but maybe there isn't.
Sorry, not to backtrack. Jonathan Casey for the record. The one thing I do want to kind of bring up is the transparency requirement. Don't want to, change something at certified set that, brings your transparency
Right.
requirement below what the code requires.
You're right. I sit corrected. You'll work it out.
Yeah, I think the idea of putting a mural behind windows or maybe in the areas that do not have transparency right now.
Right. You'll figure it out. We'll leave
Yes.
you the flexibility
We will.
to figure it out.
Okay.
Okay, I sort of sense consensus on that, so we won't require the additional two entrances. Now, we have the issue of undergrounding utilities. Commissioner Bartley, you wanted to?
Yeah, I was
continue?
wondering if anyone from the Montgomery County Department of Transportation was here to address the undergrounding of utilities, and if we could hear from them.
Unfortunately, they were not available at this time.
So then my question is, in the surrounding community, are other utilities underground?
Yes, sir, right across the street. They undergrounded their utilities.
And was that a new development or a new project, and they were required to underground the
In the
utilities?
development world, yeah, I would say newish. It's probably within the last 10 years.
Yeah, to expand on that a little bit, so right across the street on Waters Road, the utilities are undergrounded, and then also on Wisteria Drive, they're undergrounded.
So
It
it's
was a
just in this
substantially larger
particular
project.
lot or development area that they're not undergrounded?
It's just along the property frontage on Waters Road.
The project across Waters Road was substantially larger, many factors times larger.
Okay, let me just ask, you said that if you had to relocate, it cost you somewhere around $300,000, and this is about $700,000. So, again, I have a proposal. Has anybody looked into that? Maybe we underground up to pole number 2. So take one pole from one end and bring the cost lower. Because you said that pole number 2 is complicated with the 5G. So keep everything, including pole 2 above ground, but do everything else after that. So take the shrink the limit to get closer to your cost. That's one option. If we could look into that, it still be underground, but not the whole stretch. That's one option that I'm putting on the table. The second option that I'm going to put on.
I want to go back a second. I'd like to know the legal requirements here. If DOT makes a recommendation to us, are we obliged to follow it with regard to undergrounding utilities?
Mr. Chair, the board has absolute discretion to enable utilities to remain above ground.
I'd like to hear that from Ms. Vyas. I always like discretion.
Yes, under 4.3, point I of subdivision code, developer may be required to underground above-ground utilities if the board determines it's necessary based upon the size and density of a proposed subdivision. So the board does have authority to require it or not require it.
And I understand that where the staff is coming from, for sure. This was a recommendation of the master plan as well to underground utilities?
So there is recommendation language in the master plan. I can pull it up actually on the screen if it's helpful.
No, your testimony is sufficient. And was there any other thing aside from the recommendation of the master plan that's leading to your recommendation?
Let me just double check my notes to make sure I don't miss anything. It's primarily DOT's condition that they want to see it undergrounded. We also, as staff, like seeing the utilities undergrounded because of different benefits. It's more reliable, it's more resilient, it helps with shade tree growth. And so where feasible, it's important to do so.
And that's exactly where I'm going, because they have to relocate, so they're going to spend some money, about $300,000 to relocate. But we prefer to be underground. So I'm saying that can be underground some to extent that doesn't double the cost and keep it within the same amount that they had to spend anyway for relocating the utilities. If we still like to continue with the limits that we have, could we give them credit that they pay less impact tax or other tax or something else? I do not know how that one works, but provide some other kind of incentive that to make it as close as possible, that difference between the costs to be neutral.
I hear what you're saying. I'm unsure, actually, about what we're capable of doing. So
Okay.
I defer to my colleagues or someone that might know.
As far as impact taxes go, that's I don't think that's within our your
purview.
authority.
It's DOT
Um,
that calculates, who calculates the impact tax? DOT?
When they go to DPS to
Yeah,
get their building
and
permits.
the way that, and I have seen, again, as being the director for DPS, I had seen that they get a lot of credit toward impact tax when they make public improvements like roadways or other things. And they could get credit that would be deducted from impact tax. So there are ways that we could achieve what we want to achieve without putting a big burden on them to do it. I could see that why this difference is creating some issues.
Yeah, I mean, given your experience, I'm not questioning how they do the impact taxes. It's just not something that I think we really haven't gone down that road, no pun intended. But I do want to emphasize that this is a urban road code area also. This is a very important connection in Germantown with the MARC station to the south and the Germantown Town Center to the north. You know, if you were going to do underground utilities, this is one of the places you want to do.
But is it still, if they underground, the one that is in front, still you're going to have some above the ground. So maybe you could just reduce the extent, that to be a little bit less.
I completely understand what
Yeah.
you're proposing. It's, personally, I'm not a utility expert. I dabble. I don't know exactly if there's a way to kind of piecemeal it so that the numbers work out.
Mr. Barr, do you know of any way the board's decision can offset your impact taxes?
So first, I'm not aware of any ability to get impact tax credits for undergrounding utilities. I think that's essentially the question. I'm not aware of that. But on the idea, we could accept a condition that effectively says that we will investigate the possibility of undergrounding portions of the utilities up to the amount that we need to spend on relocating. So if the condition is we spend a maximum of $276,000, but we have to underground as much as possible within that cap, we could accept that condition. And if that turns out to be, my sense is that any undergrounding, even a small portion, is a premium. It adds to the cost above $276,000, but we'll look at it.
But it should make sense. You don't want to just do two poles. That's why I said that it has to add, it should logically make sense where we start and where we end to put them underground. That's why I was saying that maybe you just, from the, I guess it's the north side, that was pole 2, if we just take pole 2, number 2 out, that would be definitely give you a great cost saving right there, I believe. But I'm not, you have your utility expert here, they can respond, I don't know.
Turn on the mic.
Are you talking about taking out like one pole, number 2, for example, and leaving pole 1, 3, and 4 in place?
Could you talk louder?
Yeah, I was asking if you're proposing to take out one pole, pole number 2, for example, and leave pole number 1, 3, and 4 intact. Is that what you were?
Yes.
Technically, that could be designed. It does add cost. Whenever you take something overhead to underground, it probably doubles your cost or triples your cost, depending on the condition. But I would think that was something that we could.
Well, so we don't mind investigating the possibility of undergrounding. It's the cost that is critical. So if the condition says we need to explore options to underground portions, that's fine, as long as that amount is capped that we have to spend to provide utilities.
There was some element of the approval where they were doing fees in lieu of something?
That's regarding forest conservation, Mr. Chair?
I think for
I'm
the
not sure where it
off-site
was.
improvements.
Oh,
Excuse me?
right,
For
transportation.
off-site improvements, they're contributing funds essentially towards a capital improvement program that's ongoing. It's a side path.
How much is that?
I believe it was around
Approximately 122,000, which is the maximum allowed
Right.
contribution that,
Yeah, so that won't work. I'm just trying to solve a problem on the
Understood.
fly here.
So staff wants to just add a couple of notes.
Sure.
The first is that this figure is coming from the applicant, and staff hasn't had the opportunity to verify what this cost would actually be according to our numbers. And then Jonathan wanted to add something as well, I believe.
Yeah, I understand, kind of trying to reduce the sections that they would have to underground. But I think the issue with that is that if they put in the path that's shown on this plan, they have to move all of those poles anyway.
Oh.
So the cost is automatically, what their cap is. If they increase their cap to, something a little bit more than what it would just cost, what it would cost to relocate them, then maybe they could have an option to underground some of it. But the cost is kind of eaten up just with having to relocating all those poles.
So just to clarify, when we relocate the poles aerially, we keep them, the poles overhead. Pole number 1 stays where it's at because it's not in conflict with anything. We're just then moving back 2, 3, and 4. So you're, one, reducing the scope just by keeping it overhead, and now we're down to 3 poles. And something that sometimes gets lost, Stuart mentioned it, but so in order to underground 4 poles, we have to install 3, or 3 poles are going to remain. We're going to add a pole to the north on the north side of Wisteria, and we're going to add a new pole to the south in front of the U-Haul property as well. So you're adding 2 poles on each end to accommodate the undergrounding. And 1 pole somewhere in the middle, number 2, somewhere has to stay because it has the antennas on it. So to take out 4, we're proposing to install 3. That's what it would take.
Can I jump in?
Get to underground.
Who's got the 5G antenna?
That's Crown Castle. So there's 4 utilities on this pole, which I actually worked on the project across the street, and the undergrounding they had was only 1, it was just Pepco.
Okay, there's more than just a 5G antenna that's on
We
there.
have Pepco's on these poles, we have Verizon, we have Comcast, and we have Zayo.
And there's no possibility of them moving on-site or to the top of a roof or building within the property itself?
There's a possibility of moving that pole somewhere in proximity,
The
but it
antenna.
has to stay.
Relatively close to where it is. It can't move onto the roof or anything like Lee's House, one of the building, I think that's building B2, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So basically, you are saying that to underground 4 poles, you still have to keep 3 other poles above the ground, but they don't have the wires, but they have wires maybe on one side.
One pole would remain in the center there somewhere that would just have the antennas on it. But then off property on either side, we'd have to install 2 new poles to make that transition from overhead to underground.
Which always happens.
Yeah, which is, they've got to go underground somewhere.
Okay, I think we've discussed this enough. I'll entertain a motion. If there's no motion, the staff position would go forward.
I know, but can I just confirm that my understanding is that we are not going to, the way I'm hearing and I'm checking, we're still going to end up, we remove 4 poles, we're still going to end up to 3 poles, and we have spent
Off-site.
700,000.
You end up with 1 pole on-site and 2 poles off-site.
Off-site, but it's still along the road, but not in front of the Goodwill, but you still see them where the pedestrians are
Correct,
moving.
because you need the poles to transition from above ground to below
To
ground.
below ground.
At
Yeah.
some point, in the future, beyond my lifetime maybe, all of the poles will be below ground on that side, except for the antenna. correct?
Well, if,
Correct. That is standard. When we redevelop properties, and transition to other properties that have above-ground utilities, there's always a transition pole at either end that has to remain for the time being.
Right.
But in this case, staff's recommendation stems from the fact that this property is in for redevelopment now at this present time, and so this is our opportunity to underground utilities. If we miss this opportunity, there's not likely to be another opportunity anytime in the near future. And above-ground utilities cause a great impact on the pedestrian experience of that sidewalk, on the trees that are able to be planted. So for instance, if above-ground utilities are there, we're going to have smaller trees that are not going to have the large canopy that we all envision and we all want on this very important connector, pedestrian connector between the town center and the MARC rail station. So if we do want to promote pedestrian activity, pedestrian mobility, we do have to focus on streets, and above-ground utilities are a critical part of that experience. They unfortunately have a lot of impacts.
yeah, I totally understand that. Again, is that a way possible that we put a language there that they work with staff to underground to extend that possible, that, I understand that the cost is not, but if we just get 700 and 300 divided a million, and it's going to be $1 million, then divided by 2, $500,000. We say that we keep the cost under $500,000 to that extent underground, or provide other incentives that they don't have to, bear all the costs. Other incentive could be that they don't pay for the cost of off-site sidewalk, or you look at, I don't know, in provisions for impact tax requirements or whatever, that they could get some, offset of cost there. But if we could put a language like that, I go for it. If there is a way we could put this language in.
What I heard was underground utilities to a maximum cost of $500,000 and look for offsets to do that, or to go further?
I go either way that the board wishes.
Well, the board hasn't decided anything yet.
Yeah, but I want to hear.
Mr. Chair, may I respond? We're not aware of any incentives or offsets.
Okay,
And as
fine.
far as the pedestrian experience on Waters Road, we are providing a 10-foot wide sidewalk. We are relocating the poles away from the sidewalk. So what's driving the cost of this project is providing more than enough width of sidewalk. 6 or 8 feet would have been perfectly fine. There's no bicycle master plan requirement for a bike path on Waters Road there. We will make sure the poles are not going to interfere with the sidewalk. That's the cost of relocating. So that pedestrian experience is going to be as good as it needs to be.
So what if we propose that you underground under $500,000 and not a payment to the off-site pedestrian, because they're doing all of this additional thing, not to pay the $122,000? Is that possible or no? I don't know.
We would accept up to 400, because that's the 122,000 transportation off-site improvements plus the cost of relocating. If you want to just convert the transportation improvements payment to utility work, we can do that.
And because we don't know all the costs, that's why we said that $500,000. So, and you don't have to make contribution to the off-site pedestrian facilities, and do as much as possible with $500,000.
They would still need to do the LATR because that's the required. So I think what he's saying is if 500 is the limit, lower it to 400, and they still pay the 122. 122 that they need to pay for the LATR.
Is that what you said?
well,
No.
Were
No,
you saying
my preference
three-
would be if you want us to pay the 122,000 that would normally go to transportation offsite improvements, instead pay that towards utility costs, we can do that.
No, I guess
I'm not sure
we got
legally
a
that's
head
allowed.
nod that we can't do that.
We cannot,
That's,
okay, if we can, okay, then I understand what you said. Then we could do it 122 and 400. Okay.
One of the, I think, planning staff members. would like to-
Sure. For the record, Brett Brown, Oak County Transportation. Unfortunately, because of the guidelines that are associated with the GIB and LATR, it wouldn't be possible to use that money to put it towards something else. So it would have to stay within
Okay.
the
Thank
offsite
you.
improvements.
Thank you. That's what I wasn't sure. Thanks.
all right. I'm still looking for a motion.
Okay, I would do the motion that we underground up to a value of 400,000.
Do I hear a second?
I would go to staff approval, and that's the staff conditions.
I will second the motion.
Holy mackerel. I didn't expect this to do. And my real problem in my head is that I am struck by the particular leasee, which I shouldn't be struck by, because I know you're here and willing to go onto this site, but we can't ensure that it's you. We went through this a little bit before and says, can we be assured that it's Goodwill that's going to take this site as a condition? So if I can't be sure of that, and this was any other commercial development, I would say the staff position is what should be hold. The problem with that, of course, is that looks like a 2-2 vote to me, too.
Mr. Chair?
Which gets us nowhere. Yes.
Mr. Chair, you are absolutely allowed to take into consideration the size and density of the project. That's in the subdivision
Right,
regulations.
size and density.
Size and density, less than 30,000 square feet. That is a small project.
That's true.
That, just
that's-
quick math, Mr. Chair, a $700,000 price tag equates to almost $25 per square foot additional cost.
Thank you for that. No, I don't want you to abstain.
Hi, Alexandra here. I would just like to add that, as Sandra has said, I want to reiterate, this is our opportunity to do something that my understanding is planning staff are always working towards, is trying to underground utilities with new development projects. And so we have a project here, it's only one frontage, we have our opportunity, and I'm a bit concerned with the aftermath of maybe doing it only in part and not just wholly getting it done now. Because I don't know what the future would look like for completing something like this if it's not done today.
Wow.
Again, there's risk to missing the entire opportunity, which means nothing happens.
That is always, wow. Commissioner.
So, because Goodwill has a mission that is good for the community and all, and their history in the region, I am, partial to them with regards to the entrances, but I am not partial with regards to undergrounding the utilities. And so that's why I've seconded the motion.
No, the motion here was to only partially underground.
Yeah, partially underground, and I'm for partially undergrounding them.
Oh,
If we
okay.
can't do all of it, you're giving them the benefit of the doubt. If I would have, I mean, if we're going to go with staff recommendation to do the whole thing, you know, we're being favorable, and I think Mitra was taking that into consideration when she
Exactly.
did it up to a certain dollar amount.
I have, that's what I wanted to put it for Goodwill, because I do appreciate what Goodwill does for community. I should tell you, I use Goodwill a lot. I go there a lot. So, and my children and everyone. So the good things that they do for the community, I wish I could make it a specific for Goodwill, but I think you could make it a specific for the small businesses, because I understand the point. And so,
Okay, so what your motion is to require undergrounding utilities up to a cost of $400,000?
correct.
And that might translate to 1 or 2 pole reductions, or might get us to see the antennas more clearly. Always a good thing. Half a loaf.
I want to add, so Goodwill is one of the retail buildings as proposed, but there's 2 other retail buildings and a drive-through restaurant. So this is not wholly a building dedicated to a nonprofit.
It's still 26,000 square foot of retail.
They're the heavy, like they're the.
They are, well, it's the biggest building on the site. Okay, we have a motion and I guess we should
So
do.
clarification, this is just a motion with regards to utilities, and so we're addressing that first, and then we would address the street
Yes,
entrances
the
second.
utilities are concerned with the preliminary plan.
Okay.
And the entrances are controlled with the site plan. So it's really a motion to approve the preliminary plan with amendment to limit the developer's exposure on costs for undergrounding utilities. Okay? You understand the motion? Commissioner Stern, Commissioner, Director Stern, you look like you wanted to say something. I wasn't sure.
No, I think we're ready for the board to make a decision.
Me too.
Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director, for the record.
Thank you for that. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the preliminary plan approval, correct? Yes?
So, again, in the details here, with the condition capping at $400,000 for the utilities, we would have to modify MCDOT's condition, or I guess specify in your condition related to MCDOT that there is a cap associated, because
Yes.
right now, the way it's written, it's
Yes,
everything.
we would be overriding the recommendation of MCDOT, as we are authorized to do.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. All those in favor, you,
Then that cost, I guess, will be, staff will approve the cost estimates that are presented. I mean, that'll have to be justified somehow, so staff will have to
I
work
think
with that.
you have the ability to assign us to work with the utility consultant to make sure that
To determine the
There's no-
cost, yes.
okay. With all that, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. And that's it, that's all 4. You did vote in favor?
I will vote in favor to pass the preliminary plan if staff has the ability to work with the utilities on the cost.
Oh, wonderful.
And-
We can go with that, but I still want to.
And I hope staff recognizes how tough this decision really is, sitting up here. The next one, I think, is on the site plan approval. We have, by the way, your corrected language was on the preliminary plan or the site plan? The corrected condition?
Preliminary.
It's on the preliminary plan.
All
It's
right.
the DOT condition.
So
we'll revise that.
So our approval should reflect the amended conditions recommended by staff today.
So
That'll be in the resolution.
it would amend the requirement for 2 entrances, correct?
We're on the site plan now.
Oh, you're still on site.
The staff recommended 2 entrances on the side, and what I heard the consensus was not to allow the single interior entrances with,
Replace them with architectural.
Just to make sure that we're all clear, what I believe I heard in terms of the question of the 2 entrances was that the board would not require a second entrance on,
second and third.
the second and third on Wisteria, and would work with the staff to explore a mural or some artistic treatment on that side.
Yes.
Thank you, correct.
Were there any other conditions that we had to amend on that one? No, I don't think so. Okay.
I just want to make sure that what I am willing to vote for is no 2 additional
Correct.
entrances. Okay, thank you.
We're voting for approving 1 entrance and artwork or mural on the street side.
Yes, maybe just to be clear, so that reflects what is desired. It's 1 entrance for the retail store and a mural or artistic treatment on the Wisteria side of the building.
Okay. Does that satisfy you?
I'm satisfied.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that is because the board finds that there are, let's see, it's to accommodate a physical constraint or proposed land use, and that it incorporates design elements that engage publicly accessible spaces.
Right.
And that would
Certainly,
be
it's
the granting of that
it's
waiver.
because of the land use.
Right.
And we're doing other things to
To
engage.
accommodate, yes.
We don't want to get married, we only want to get engaged. Okay, with that, all those in favor, did you make a motion?
I would defer to Mitra to make the motion, please.
Tanya, can you say it for me? No, I think I can say it. I make a motion for the site plan. Can you, I have to see what is the site plan. Site plan number 8202202660 with 1 entrance and mural or artistic design for the facade facing Wisteria.
Okay, satisfied? Do I hear a second?
Please clarify, the 1 entrance is
In-
as
interior.
proposed. Yeah, 1 entrance total. I
Yes.
just don't want that to
1
be-
entrance total interior.
Right.
Okay.
Okay?
Artwork, a treatment on the Wisteria side, and still compliance with the transparency requirements.
Compliance with transparency requirements, and they work with staff, planning staff, to get to agreement.
Okay. Second?
I second.
Seeing no further discussions, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. My appreciation to staff. I know we didn't go your way on this one, but we consider everything that we need to consider up here. But I appreciate all the work, and I thought it was very good work. And staff, and Mr. Applicant, Mr. Barr, go forward and do good things here. We're giving you the latitude to have a successful project, and we look forward to it.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair, thank you, members of the board, thank you very much to everyone, thank you.
All right, well, that was an exciting hour. Good afternoon. Welcome to downtown Wheaton on April 20th, 2023. This is the Planning Board. We are on item 10, Great Seneca Plan Connecting Life and Science. We're asked to review big ideas and provide comments for the Great Seneca Plan. With that, I'll turn it over to staff this way.
Thank you, Chair Zions. Carrie Sanders, for the record. I'm the chief of the Mid-County Planning Division. We are pleased to be able to present the big ideas to you today for the Great Seneca Plan. I just wanted to note kind of where we are in the process of this master plan. This is the step that we take before we develop our preliminary recommendations. So we're looking for the board to give us feedback today. We don't need you to take any action today, but more give us your input on our big ideas, and we will be coming back to you in the fall with preliminary recommendations for your consideration. With that, I will turn it over to Maren Hill, our project manager.
Thank you. For the record, Maren Hill, planner with the Mid-County Division Master Plan team. And as Chief Sanders mentioned, here today to present the Great Seneca Plan, our big ideas and strategies. And as she said, these are high-level ideas and will go through months of refinement before being included in our draft recommendations as part of the working draft that we hope to bring to the board in the fall. Just to start from where we are, the master plan for us, the way that we're approaching it is really to create a community vision in partnership with community members, stakeholders, and as well as property owners, our fellow agencies, and institutional partners. And it's a multi-year process. It's a long process. It begins with us, with the county council bringing it, or putting the plan on our work program. And as you can see, it's been over a year where we had our scope of work adopted by the planning board. Recently, we came to the planning board with our existing conditions report in January. And as I mentioned, we expect to come back to the planning board in the fall with our working draft. So we are
and just
here.
for future reference, you cannot see anything from that description. It's impossible to read. So at some point, I know it's in the text and all of that, but look, when you make these presentations, remember we're on the screen, and personally, I'm old. I cannot see that. Your text is too small. So please, in the future.
Thank you for the feedback. So as I mentioned, this has been a multi-year process so far, and but it dates back even further. That this is actually the Great Seneca Plan is an update to the 2010 Great Seneca Science Corridor Plan, and that created a vision for this area. And then approximately a decade later, the county council asked that the Montgomery Planning add to their work program a minor master plan amendment that would re-examine or narrowly focused minor master plan amendment that would re-examine the staging requirements that were established as part of the 2010 plan. And two recommendations came out of that minor master plan amendment that was passed in 2021. One was to add additional staging capacity, and the other was to pursue a comprehensive amendment, which is the Great Seneca Plan. In 2022, another plan, Corridor Forward, the I-270 Transit Plan, made recommendations about the transportation, specifically the Quarter Cities Transitway, that was a central piece of the the 2010 plan. So this plan, the Great Seneca Plan, is following up and building upon the work of these previous plans and incorporating recommendations from the Corridor Forward Plan as well as the minor master plan amendment. For context, The plan area, we have maintained the 2010 plan boundaries. It's in the heart of the I-270 corridor. And so you can see more specifically where it is. It borders 3 different municipalities. The city of Gaithersburg takes up 10 square miles in the center of the plan. It's in yellow. And the city of Rockville borders it on the east as in pink, and the town of Washington Grove in orange at the top of the screen. So despite it being a very large and non-contiguous plan area, while our working draft will have recommendations that touch on all pieces of the plan area, our big ideas really focus on the area that was called the Life Sciences Center in the 2010 plan. And you can see it here. And this area is the focus mainly because it is the area that we've seen the most change since the 2010 plan. It's also the piece that deviates the most from the 2010 plan vision. And it's the only area in the plan that is subject to the 2010 staging requirements. And for those, it sounds like most the planning board members do know this area, but for those that don't, just to give a context of how big the area is, you can see that this is downtown Silver Spring boundaries, and then you can see it transposed on the Life Sciences Center, and it doesn't quite incorporate the whole Life Sciences Center. So it's really quite a large area that we're talking about when we talk about our focus area. As I mentioned, the 2010 plan set out a vision for this area and established a blueprint for it as a dynamic live-work community that would include cutting-edge medical facilities and life science and research facilities, as well as academic institutions, and also simultaneously provide places for people to live, apartments, and which would be connected by pedestrian and bicycle facilities, as well as high-quality transit. And we've seen a lot of success come out of this vision. A lot of it has been implemented. This area is a major economic driver for the county. It has approximately twice as many private sector life science jobs as the entire rest of the county combined. It's one of, and the life sciences is one of our growth industries as compared to a number of other industries in the county. These 3 buildings that you see here are life science or academic medical buildings that have just come in over the past 4 years. So we are seeing that growth here. Additionally, we've seen a huge amount of housing come in over the past 10 years. The population in the plan area has grown 20% since 2010, and we've seen a couple thousand new units that were added since 2010 plan was passed. However, there still appears to be more demand for housing. As you can see, it has incredibly low vacancy rates for housing at lower than the county at 2.5%. Despite the successes of the 2010 plan, there have also been considerable barriers to the vision as was set forth. One of these being the subject of the 2021 Minor Master Plan Amendment, which are the staging recommendations that allow just a certain amount of development capacity to be released upon the completion of certain requirements. A lot of these requirements were tied to the Quarter Cities Transitway, which is no longer being pursued by the county. So that has created issues for this growing life sciences center. And I should mention that the staging, we have reached the staging cap of stage 1. And the Minor Master Plan Amendment added a stage 1A, which we are currently in and has a capacity of 400,000 square feet that's available. Another departure or barrier that we've seen is that there isn't really a sense of place in this area. It was imagined as a walkable, dynamic place that has character and that people feel comfortable with walking or biking or just visiting. And you can see there are wide roadways and kind of a lack of the public realm investments that that were imagined as part of the 2010 plan. This plan has a very high level of surface parking lots. 26% of the area is covered by surface parking lots that disrupt kind of that urban fabric and public realm as you walk and travel about the plan area. Another, that this was imagined as an area that would have high-quality transit, and these maps show auto trips to work. It's an employment center, and each dot represents a trip origin that ends in the Life Sciences Center, which is shown in red. And the blue area is a 45-minute commute. So anything that's outside of that blue area is longer than 45 minutes. So you can see there's an expansive area that you can reach the Life Sciences Center by auto, but not by transit. And that's a departure from what the 2010 plan imagined. And once you get to the plan area, there are other barriers. There are long distances for crossing that are beyond what we recommend in our complete streets design guides, protected crossings that this shows in the Life Sciences Center. So just to reiterate, we believe that the 2010 plan vision was a very strong vision for this area, and we think that the area is on its way to becoming the place that was envisioned. So as part of the Great Seneca Plan, we don't want to move away from that. We want it to remain a thriving economic hub that's home to a diverse population, that has these institutions like the Adventist Healthcare and Medical Center and the universities at Shady Grove, as well as the private life science companies. But we also want it to be an area that's accessible for everyone, that has that, as a job center, has that equity piece of access to jobs, of transportation options, of more housing that is attainable and affordable, as well as quality public spaces. As part of the vision, we want it to become a place with strong walking, biking, and transit connections where people have options as well as driving. And then provides open spaces in a public realm that really support this place as more than a sum of its parts. So our approach to the big ideas and the recommendations as we develop them have been by kind of trying to create a balance of having planner expertise, which are things like our existing conditions, community input, and outside consultation to help us create these big ideas. And we see it as an iterative process that continues throughout the plan. So not only does it inform our big ideas, but it will also inform how we refine these ideas over the coming months. Expert analysis is, as I mentioned, the existing conditions, as well as guiding policies like Thrive. There are many of these policy guidance, such as Vision Zero, is the Racial Equity and Social Justice Act, that have been passed since the 2010 plan, that are now affecting the recommendations and the big ideas that we're presenting to you today. In terms of community input, the Planning Board will receive a report on our community engagement in May that will summarize both who we've heard from and what we've heard. But we've really tried to follow a model of meeting people where they are in community, at their homes, either virtually or otherwise, and informationally as well, having translated materials, holding meetings that are bilingual in Mandarin and in Spanish, as well as English, and providing different times and opportunities. In terms of outside consultation, we recognize that we have many partners throughout the county that help us evaluate these decisions. We've been working closely in partnership with MCDOT, as well as the Department of General Services, MCPS, and others. We've also worked with the Urban Land Institute Technical Assistance Panel, and are seeking further studies to help support our future recommendations. So for land use and design, or land use and urban design, as I mentioned, part of this is thinking about how these places are internally cohesive, but also support one another. So the idea in terms of urban design is to establish activity hubs that are internally cohesive, that are walkable within, and that allow people really to park once in an area and then meet their needs, whether it is working, living, going and getting lunch, or doing something recreationally after work or on a weekend. And we are proposing five different hubs. We believe that we can see the type of urban design that we want to see, that instead, the first image that you see is actually from the plan area, but the other images are precedent images of the type of urban design that we think that this area can support. They're similar to the massing that we see in this area, but most of the buildings that we see right now are put back from the street or have parking in front of the building that, again, disrupts the public realm for people traveling throughout the area or visiting and working there. Another of our big ideas is to co-locate housing with life sciences and healthcare. Although there are a mix of uses in the greater life sciences center, we're not seeing it mixed within sites or within blocks. And we think that there can be a mix of uses that are more in immediate proximity. So in addition to looking at precedents around the country, recently Acting Director Stern talked about time in Philadelphia. We saw how they are mixing uses both within a neighborhood, but also within buildings for the life sciences and residential, as well as retail, and then also examples throughout the country. We are in Mid-County in partnership with the Research and Strategic Projects will be examining the co-location of housing, life sciences, and healthcare to study the compatibility and what might be potential barriers for implementation of getting this mix of uses. Right now, there are several large parcels that are publicly owned either by the state or the county, and we're working with our public agency partners to evaluate the feasibility of relocating some of these parcels. We're showing all of the parcels on this map. Not all of them necessarily will be candidates for relocation, but to create new opportunities for life science, residential, retail, and open space. For the transportation, as I mentioned, there have been a number of different policies that have been enacted since the 2010 plan was approved and adopted, such as the Montgomery County Complete Streets policy, as well as Vision Zero and Thrive Montgomery, which also included extensive transportation recommendations. But I think this first bullet really encapsulates it of, we are looking to plan for transportation facilities that are designed to maximize choice, safety, convenience, and mobility for all users, regardless of their age, ability, and transportation mode. So a piece of this is introducing a fine-grained street grid that can promote walkability and connectivity, and also redirect not just pedestrian and bicycle traffic, but vehicle traffic as well, so that there are more direct connections and more dispersed travel patterns throughout the plan area. You can see that the blue are existing roadways and the yellow are proposed connections as part of these big ideas. Another piece of this is the size of roads right now. We want to examine and right-size the travel lanes. And in some cases, this means repurposing lane for other uses, and sometimes it means removing a lane, sometimes it means retaining the lanes. But this will be part of our analysis and our transportation modeling, so that there is a safer and more comfortable way to travel for people walking, biking, rolling, riding transit, and also driving as well. Here you can see the existing number of lanes. I should say the existing number of lanes on the left side of your screen, and then the number of lanes that we are proposing and examining through our transportation modeling this summer. I should mention that the proposed number of lanes are for personal vehicle travel lanes. They do not include dedicated transit lanes here. But here you can see where we are proposing dedicated transit lanes. This is based on the recommendations that are found in the Corridor Forward Transit Plan for the corridor connectors, as well as includes the Great Seneca Transportation Network, which is a current initiative by MCDOT. And so both of these initiatives would have dedicated transit lanes on several of the roadways in the plan area, including Medical Center Drive, and Muddy Branch, as well as going through the Bellward site that the Planning Board reviewed recently. And as we're talking about, the repurposing of travel lanes, in some cases, it's repurposing for other uses, such as other transit, like walking, biking, transportation modes such as walking, biking, or transit. But in this case, we are modeling and evaluating repurposing right-of-way for a linear park along the Great Seneca Highway. One of the things that we've heard repeatedly from people in the area is that there aren't parks or gathering spaces and facilities that people feel like they can use. And that was a real promise of the 2010 plan that we haven't seen come to fruition. We believe that this could be a real point of pride for the area and a real attraction, not just for people who live there, but also for people who work there or are visiting. As you can see on Great Seneca, what this would involve is there's actually a 50-foot median plus travel lanes. So it would be repurposing the two western travel lanes along with the median just between Key West and Medical Center Drive. And creating a linear park. These are two examples. One, the one on the right is from California. The other is Potomac Yards, and that could be a real asset to people in the area, and create more opportunities for people to recreate by repurposing those lanes as well as the median. It would create a 4.5 acre linear park. And I should, just mention that would be right next to the Elms at the PSTA site, which is a residential community that is currently under construction and was approved by the board last year. As I said, a lot of, especially with transportation, a lot of the ways that we think about transportation and even the ways that we evaluate and measure transportation have changed since the 2010 plan. The 2010 plan had recommended 6 grade-separated interchanges, several of which have been built. We are recommending and modeling removing the recommendation. So this, just to clarify, is not actually removing interchanges, it's removing the recommendation to build these new grade-separated interchanges. And you can see where they are located on the map. One of the biggest issues with grade-separated interchanges is how they impact travelers who are not in cars, particularly people walking, biking, and taking transit, and create barriers to get from one location to another. As I mentioned, this area is very important for the county as an economic driver. We want to continue to support the life sciences industry. We don't want to get in the way of the growth of employment centers. So these are some of the recommendations that we're exploring, both with the county executive and also with Montgomery County Economic Development Corporation. But continuing to refine our rapid permitting processes that we already have in place for life science, but how can we continue to refine that and make it better? To encourage the development of small and medium scale lab space, which is both important for from an economic perspective, but also as an equity perspective, because of the people that we see working and owning these smaller types of lab spaces and businesses. And the same can be said for considering public investment on early stage life science companies. They're the ones that need kind of the most support and where we see more of that diversity, both economically and size-wise. Oops. And yes, just continuing to consider how we can support the life science institutions in different ways. We have had two focus groups, one with life science developers, others with small life science companies, to figure out how we can create an atmosphere that continues to support not just the largest companies, but these smaller companies as well. As I mentioned, we think that the vision for the 2010 plan is strong, and in some parts have really come to fruition. So that led our team to ask, okay, well, why aren't the other parts coming to fruition? And we've identified some barriers to the vision. One of those I mentioned before was the staging requirements that are linked to the Corridor Cities Transitway. But we've also seen a lack of programming and coordination in the area. There are some places that are privately owned public open spaces that don't have programming and then just feel kind of like dead space in the area, or underused, utilized. We've had a number of sites that are redeveloping under former zoning. They have multi-decade adequate public facility validities. So they received their first preliminary plan approval in the 1980s or 1990s, and then are just coming in for site plans now. We believe another barrier is the weak language in the Life Sciences Center zone, which is the main zone in the Life Sciences Center. The weak language that doesn't support the type of urban design that we would like to see in the area and that the 2010 plan imagined. And as I mentioned, limitations on mixed-use opportunities. The life sciences are not an allowed use in the CR zone, and housing is limited in the life sciences zone. So it creates that barrier of those mixed-use campuses that I was referring to earlier. So in order to address these barriers, we're exploring removing the staging requirements that were established by the 2010 plan, but to support some of the public infrastructure that we think is an important piece of the 2010 plan vision, as well as this plan's vision, is to create a funding mechanism for future infrastructure projects. And we've been working with MCDOT as well as internally with our staff to identify what might be the best funding mechanism, examining things like the bump in Bethesda and the LATIP in White Oak that have priority projects and kind of different funding streams for supporting infrastructure projects. We also recognize that to have some of this coordination and activation that we think is not just desirable, but necessary and helpful for supporting a growing employment and economic center, is establishing an entity in the Life Sciences Center that would really be, again, exploring the models, but something like a bid or something like the Pike District Partnership that can develop a brand for the area, activate underutilized space, and identify a dedicated funding stream. We recognize that we as the planning department are not probably the best equipped to to lead that. So we're working with, we're talking with developers, and we're talking with other county agencies about what would be the best model to pursue and who could be really the champion and leader of that effort. And finally, it's not just the Life Sciences Center needs things like the wayfinding and activation, but we recognize that this is a regionally important area as well. So participating in the ongoing efforts of the county to promote this area as part of the biohealth capital region is an important effort for this area in particular, but connecting it to other life sciences centers throughout the county and region. These last 2 points just have to do with the type of urban design that we're seeing. We are recommending as a big idea the Life Sciences Center overlay zone, which would augment the allowed uses in the area and reinforce site design requirements. So, for example, when I say augment uses, it would be allowing life sciences uses in the CR zone and increasing the amount of allowed residential uses in the LSC zone. And in terms of site design, both in the overlay and in the master plan in general, we don't see this as a departure from what is in the master plan now, but there have been issues with getting the design that we want. So it would be reinforcing that buildings oriented towards the street with the location of the building and location of parking clearly stated, and an understanding that as new applications and amendments come in, that they would have to conform to the standards that we have today in terms of the location and design of a site. So next steps, we are nearing the end. Again, just this is our what we imagine are the rest of our timeline to be, so that we will continue to work with the groups that I've mentioned and hold community meetings, as well as meetings with our county agency partners throughout the summer and early fall, continuing this iterative process as we refine these big ideas into recommendations, and then hope to come to the planning board in the fall with our working draft, which would include draft recommendations, and then, with the ultimate goal of having the plan approved and adopted by the county council in summer of 2024. The pieces that I just wanted to mention is that next month, we are going to come to the planning board to present our community engagement report. And during this summer and this spring, we are working on the housing and life science co-location study that will evaluate barriers and feed into our ultimate recommendations. We are also modeling all of the transportation big ideas that were included in this presentation and the staff report. And we'll have results of how that affects the area as well. And all of that will come into our working draft, which we'll present in the fall. That's it.
Okay. Is that, you concluded your
Yes,
presentation?
yes.
Okay. Thank you for that. Very comprehensive. I have a whole number of things, but if other commissioners have things to say, I'll defer.
I do. Thank you for your presentation. It was great. I do have a question with regards to slide number 28. And well, first of all, I like this idea of this science corridor and the 5 hub strategy. But I was, slide 28 talks about the relocation of underutilized state and county-owned facilities to create new opportunities for life sciences. Are these housing units, or are they commercial units?
So currently, these parcels, some of them are no longer being used. For example, the one on the corner of Great Seneca and Key West is owned by the state, and it's the Alfred D. Noyes Children's Center, which is a juvenile detention center that the state stopped using in 2021 during the pandemic. So we're working to figure out with the state if this is something that they're going to continue to use in the future or not. And I think part of, when we've talked to other parts of the county government, they've been really interested in, is this a place that we could actually add housing and potentially life sciences or other uses that are needed in the area? So we're not recommending that it would just be life sciences, but that it could be
I just wanted to make
housing as
sure it
well.
wasn't a reduction in housing. That's
No,
all.
definitely not. None of
Okay.
these parcels control
Okay.
or include housing currently.
Okay. And then I like the idea of making the street grid for walkability and increasing sidewalks so that people can utilize the ability to commute and/or, use something other than a vehicle to get to and fro. Slide 33. Is the existing lane slide in comparison with the proposed lane slide a reduction in lane usage and for motor vehicles?
So in certain instances, yes. In certain instances, it's remaining the same number of lanes. In other instances, it is reducing the number of personal vehicle lanes. So it might, in certain instances, it might not actually reduce the roadway because there might be now dedicated transit lanes on that
Or
road.
linear park?
What?
Or
Or
a linear
linear
park.
park. Well, in that case,
No, that's
it
a
is a
reduction in
reduction
lane.
in the number of lanes, and the other lanes would not be repurposed for other transportation. But one thing that we've seen in this area, and I do think that it's, and I'll also let my colleague Alex Rixey jump in, but is that this area has been overbuilt in many ways in terms of lanes dedicated just to vehicle travel. And as we want to increase those options for how people travel, we want to make sure that we're providing space for it. And with the dedicated bus lanes, I think one thing that's a real positive that the county has seen is that that means that these buses are able to travel quickly. They will not be mixed in
Like a
with vehicle.
BRT lane.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a BRT light, maybe. And that, I think if you go out there and walk, these are massive roads in a lot of areas as well. And we believe that there is space to create room for other choices, whether it be walking, biking, or transit, or a linear park in some instances. Yeah.
So with reference to linear park, I think slide 33 coincides with slide 36. Are those linear parks use of existing buffer areas, or are they going to be a reduction of lane type of idea?
Reduction of lanes.
Yeah, so, and I wish I had a better aerial of the actual lane right now. Right now, what the Great Seneca Highway between Key West and Medical Center Drive is 4 lanes, 2 in each direction, so 2 traveling north, 2 traveling south, with a 50-foot median in between, so it's a very wide road. It includes a lot of extra space. And what we're recommending is taking the western 2 lanes as well as the median and saying, okay, this is now a linear park. And then the eastern 2 lanes, we would create a single travel lane in each direction. So it would become a 2-lane road, what is now a 4-lane road.
Sound familiar?
Just on this one, if you don't, just while we are at this slide, I want to make a comment.
Yep.
Oh, I pushed the wrong one, sorry. While we are on that, I just wanted to make a comment. Well, I live there, so I know exactly what you're talking about. There is a lot of traffic. These, like the ones that you say from 4-lane to 2-lane, has DOT look at the level of service and see that if the 4-lane can be 2-lane and it's still a satisfactory level of service?
Yeah, thank you for your question. This is Alex Rixey. I'm transportation planner for master plans for the Mid-County Division.
We have run these ideas by MCDOT as big ideas. As Mara mentioned, we're still studying them. I do have some of the, and that was included in the existing conditions report. That was back in January, I believe, some of the vehicles per hour per lane data on existing counts on the roadways. And this section of Great Seneca Highway between Key West and Medical Center Drive actually has a pretty low level of traffic volume today. So we think that there's a possibility to convert it without significantly affecting travel times along the corridor. But we're currently in the process of doing the travel demand modeling to help to evaluate
Okay.
the effects of this.
So it would be evaluated. The other question is that because these areas are not like next to the transit area, that we want to encourage people to go biking or walking, so or using the transit. So a lot of people have from their house to get where they have to get transit, they may have to drive. So I think that if there is going to be some kind of a difference between places that are right the transit, people can get out of the transit and then start bike or walk, than these places that there is a space or distance between their houses until they get to that area. So I do not know how you're going to consider that people have to drive to get to these areas. So is it parking or shuttling or something that people can easily reach to these areas? It's a wonderful ideas, but we want to make sure that people have access to it. That's what I'm trying to say.
That makes a lot of sense. And I guess I have two things that are related to that is, one, in this area, there are a lot of people that also live in this area. I think we have in the Life Sciences Center over 3,000 units of housing, so a considerable population that lives here. That doesn't include the PSTA at Elms, which would be another residential development right on that linear park. And then also not just for people living here, but it's an area that really brings a lot of people in because of the employment center. And, just anecdotally, when we've gone out and we've done a lot of canvassing and these pop-ups, we've met a lot of people who work in the area who tell us these, kind of harrowing stories of how they get there if they don't drive a car. Sometimes coming from as far away as Frederick or East County. And one thing that I think both the MCDOT project, the Great Seneca Transit Network, is going to do is to connect this area to existing transit facilities now. So connect it to the MARC rail that is nearby, but not near enough to walk from, and to the Shady Grove Metro. It's also going to connect those sites to the universities at Shady Grove, which draws people throughout the county, because all of the lines in this Great Seneca Transit Network, that's a currently funded MCDOT project, that's again, that like BRT light that I mentioned, terminate at the universities of Shady Grove campus. So I think that there will be some challenges in terms of people who live outside of the Life Sciences Center getting to these transit stops. But I think that there is a demand that we've seen and that we've heard from people both coming to this area and then also people who already live in this area or will be moving to this area with the hope for increase in residences in this area. And the people, there's like I'm not exactly sure the number off the top of my head of how many people live here, but there is a sizable portion of people who live here now who travel out or walk throughout the area.
If I may add to Commissioner Bartley's question about the linear park, I think, Mara, in the slide that you had that showed a couple of examples, I think maybe one of your questions was for the example on the left, which is actually in Alexandria Potomac Yard, sort of what was there before the linear park. It's a pretty interesting story because that linear park actually leads to the new metro station that's opening on May 19th at Potomac Yard, and also leads to the Amazon new headquarters building. And Arlington, that's also in Alexandria, some of those buildings are too. So that area has been redeveloped over the last 10 years and was a pretty conscious effort, conscious plan to create economic development, but also to create a sense of place. And so that linear park provides amenities for the residential communities as well as for the future employers that are coming to the area. So it was intentional, and I think that's sort of what we're looking at here is we want to attract these major employers, but we know that those employees, as well as the folks that want to live in this area, are going to want amenities. And one of those amenities is to be able to have parkland. Another amenity is to be able to walk and bike places. So it's a balance. But we also understand that folks are going to want to drive as well. So it's not that we're trying to prohibit that from happening. We just want to provide more choices so that we can meet the goals that the county has. And I think this is, the Potomac Yard example is a great one, and I think it's actually a great local example that we could potentially visit to sort of see how that's been developed over the years.
The one thing I'll say about your transportation is there are your transportation ideas right now subject to confirmation by your transportation studies. I mean, one of the things you have to consider in this area is through traffic. The folk who don't stop here, but they're on 28 or they're on Key West or they're on some other road to get through the area. And that has to be a concern, even as you're looking to reduce the number of travel lanes. So it's only, this is like a center area of the county in some ways, a little bit left, but okay. You have to recognize that. Otherwise, it won't get very far. And it's interesting that you propose to study reducing in travel lanes, but you're so sure about Key West. Isn't that within your studying to make sure that reducing this section of Key West is really a possibility?
So sorry, two things. One, you said that, yes, Key West is one of the roadways that we're looking at reducing the travel lanes. And, I think that we are sensitive and to the fact that that people use these roadways for many different things, some to get here, some to, there are, on one side of Key West, there are a lot of people who live in the apartment buildings on that side who cross Key West to get to the Life Sciences Center where they might work. We also understand that people travel through here. And I think, just to echo, Chief Sanders' comments, is that we really do see this as a way to support more choices, not by taking away choices. So one piece of it will definitely be our transportation modeling, which Alex Rixey is working on with consultants right now to look at what the traffic impacts. I think also, one thing that's interesting about this area and that we saw as part of our analysis in the 2021 amendment was some of the traffic and the roadway use that we expected as part of the 2010 plan hasn't come to fruition in the ways that we thought it was. This area, although people have kept going into the office in this area, mainly because lab work can't be done from home, so people are traveling in, but it's also lab work is a 24-hour, employment activity, so people are coming in at different hours, and that it isn't the typical 9 to 5. On a lot of the major roadways in this area, we actually haven't seen the annual average daily traffic, which is a measurement of how many cars are traveling through on a roadway, increase. And even this is after adding, thousands of residences and jobs over the past 10 years. We've seen a relatively stable, traffic in that area. So I think that all of this is a balance, and all of it is something that we'll have to consider both with the transportation modeling, but also balancing it with what our policy guidelines are in terms of Vision Zero, in terms of Thrive, and in terms of the Complete Street Guide. So I think that, it's an iterative process, and many of the people at MCDOT also live and work in that area, so they're very familiar with the area, not just as experts evaluating transportation, but the lived experience of traveling through that. So I think that it's a very helpful sounding board to have, and to have those conversations back and forth.
Now with regard to life science itself, the one thing that is critical to the industry is having a base of labor, of well-trained labor. And you have Shady Grove Life Science, University of Shady Grove there. I think you would do well to make those connections more and have that as an emphasis of the plan, as well as the fact that life science is a fickle routine that loves security. So as much as we like pedestrian access all over the place, you'll get some places that don't want anybody near their front door. So you'll have to watch out for that as you go forward too. It's their own barrier to entry, as opposed to ones that they think. The other thing is I want to rattle through some things that I thought of. Your North Hub on Mallory Square, Dunkin' Donuts side, I really think that that area orients itself more toward Rio and goes north, mainly because Key West is such a barrier as well. But I don't know if it's worth having a fifth hub, to the extent that if you focus on all things, you focus on nothing. So it's hard to incorporate that section into the other life sciences area that's circumscribed by sort of a semicircle road. But that's just a thought to throw out there. I don't know that it will take so much to have that as a focus area, and in the center of the focus area is an apartment building already. So think about that. What would you do to make it a focus area, and could you do it? And if you can't, don't make it a focus area. The thing about your study to examine compatibility of uses and all that, the big idea in that is to have mixed uses in the area. It's not the study. The study itself is not a big idea.
Correct.
And that study's supposed to be done in the summer. So how can that be a big idea to the plan? Get to the result that you want, and not the means of getting to the result. With regard to the design elements of buildings, first of all, again, biotech is weird. It has lots of individuals who like their identity building individually and all of that. They don't like to look like everything else. That will always be the case. But to the extent you want them fronting on the street and create standards that everybody can look at without discretion, that's what you put in the plan that ultimately gets implemented by your ZTA. I had always hoped that we could get to zoning text amendment, that we had plans that didn't require their own ZTAs, but sometimes it's not possible. In this case, again, you might just look at changing the life sciences zone to the zone that you want it to be, instead of using a CR zone otherwise. So change the life sciences zone, which is more localized to this, than go after the general zone. That's a way, way away, but I'm just you asked for feedback, I'm giving you feedback. Anything else? Mr. Hendrick is out there. If he wants to say anything, he looks okay. He looks good in a baseball cap.
How did he get home so fast?
He went
Is
through
there
the
a
life
BRT?
He went through the life
That's right,
sciences center area.
I'd have gotten home a lot faster if I'd had a dedicated bus lane.
Yes.
Very
No,
good.
I'm good. I've only caught the last few minutes, and I've got the three kids watching a variety of TVs and tablets right now, so I'll catch up on the next item. Thanks.
No, I really like this plan, and I think to champion what Mr. Zients was saying is, like, producing the result and getting it going is very important. We understand the steps and the sophistication of the studies and your knowledge, but like getting it up and running is like key.
Hopefully, these studies will support getting the results, and that's part of it. Is I agree that, and I think that that clarification is important, that the big idea is really the co-location of these things. The study is supporting it. So sorry if the wording in our staff report did not support that, but that's our idea, is that, right now we have housing needs, we have these growing life science area, and we think that they can be compatible. We've seen it in other places, and we want to figure out the best way to encourage and support that. But the idea is the co-location.
Okay, do you have enough comments from planning board? Because I think we're done with our comments.
Great. Well,
Thank you very much for the presentation. Sorry for my critique, but my eyes are very tired.
no, and I think that there's sometimes there's this balance of having something that we're going to put on the website that we know that other people are going to look at later to have that context. And I think it's creating the balance of not putting too much detail on the PowerPoint that you're going to see, but also having enough information that someone looking at it without my words and presentation can still understand the meaning behind it.
Granted. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Appreciate it. We're pausing. All right, this is still the afternoon session of the Montgomery County Planning Board on April 20th, 2023. Believe it or not, we're on item 11, mixed-use housing community subdivision regulations, SRA 23-01, and zoning text amendment 2302. We have staff comments that they wish us to transmit to the county council in support of the bill with amendments. With that, I'll turn it over to staff.
All right, thank you for that. For the record, Ben Berbert with the Countywide Planning and Policy Division. Also have up here with me Lisa Gavoni and Jason Sartori, who will weigh in as appropriate. I think with this presentation, what we're going to do is we're going to provide the high-level overview. I'm going to walk through the actual ZTA as it's presented, and then we kind of get into some of the issues we want to discuss. They lend themselves well to pausing after each issue to kind of come to our decision point. So just to forewarn you, we might ask for a decision. We're not probably done until we tell you we are, unfortunately. So with that, as stated, staff is seeking the board's permission to transmit comments to the council that would support the ZTA with some comments. Some of the big comments that we'll get into is modifying the affordability options or thresholds, looking at removing or otherwise amending the requirement for commercial uses, which I know is kind of contrary to a lot of things that we believe in planning, but we'll explain why in this instance we think this is a better idea. And then there's a lot of other small comments that we'll get through. The easier part of this is we recommend you support the SRA as it's introduced because there's not much new or controversial to that. It follows the existing administrative subdivision practices that are already set forth for a number of other uses. Both the ZTA and the SRA were introduced on March 28th of 2023, and they do have a council public hearing date scheduled for May 2nd of 2023. This was sort of part of a branding operation, the Opening Pathways of Economic Necessity, or the OPEN. And really what this is trying to do is it's providing an expedited plan review process as a means of incentivizing the construction of more affordable housing units and the creation of more commercial spaces. The main framework of this ZTA is it was based very heavily on a biohealth priority campus plan ZTA that was done in 2021, which established very similar framework for how an expedited plan review would work, from submittal requirements, the type of review we do, laying out what the different agency responsibilities are, and otherwise sort of the why for the expedited plan review. So getting into the ZTA as it's introduced, one of the big things it does is it establishes a new use in the code. That new use is currently, as drafted, called a mixed-use housing community. This would fall under Article 59.3 of the Use and Use Standards and Division 3.3 of residential uses, and so it would add a new section 3.3.4 for mixed-use housing community. In this new section, there'd be definitions, the standards of the use, and exemptions from the use. That use as proposed is being shown as a limited use in our residential multi-unit, commercial residential and employment zones, as you can see in the chart on the screen. And so this is just kind of showing context of how it fits in that table. The standards that would apply to a mixed-use housing community, it would need to be at least 150,000 square feet of new development that would contain 30 or more dwelling units and at least 2 commercial uses. And then it would have to meet either 50% or more of units that are an MPDU or a DHCA-approved equivalent, or 35% of the units would be an MPDU. At least 15% of those would need to be affordable to households at 30% or below the area median income. For projects that would be reviewed as a mixed-use housing community, there are a series of exemptions provided. One is that these would be exempt from sketch and site plan reviews, so long as they are reviewed by a mixed-use housing community plan, which is something that we'll discuss in a minute. They would be exempt from minimum parking requirements if they were in red policy areas or within a half mile of a BRT route, and that the commercial component that is a requirement could be weighed by the planning board with sort of 2 findings to be made. One, presuming that the residential density on the site has been fully maximized, and that a finding that the commercial use would be an undue or practical difficulty, exceptional or undue hardship, or a significant economic burden can be found. Again, we'll discuss that a little bit more. The other big thing that this ZTA does is it creates a new regulatory plan type called the Mixed-Use Housing Community Plan. Our regulatory plan types are housed in the zoning ordinance under Article 59.7, the administration and procedures. Within that is Division 7.3, regulatory approvals. And so this is adding a new section 7.3.7, the Mixed-Use Housing Community Plan. This, similar to all of our other plans like sketch plans, site plans, biohealth priority campus plans, it lays out a whole series of sections that discuss the process and requirements for sort of the processing of, the review of, and then the post-approval of these plans. The other sort of thing the CTA does, there's a number of small minor edits throughout the code. There's different sections that reference, for instance, in the residential or mixed-use zones, that optional method development must be done through a site and sketch plan. This also adds the provision or a mixed-use housing community plan. The sketch plan section itself adds this use as an exemption to having to do sketch plan. And sort of finally, the noticing requirements that are in the code are updated to add this new use as a use requiring noticing, and it just carries forward the same noticing requirements that are found throughout other plan types such as the site plan. I'm going to get a little bit into sort of the nuances of the mixed-use house community type plan. All of these sort of subsection headings, the way the standards of that plan type, the review, are organized are similar to what you find in other plans, including the site plan now, and are pretty much completely identical to the other expedited plans that we have, such as the Biohealth Priority Campus Plan. There's a lot on the screen. I'm going to go through it pretty quickly. What it's trying to show here is all those subsections of a plan review on the left, what the site plan requires, and then what the mixed-use plan requirement requires. I think the couple that I'll point out here, C, hearing date. Site plans are required to go to the planning board within 120 days after applications are accepted. The expedited part of the expedited part of the mixed-use plan requirement is that it needs to be at the board 60 to 65 days after introduction. Another major place that there's change, intake has only 3 days upon receiving the plan to actually perform their intake duties. Planning board resolution needs to be mailed 7 days rather than 30 days after a hearing, and that there are requirements on our certification that we only have 30 days to certify those plans once they come back into us. There's actually currently no limit on how long it takes to certify a plan currently. Other sort of changes in here, like such as review and recommendations under D, it just lays out how to meet the 65-day schedule versus site plan, it lays out how to meet the 120-day schedule. And I think I'll point out the amendments, J at the bottom. Under typical site plans, minor amendments are very minor. They do not allow any increase in density or height or shape of the building. They're really, I called them cosmetic here. It's for landscaping, for rec amenities. Maybe you can shift a trail a couple feet over to avoid some conflict, but it still needs to meet all the same purposes. A mixed-use community plan does allow minor amendments to have up to 10% or 15,000 square feet of increased density and a 10% increase in height, so long as these numbers are still within the maximums that are allowed by the zone. Again, this is definitely a change from site plan, but it is not different from how the Biohealth Priority Campus Plan or the Signature Business Headquarters Plan, they both did provide this similar type of flexibility under minor amendment, so this is at least consistent in that sense. Again, as I said, noticing requirements, they're the same for all of our plan types, about when pre-submission meetings are required, the board's responsibility to post notice, all those sorts of things. So that's basically what the ZTA does. There are definitely some areas of discussion I think we're going to go through. The first one that my colleague Lisa here will get into is the affordability thresholds and maybe a different way of aligning them. And then I'll pick it back up with a discussion around the requirement of commercial uses, and then some of those other miscellaneous uses such as whether this needs to even be a new use or whether this is really a modification to an existing use, whether the name mixed-use housing community is the appropriate name for this use, or is it, in our concern, a little misleading? And then just sort of some overall concerns that we have generally with expedited reviews that I think are more just for us to make clear on the record than they are necessarily seeking input on. So with that, Lisa.
Thank you, Ben. Good afternoon, Planning Board. For the record, Lisa Gavoni with Countywide Planning and Policy. So first, I want to start with a minor correction. On page 9 of the staff report, I had a chart that outlined the differences between the moderately priced dwelling unit program and the low-income housing tax credit. And the most recent qualified allocation plan for Maryland, actually the compliance period, the extended use was 15 years, not 25 years, so there was a slight update there. But I just wanted to call your attention to that. Next slide. So one of the main features that makes this ZTA distinct is the high level of affordability that's required to meet, that the projects must meet. And we're going to go into what that means first, but I wanted to provide a little bit of background on kind of how we produce affordable housing and what it would take to meet this criteria. But this high bar is intentional. These are really to support these unicorn of projects. You know, we'll get into it. We don't intend to see a lot of these, and we look back. Attachment C in the staff report kind of looked at pipeline and previous projects that we've got that are high affordability level projects. So for the MPDU program, and you know, I'm sure we're all experts, but for the people watching at home, it's a current law that requires 12.5% to 15% of all units in a residential development to be set aside as affordable. And they're generally priced to be affordable in the 65 to 70% range of area median income. And about 1/3 of MPDUs actually do reach the 50% AMI. This is through LIHTC units. This is through partnerships with our nonprofits. But generally, I think that we all understand that we have an affordable housing crisis, that we don't have enough units to meet the demand. And the other program that produces most of the affordable housing in the county, and it's the #1 producer of affordable housing nationally, is the low-income housing tax credit program. And given the deep level of subsidy and high levels of affordability that's required by the ZTA, we really see that projects will be using LIHTC to be able to achieve this, to be able to expedite the review process with the ZTA. And this chart on the screen kind of highlights the differences between how it works, area median income served, and the control period. As you can see, they vary. I'm not going to get into all of the details, but generally, for LIHTC, there's 2 types of LIHTC tax credits. There's the 9% and the 4%. And LIHTC, the 9% is awarded on a competitive basis, and that's according to preferences and priorities aligned in the qualified allocation plan, which is administered by state finance agencies. The 9% covers more. You often don't need other subsidies to produce affordable housing under 9%, but for the 4%, you do. So it's very likely that the levels of affordability laid out in the ZTA will be a lot of our 9% tax credit projects. And going to the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about the 2 affordability thresholds that are in the ZTAs introduced. First is 50% of the units must satisfy the requirements for an MPDU in Chapter 25A or a DHCA equivalent. Or it's 35% of units must satisfy the requirements for an MPDU in Chapter 25A or a DHCA equivalent, with 15% of the total units affordable to household incomes at 30% AMI for at least 30 years. And what a DHCA equivalent means is it's generally a unit produced under another affordable program, generally LIHTC. And what that means is that MPDUs, as you saw on the chart, they have a longer compliance period. And all projects must have 12 to 15% MPDUs, even if you're building LIHTC. But the LIHTC control period goes first. So generally, if you have a 30% control period for LIHTC, once that ends, it turns into the MPDU program. But I do want to highlight, you know, Attachment C kind of highlights that not a lot of projects are putting this many units in the MPDU program. And this is because it's hard to build affordable housing. And so you're thinking you're adding another requirement. It really really hurts the project's economic viability. And a lot of these units are, you know, they're still affordable for 30 years. So it's just two different programs, and sometimes it's hard to align them. Next slide. So because of these reasons, staff wanted to modify the two affordability requirements and then add a third one. And my thought with this is that we want to align it with current housing policy. So in 2021, I believe, there was a payment in lieu of taxes bill, which is a tax abatement bill, that basically said that if 50% of your units are built under a government regulation that limits rents, that you would get a tax abatement. And so I thought it would be helpful for projects that are building affordable housing if we align option one with that, if that we align it with the language that's already existing for the pilot bill. The second option is, next slide, is that looking at attachment C and looking at what projects built and what they're putting in the MPDU program, we thought we would slightly lower the affordability requirement, going from 35% of total to 30, and 15% at 30% AMI to 10%. And if you look at and included in the chart, attachment C, how many projects are putting how many units in the 30% AMI, it's generally averaged to about 10%. So this is consistent with those high affordability projects that have been built or are in the pipeline. And then I thought it would be helpful to add a third affordability threshold, and this is aligning with HOC's Housing Production Fund. And HOC's Housing Production Fund is another funding tool that was created by the council a couple of years ago to really help build affordable housing and deeply affordable housing in the county. And so that would require 20% of the units affordable to households earning 50% of AMI or less, and another 10% at that MPDU level. So I think we're going to stop there to discuss the affordability thresholds.
Well, we certainly got enough initials in all of that. And I have to say that keeping this as simple as possible has its own benefits, which of course leads me to option one in 2 seconds or less. Why? It's simple to explain, and it's fewer words. Other than that, I have no objections to saying, if the board agrees, the board recommends option one, but provides others for the council's consideration.
This is Jason Sartori, Chief of Countywide Planning and Policy, for the record. I'm curious, when you say keep option one, so
that's our recommendation.
Okay, well, so the ZTA as introduced has 2 options to meet the affordability thresholds.
Well, this has 2 options to meet the affordability as well.
Well, we offered modifications to the 2 and added a third. And so I guess kind of the question is, are you supporting the 2 that were introduced? Do you want to consider some of the modifications that Ms. Gavoni just kind of talked through, or other modifications of your?
I thought your option one was in place of the 2 options here, because if you go to your option one, it says or. So there are 2 options in your option one, so far as I can tell. Go back, here you go. Or by, at least.
So what I think, so what's on the screen now is what's actually in the draft, well, it's not a draft, what is in the introduced ZTA. And option one in the code already provides, the or is.
Oh, I see, or for the DACAs.
Yeah, so really the code provides 2 options now to qualify. And I think our recommendation is there really wants to be 3. And the reason we've still organized it as option 1, 2, and 3 is that option 1 was similar to the pilot bill, so it made sense for us to modify the current one into the pilot bill. The current one was one that I think was just sort of pulled out, as a good threshold, and we said, well, how about that? And then the third is one that wasn't considered by the ZTA, but we think also has merit to being added.
Commissioner Hendrick would like to say something.
Oh, I just wanted to say looking through the 3 options that the staff provided, I think are good. I tend to agree also with their analysis that I don't think you get to those levels without LIHTC and without probably the 9%. LIHTC with the current ones. I like the tweaking, and I like the option to align with the current housing production fund. I mean, quite honestly, is there any? Do you think there's any appetite for just saying if it uses LIHTC, it can get expedited, no matter what?
Sure, but
and just simplify this whole thing.
Well, I agree with you, and that was the initial thought that we have. The problem is HOC has, using the housing production fund, they have been using private equity a decent amount.
Mhm,
You know,
but,
Chevy
yeah.
Chase Lake, it was not a LIHTC project.
Yeah.
And I don't think the
We've
Laureate.
used it in RHE, yeah.
And I don't think the Laureate was either. So I think that you're right that it would be the simplest, but I don't know if it would be encompassing of, you know, a lot of the projects that we're seeing.
Of the overall number of projects that are currently using private equity and the housing production fund through HOC, is it possible I mean, I like the three options that are there for the deeply affordable, and I think the expedited review is a good idea. Is there any option of putting something along the lines of anything that uses LIHTC or, you know, uses the housing production fund, even if it includes private finance or something along those lines? I ask mostly because of the simplicity aspect of expediting the review for affordables, not only for the construction, but also for anything bought and rehabbed or refinanced.
That could be a possibility. There are other sections of the code where we reference the 9% LIHTC for a previous zoning text amendment, so we could use that and provide modified language that simplifies it to either LIHTC or housing production fund.
It may be larger than just comments on an existing ZTA to propose something along those lines to the council. I'll defer to what the board wants to do or thinks about doing. But if we're going to go for expedited review for affordable housing, honestly, I don't know if this is enough to juice, production or make somebody change the allotment of affordable housing units that are within something that they're planning on doing anyway. But expediting review for affordable housing projects, I think, is a good thing to do in general. So my thoughts are otherwise. These three options I think are good, and I like the language that's been put in here for the three options for the ZTA. I kind of support something along the lines of just if it's got a LIHTC in it, then it can get expedited review as well. But honestly, if it's beyond the scope of commenting on this particular ZTA, I'd understand that as well.
I don't.
And that's all my comments.
Okay. I think that would be a fine. We could recommendation. We can either say a project that was allocated the 9% LIHTC or uses the HOC production fund. And I think I think more than anyone that looking at the attachment, we find that projects, what they put in the MPDU program, their levels of affordability, varied. And I was trying to hit as many as I could with my recommendations, but it could be.
Oh, of course, yeah.
It might be simpler to reference the LIHTC.
I certainly wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to exclude any affordable project that came in that's percentage points off of anything that's within here. Right. For the simplicity's sake of saying that I have a hard time thinking, given their current options, that the current levels of options that anybody I think you're right, anyone that's not using 9% would have trouble getting there with just regular financing. But I think something along those lines of even LIHTC projects, but a thought for consideration or a thought for commentary. It's not. I think otherwise the three options that you've put through here in the edits are good. But if there's a simplicity aspect that we can get to that might be worthwhile.
Thank you for your feedback.
Can we get to it as a simpler way, or?
I think we can. I think that there's other language, like I said, in the code that references the 9% LIHTC, that if it's awarded, and then we can add the piece about the HOC production fund to kind of be all inclusive. Yeah. And I think that would also reduce the amount of projects that are trying to move their pieces to fit this. So I think we can get there.
All right.
Leave it.
Everybody's okay with that?
Is there a way? I'm just trying to not find out that in like 2 years the council creates another mechanism that's equally as good that forces the ZTA to add it to the list. That's the only pause. Maybe for now this is the best route. I just want to make sure we're being simple and not also like accidentally excluding a really good project that found another way of getting funded.
Yeah, I don't certainly want any option that would exclude a project that would otherwise be good. I think if we do have concerns along those lines, and if the staff was looked at this in far more detail, But if we do have concerns along those lines, if transmitting something along the lines, or here's edits we have to the existing 1, 2, and an additional option, or we would also support
A fourth option.
a fourth option of all LIHTC plus the
Right.
the Housing Production Fund.
Right. That way
That's
you
just
get
my.
both.
Okay. I think what would be helpful is, I'll draft some language about that, and we'll put it in the draft letter, but if it's easier,
Okay.
we can also say, staff also discussed these 3 options if for any reason the simpler version does not work.
I think that would.
Again, if for the comment I just heard that we might be excluding something that's not in the LIHTC program that meets the other affordability criteria, you just added it as a fourth option.
Okay.
That's the easier way to do it. You might end up needing 3 options at the same time with this, but
Almost
that's okay
certainly
too.
with LIHTC.
That's okay too. All right, everybody okay there? Yes. Continuing on. No, there's more.
All right, so next thing we want to talk about. The ZTA is introduced, does require that there are 2 commercial uses that are otherwise allowed in the underlying zone that need to be provided in each of these projects that qualify for the mixed-use housing community type. And again, this is sort of interesting. I think staff generally is a huge proponent of mixed-use development, expanding commercial options, and from looking at all of the sort of announcements and releases that went around the CTA, can fully understand what the intent was in wanting more commercial options, good commercial options in more parts of the county. I think the concern we have is tying that with or to also very deeply affordable projects is where I think we're a little worried that it sort of breaks. And so there's a number of things to that. One, looking at our own mixed-use development study that was done 2 years ago. For viable mixed-use development, it really needs to be concentrated and it needs to kind of be on or next to itself in these vibrant activity centers. And that having, even in a otherwise downtown area like a Silver Spring or Bethesda, just having commercial that fronts even just on the wrong side street off of the main hub, those retail uses tend not to do well. And I think a lot of these development projects are going to be kind of on the peripheries of these downtown centers because that's where the land's going to be a little cheaper and more accessible. And so what ends up happening is a lot of this commercial space gets underwritten. That's on top of now providing these deep affordable subsidies. Also in preparing for this CTA, we had conversations with a lot of the existing affordable housing developers, and I think they just generally thought this was a concern to them. This is not a product they're used to delivering. It's not a product that lenders are used to providing loans for. And so, do we really want to layer on this extra hurdle? And the other thing that's interesting to point out, the residential multifamily zones don't really allow commercial in the underlying zone. And so what do we do with those projects? And so that's another pause in that. I think wrapped into this whole discussion is the waiver that the board has been granted. I think we're happy that if there is going to be a commercial requirement that the board have a waiver ability. I think we are pretty concerned, though, that the second part of it, the particular and unusual practical difficulty, exceptional undue hardship, I don't think, what does that mean? That is obviously a concern. And something that's sort of this out in the open is going to require some sort of further study, either by staff or the applicant or both, to make that proof. And this all has to be done in a 60-day review period, which really is closer to 30 days when you start factoring in the fact that we have to write a staff report, post it 10 days prior to public hearing. And so it's going to be exceedingly difficult to actually be able to make that finding and make it meaningful. And so if there is going to be any sort of finding as part of a waiver, if a waiver even remains, it really needs to pick on more measurable things such as, is this adjacent or approximate to other retail already? Or is it adjacent or approximate to, the same things that give you the no parking requirement, the red policy areas, the transit. So at least replacing these uses or incentivizing them in places that are mixed use, just maybe not vertically. So this is one of the ones where staff has kind of a lot of recommendations. And I think because there's so many moving pieces to the commercial, our recommendation is to send the list and send it in the order that we've presented it on the screen, to kind of send to council that, our priority is just make commercial an option that can use the expedited plan review, but don't make it a requirement. If you do that, pretty much all of the rest of these become moot anyway. Kind of moving down the list, if you do want to have a commercial requirement, requiring it only in the CR and employment zones, but not the residential multi-unit zones would be our recommendation. And that starts dealing with the fact that there are really not commercial allowed uses in the multi-unit zones. A third option that could be explored is changing the word commercial to non-residential. This broadens the number of categories it could count. It starts getting you into daycares, philanthropic uses, other things that get you a little bit of a better chance of actually meeting these thresholds. And again, if you sort of adopt these, you almost don't need the waiver anymore. If the waiver is going to remain, sending along the comment that we would like that waiver modified to give more objective findings to it. And then sort of option 5, if we're going to keep the commercial uses or non-residential uses, line 23, the ZTA just says that the application must provide 2 uses, and I think it just needs to say space 4. I don't think we're in the market of checking to verify that you have commercial tenants lined up at time of plan review. And so that's more of like a typographic recommendation. So I'm going to pause here. Again, saying this is sort of staff's, we recommend sending this whole list along and making it clear this is our order of priority, that the council consider it. Knowing there's so many moving pieces, I think we don't want to just say do number 1 and don't do anything else, because if they decide they're moving past 1, we want to have other recommendations kind of in the queue that they should consider. So with that, any questions, thoughts?
I mean, if you do number 1, you don't have to think about a lot of the other things, really. If it's optional, why do I care about anything else? So it's sort of an overarching routine. Certainly, number 2 makes sense no matter what you do. You don't want to make it you don't want to make it a new use in the zone that wasn't there before. Well, maybe they do. But it seems odd. Yeah, I certainly agree with changing the word commercial to non-residential. That makes enormous sense, particularly for things like daycare in particular. I'm trying to think of another service that might be appropriate, but daycare just comes to my mind.
The aquatic center in downtown Silver Spring would qualify as a non-residential use that's part of actually an affordable project.
Yeah, I don't see many people putting in aquatic centers.
One can dream.
But we have one that might have what is it, entertainment center. The thing in Wheaton is non-residential use. Now I forgot what it's called. Community Arts Center or Wheaton Arts Center. But there are those things. I think that's a great idea. But I'm okay sending all the options. Let's see. You don't need to put the explanation in item 4. Part of item 4 is why you're doing it, as opposed to what you're doing. See what I mean? Anything else? Anybody else? Commissioner Hendrick.
No, Chairman, I think you covered it. I agree with the staff. Affordable housing development is tough, and I don't know many of them that include mixed use or commercial with that, given it's just not usually in the portfolio. So I fully support this. I really like the I really like to slide in the order of preference. I really would prefer commercial as an option, but not a requirement. And then I understand, I sort of would think 3 would go above 2, but I understand the underlying zone usage and whatnot. I would sort of prioritize, but I like this and I like the priority. I'm all for it.
Okay.
That's all.
I like the whole idea of having all of those. And if that's your order of preference, I go for it.
Okay, I think you have agreement.
I'm open to the idea of putting 3 before 2. It sounded like, based on the chair's response, he liked that. If that's something that's, it doesn't matter. I can change it, I can leave it.
I prefer if we're not going to have a not commercial as an option, if they're not going to go for commercial as an option, not a requirement, I think non-residential, like changing that to would give more flexibility even across the different types of zones that might be qualified under the ZTA. But I understand that the underlying use of the residential may not include any commercial.
All right, change
so
the order. It's a good idea. I mean, it's just a flat out
a
good
little
idea.
ambivalent.
It's a good idea no matter what we do.
Sure.
No. But number one, I strongly support putting that straight on up front as an option, particularly for affordable housing. I understand the need to want to move more commercial and retail and non-residential into affordable housing communities. It's just not it's not something that's often done or that they have
and
that's part of the development.
Ultimately, if we get to waiver, it should be if there's if there's a commercial use within 200 feet of the building, it should be fine. Something like that. But that is standardized, that is quantitative, we go on with our lives. Okay, next slide. Moving along.
All right, the next thing staff wants to discuss, and I'm going to try not to confuse everybody here, is this CTA is creating an actual new use in the use section of the code called the mixed-use housing community. And looking at the definition, it really is just a combination of 2 existing uses we already have. It's a combination of multi-unit living, which is a use in the code, if it meets the affordability criteria, which is a standard. And then it's requiring commercial uses, or we'll just call it non-residential, or whatever that requirement is, which is an existing and definable term in the code. And so I think staff, we're trying to just figure out how to keep this as streamlined and simple as we can, and we're not really sure why or what benefit there is to actually creating a new use type when all we're doing is really creating standards for an existing use type. And this is particularly poignant if we're not going to have the commercial component. And so our recommendation really is to go into the multi-unit living section and edit the limited use standards. And so I went ahead and did a markup here that's not in the staff report to maybe help make this a little clearer. There are existing limited use standards now if you're in the employment zones. One of the existing standards is you're limited to 30% gross floor area of the subject site. We could add in, accept projects that are eligible for this new expedited review, because I think the intent's to have more residential. C would just be a new thing if you're in this slew of zones here.
What you're really doing is putting the definition of what this thing is in things that qualify for a community use plan. It's sort of hiding the definition.
I mean, I guess I don't necessarily see it that way. I think we're creating, what the CTA would do, the focus would be creating a new plan and then creating limited use standards for who can use the plan. My perspective was it seemed redundant to create a new use that's definition is a use we already have.
And if I could clarify, so it really, that first part is unique to that part A there, but it's part C, which is where you would really capture all of the standards that exist in the definition as proposed in the ZTA for this use, this mixed-use housing community use, would be listed there where Mr. Barber has said, insert the definition exemption criteria. So they wouldn't be hidden in the plan they would be listed right here as part of the standards, the limited use standards for a multi-unit living use.
I used to have a job at the council doing exactly this type of thing. And I can understand the drafting that says, put it as a line on it as a definition so people can see it and find it easier than looking for it ducked down within a definition. So if again, not that I'm a council member, but if I want to describe what I'm doing in easier terms, it's easier to say I created this use that has its own process, instead of saying we've already done this use and it's a subset of other things. I think it sort of diminishes the emphasis on it. I don't think this recommendation's worth it. I'd increase the uses by the one, once we get the name right, because we just determined that it's not mixed use.
And we're going to get to that, but so.
Okay. But that's where my head is. And we're dying here, you should know.
I do have one quick question, Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director. So given those comments, do you still think it is worthwhile for, in the board's comments, to just make note of the fact that there are 2 existing uses within the zoning code that reflect this, and that's just something that they should just keep in mind as they continue to work on this?
I have no problem with doing that at all.
Okay.
But let's not give them too many problems.
Okay. So we're going to skip that part. So I think what was just alluded to, the next part of this, the name of the ZTA, the name of the new use, and the name of the plan type are the mixed-use housing community plan type. And I think even if the commercial or non-residential part remains, I think actually to the chairman's point, what is this plan really doing? And what it's really doing is it's creating affordable housing. And
agreed.
That gets lost. And I could see a developer going, I'm doing mixed-use housing in downtown Bethesda. I want to be a mixed-use housing community. And that's not what this is. Okay.
Which one do you like, affordable communities or mixed-income communities?
Actually, I like affordable community. Everybody understand that better. And it is the term that is commonly used, but I can go either way that you prefer.
All I can think of is that if you have an AC, you'll need a DC. But that's just me. Never mind. All right, Commissioner Hendrick, you still there? Are you okay with affordable communities?
I'm good with affordable communities. Yeah, sorry, I'm tending to a small child who is.
More important than what we have here.
Sorry, yeah, they're talking in the background, but yeah, I like affordable communities. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, all right. So you have affordable communities there.
All right.
The
last couple of.
Oh, we have to approve the ZTA too, the SRA.
Yes. Just a couple of things. These are things that I don't think we're asking for change in the ZTA, but we're asking for permission to include in our transmittal memo, just as a footnote, basically, to the council. Well, maybe not a footnote, but just as a discussion. This is the third expedited plan that has come forward. We had the Signature Business Headquarters, we had BioHealth Community or Priority Campus, and now we have Mixed Use Housing Community Plan. They're all basically the exact same plan. And so I know this ZTA really can't fix that. We didn't notice fixing it, but I just wanted to let the council know that if this is going to continue, I hope not, but if it does, let's look at a ZTA that just creates one plan type. There's a lot of reasons. Streamlining the code is a good one. It's also becoming problematic for our internal operations. We use e-plans. Every time a new plan type comes in, it's a whole new workflow we have to create. It's a whole new integration into our Hansing track. It's becoming a problem.
Agreed that you should bring this to their attention.
And the other thing that I think we want to just bring to their attention, it was a big part of the discussion with the BioHealth Priority Campus Plan. I think it's not really gone any further than that because we actually haven't fully accepted one of those plan types yet, is just that, this is a highly expedited review. One of these is going to come in, and it's going to effectively cause whoever is reviewing it to,
Stop everything else.
I don't even want to say stop, but it's going to take a lot of attention away from it. And so just sort of reminding them of the concerns that if this or any of these expedited plans becomes more prolific, there is still in the back of our mind a resourcing concern. I don't want to not mention it out of fear that council thinks that we don't have that concern anymore and that they then start creating a dozen more of these plan
I
ideas.
think you should mention it. And I think that in addition to that, you should also mention that it would be at the time that you would bring additional resources to request, or else that was one of my concerns, that they keep bringing these expedited reviews, and it's going to be a resource issue, or other things would delay. And it's not fair to other people, because we want all the other businesses to come here also. So I definitely suggest that you do. And if we are at the point of that could happen sometime soon, next year, that you're going to ask for resources or so, I think you should mention it. It's just a bug in their ears that this is coming. Everything has a consequence, and this is one of those consequences to come, definitely. And I do not know if they have done the same thing for DPS, because that's going to be another issue for DPS also, because they have to do the same thing, and I'm sure that they're going to be talking about it.
I think this is Tanya Stern again. I think it's important to note that I think what this is highlighting is both delays in how the process actually works, and then you just raise a resource issue. My one concern about, in terms of framing the resource issue, I don't want it to turn into a conversation where the county council says, okay, well, just how many more people do you need on your regulatory review team to do this? Because to me, that's not really so much the point. Part of it is, as Ben noted, or Mr. Berbert noted, even just how the process, the workflow goes within E-plans. There are the planning department, we are not the only ones reviewing these applications. There are multiple agencies that are part of the DRC as well. And so I think we should certainly raise this, but I do want to be clear that the solution is not simply we'll just give more staff to the planning department that will fix it. That's what I want to be clear about, because that has sort of come up already, sort of informally. And to me, I think that's not really acknowledging the complexity of how this actually works, in a sense that we are not the only ones involved. There are workflows involved, and that I think the overall sense or the point that Mr. Berbert was noting, which is that if there is a desire to have an expedited process, let's just get that part sort of nailed down, and then you can sort of consider what types of projects, get this prioritized process. But this isn't just a matter of just throwing some more staff at it and it'll just work
Right,
faster.
And even worse than more staff would be just, we'll give you some consulting dollars, because the consultant couldn't do this work without being involved in the whole process. It's not something you can pick up and say, gee, I can be an expert in a couple hours.
Right.
You cannot replace the people who have been doing this as part of their ongoing job.
Right.
So yes, please make those comments.
All right.
And yes, we'll approve the SRA, which is subdivision regulation amendment, which is like a zoning text amendment, except it's the text of the subdivision code.
To the zoning.
Zoning,
And the sub.
right. Subdivision is,
ETA, then SRA.
subdivision is a section of the Montgomery County Code, as is the zoning ordinance, but they're separate chapters.
Yes, so the good news is we're through the ZTA, and the SRA, we really don't have any comments on. There's a set of provisions for administrative subdivision plans. Each section really lays out the different uses that can use the different types of plans. This is just creating another one in that same framework,
Okay.
so there really wasn't much to say.
Okay, we're good. Just before you use the word prior to, use the word before. But,
Understood.
okay, is this fine? It's fine.
I'm just
It's fine.
30
Next.
seconds, climate assessment, we did it. It was attached. If there's no comments, we'll move on. We haven't gotten the RESJ statement from OLO yet. And so in conclusion, I'm actually going to close this and open up a different slide that Jason's been working on that will help us understand exactly what you're
We have to
agreeing
leave at 5:30. We're going to break at 5:30. So, Madam Director, you have your choice.
We'll just show it very quickly, and then when the letter is transmitted to the chair, in terms of transmitting the comments, that will be another opportunity for us to just double check.
Okay. Thank you. I'm
Right, so-
sorry to rush us, but, you know.
Sure. So in conclusion, we are recommending the ZTA be transmitted with a favorable recommendation with the adjustment to affordability thresholds showing the 4 options that we've discussed, sending the priority list of the commercial requirements that were discussed, flipping priorities 2 and 3, and then highlighting the concerns about or highlighting that this is 2 different uses, but not necessarily highlighting that we want to not create the new use, changing the plan type to affordable communities, calling to attention the number of expedited plan types, and kind of that's in concert with the tension of the resources as a broader concern, and then recommending SRA with no changes. That's what we're asking y'all to approve.
Okay. I think we're done. Yes?
Official vote.
Oh. Can someone make a motion?
I make a motion to approve the submitting our comments as discussed today.
I second that motion.
Seconded.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry for my wrapping up. Is that it? Good afternoon. We are on item 12, briefing on Bill 1723, taxation recordation tax rates amendments. And I don't see otherwise, it's a briefing by the planning board according to our agenda. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, for the record, Jason Sartori, Chief of Countywide Planning and Policy. I just want to highlight why we're bringing this to you today. So this Bill 1723 is about the recordation tax that's assessed on the sale of property in the county. People may question, why is the planning board talking about taxation?
That was my number 1 question.
Yep, okay, so I'll give you a little bit. First of all, because this directly relates to housing policy, which is a very key issue for us. It's a key issue identified in Thrive. And it's something that we kind of monitor. And so in a way, we're presenting this to you as a briefing. You can decide if you want to send comments. You can decide to not send any comments to the council. We'll also say that back in 2020, when we updated what had been called the subdivision staging policy, it's now the growth in infrastructure policy, we made some recommendations. The planning board made recommendations to change how impact taxes are calculated on development. And to kind of compensate for those changes, there were recommendations also on how recordation taxes is, and in fact, the board had recommended a bill to change the impact taxes, the recordation tax, in part to generate revenue to compensate for the changes in the impact taxes, but also in recognition that the vast majority of student enrollment that we're seeing, growth that we're seeing in student enrollment comes from turnover of existing homes. And so this was a way to capture that impact. And so with that, then the other thing I would say is we're also being pretty continuously contacted by council staff right now after this bill was introduced to do some of the analysis and work that we had done previously. So we'd like to present that to you and see if you want to provide feedback.
Thank you, Mr. Sartori. For the record, Lisa Gavoni with Countywide Planning and Policy. I only have 8 slides, so well, you can keep track at home. So first, I want to talk a little bit about Bill 1723. It was sponsored by lead sponsor Councilmember Mink and co-sponsored by Councilmember Gerwando. It was introduced in March. They already had their public hearing, but if the planning board wants to send comments, the first work session is next week. So we would send up comments before that. And just a little bit about the bill, it would increase the rate of the recordation tax levied under state law for certain transactions involving the transfer of property and allocate the revenue received from the recordation tax to capital improvements for schools and the Housing Initiative Fund, which is the county's housing trust fund. I have one minor correction. Incorrectly in my staff report, I said the recordation tax is an excise tax paid on the sale of the property by the purchaser. Actually, under Maryland law, the recordation tax can be paid by either the seller or the buyer or a third party, and absent an agreement as to who pays the tax, it must be split evenly between the buyer and the seller. So we will correct our staff report. Just very briefly about what a recordation tax is. It's the recordation tax is the tax paid on the sale of a property. The tax must be paid in order to record the deed in circuit court. The tax is also paid when a mortgage is refinanced, when the amount borrowed is higher than the principal remaining on the original mortgage, and the tax is progressive, which we'll show you later, and that the amount paid is based on the sales price of the property, and the rate paid increases at higher sales prices. The recordation tax is a source of funding for the capital improvements programs, the CIP, generally schools CIP specifically, and rental assistance in the county through the Housing Initiative Fund. There are 3 elements to the recordation tax. The first is the base recordation tax, which is allocated to the county's general fund, the school increment rate, which is allocated to the school CIP, and the recordation tax premium rate, which is equally allocated to the county CIP and generally the HIF. So as Mr. Sartori mentioned earlier, in 2020, the planning board recommended incorporating progressive modifications into the calculation of the recordation tax. This was done primarily to, 1, provide additional funding for school construction in the county's Housing Initiative Fund, would offset anticipated revenue shortfalls from decreased impact tax revenue, and would better reflect the role that single-family turnover plays in school enrollment growth. These recommendations were not acted on by the County Council. So just to highlight some of the main differences in the proposed changes, for exemptions, all 3, current, the 2020 Planning Board proposal, and Bill 1723, they have a first $100,000 exemption if it's the principal residence. The Planning Board included a proposal for the first $500,000 exemption for if it's a first-time home buyer purchasing a property. For each $500,000 that exceeds $100,000 increment, all 3 dedicated $2.08 to the county's general fund, but the Planning Board increases the amount that goes to the MCPS CIP from $2.37 to $2.87, and this would be further increased in Bill 1723 to $3.79. For each 500 increment that the price exceeds 500,000, both the current proposal and the 2020 Planning Board proposal kept the amount that goes to the CIP at $1.15, and Bill 1723 would raise that to $1.725. And both the current and the proposal, the Planning Board's proposal, $1.15 would go to rental assistance. This was increased to $1.725 in Bill 1723. And the Planning Board proposal also has $0.50 to the MCPI CIP. There's another progressive modification added to the Planning Board proposal, which would give $1 to the Housing Initiative Fund for each $500 that the price exceeds $1 million. And in Bill 1723, this was divided into $0.57 to the CIP in general and $0.575 to rental assistance. And this is a chart, I won't go through this, But this is kind of just showing you the comparison at certain housing prices, what the planning board recommendation would look like and what the Bill 1723 would look like. As you can see, the tax increase in the planning board recommendation would range from generally 11% to 23% compared to 32% to 47% in Bill 1723. The tax increase amount in the planning board recommendation would generally range from $200 more to over $5,000, and in Bill 1723 would range from about $568,000 for a $300,000 house to over $11,000 for a $2 million house. And then this is a recordation components by proposal for select sales prices for our principal residents. This is just a graph kind of illustrating what we showed you before. So I'll just go two examples. For a typical $500,000 house, the total recordation rate would be about $3,600. The planning board recommendation would increase this to about $4,000. And then the Bill 1723 would increase the total pay to about $4,700. And for the typical $1 million sales price, the total recordation tax currently paid is around $10,000. The planning board recommendation from 2020 would increase this to $12,000, and Bill 1723 would increase this to about $14,000. And so, in conclusion, planning staff took no position on this bill. Generally, as Mr. Sartori mentioned, this is, increasing the cost of housing in a time when, rising interest rates are also increasing the rate of housing, and we need to be increasing our housing production. But the planning board did make recommendations in 2020 that we think present a more modest proposal as compared to Bill 1723. So the planning board generally has three options. We could take no position on Bill 1723, and we can all go home. We can send a memo to the county council reminding them of the planning board's previous recommendation regarding the recordation tax from 2020 in the context of the growth and infrastructure policy, or we can send a memo to the county council that either supports with or without amendments or does not support Bill 1723.
Board members?
Thank you for your presentation. I believe Councilmember Mink and Councilmember Jawando are well-intentioned with regards to this money and the improvement of schools. As the schools' population continues to increase and the utilization of the facilities continue to increase, there is a requirement of the community to participate in funding of those schools. I recommend, I agree with your conclusion and the planning board's position with regards to the increase.
So one point of, are you recommending?
I agree with you, your recommendation.
Planning staff took no position.
Oh, I mean, I agree with her position.
Oh, okay.
So in 2020, the 2020 position.
Okay. So you are in support of option two?
Option two, send a memo that says, this is what we said before.
Yes.
Right.
That's what I mean, yeah. Thank you.
I do the same thing. I do believe that I support that everybody pay their fair share. A lot of people have moved already to Frederick County and Howard County. We are adding the property tax, and the housing is getting very expensive. So I support number two.
Commissioner Hedrick.
Likewise, number two. I like the progressive gradation of 1723 going up as high as it does on the really expensive houses, which I think it'll have the least amount of impact on overall. But I'm fine with option number two. Send a memo reminding them we've had it and making recommendations. That's fine.
Can I have a motion to support?
Can I ask real quickly, do you want to just remind them, or do you want to actually recommend that they consider?
I just want to remind them.
Of our 2020 position.
Of the 2020 position.
So to be clear, Tanya Stern, acting planning director, so the board would not be taking a position on the bill, but is merely submitting a letter of information reminding the council that the planning board has made recommendations on this matter before, and here they are, essentially.
Yes, particularly since the planning staff took no recommendation.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I said. I agree.
Okay, so can I have that motion, please? Did we have a motion?
I'll defer to Mitra.
Yeah, we have a motion to send a memo to the county council reminding them of the planning board's previous recommendation regarding the recordation tax in the context of the growth and infrastructure policy.
Do I have a second?
I second it.
Seconded.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, we have got 4-0. You have something to go forward with. It is 5:27.
Yes.
I thank everybody for their time and attention, and we are adjourned.
Thank you.